the soundness of the plan and to produce a report of our conclusions and recommendations with regards to soundness. Just before we move on, a few housekeeping matters. Could everyone please make sure that mobile phones and any other devices are switched off or on silent while the hearing is in session to avoid any unnecessary interruptions? And also just to note that not to have your mic too close to any laptops, etc., because it could cause interference with the sound, bearing in mind we are being live streamed and recorded. So people could bear that in mind. And also, if you've been talking, please remember to switch the mic off. Otherwise, again, that could cause interference with the main mic. So, just a few words about the programme officer. The programme officer for the hearings is Ian Kemp, and I'm sure you've already come across Ian before. Ian works for us and independently from the council, and he's responsible for all of the administrative arrangements. Outside the hearing sessions, any contact you make with us should be through Ian. You may have noticed that Ian is not here today or this week. He's involved in another examination, as he's very much in demand. However, he shall still be responsible for the administration arrangements in terms of responding to emails, queries, exchanging documents, etc. So could you please bear that in mind and contact Ian if you do have any queries. However, an officer from the council will ensure that the room is set up properly in the morning and will be here for any queries regarding the venue, and that's Hannah. I don't know if Hannah is here, but she's been very, very helpful in setting things up. So if you do have any queries, if you can have a word with Hannah, if you have any queries about the venue, etc. Before we move on, can I just ask the council to advise on any housekeeping matters, such as fire alarms, where the toilets are, fire exits, that kind of thing? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm Lucy Murfitt. I'm the Policy Manager at Southern Vale District Councils. Welcome to Bee House, and I just wanted to extend my thanks to the Bee House team, particularly Francesca, who's been amazing at anticipating our every need and getting everything set up. So that's great. I've been asked by Bee House to pass on the following safety announcements, starting with fire safety. We've already had a fire test of the alarm this morning, so we're definitely not expecting any more fire alarms. So in the event of a fire or an emergency, if you discover a fire, please activate the nearest fire alarm, which are the red break glass boxes. Please evacuate the building calmly using following the fire escape signs to your nearest exit, and you'll see we've got one down here and one up here. Please don't use the lift. On exiting the building, please proceed to the assembly point, which is the grass area opposite the Hive Cafe, and this is displayed with a green assembly point sign. And please report to the fire monitor, who is a receptionist wearing a high-vis waistcoat, so that you can be noted as having safely evacuated. Other housekeeping matters, please, all visitors must sign in and out at the registration desk when you arrive and depart. On this same sheet, please register your car number plate if you have parked here. The loos can be found through the doors next to the reception desk in the main reception area. During the breaks, tea and coffee will be available in the lounge area, which is just outside this meeting room, including a water station with glasses that you're welcome to bring back in. There's a cafe on the ground floor of the building to the right of the main entrance, which is open from 8:30 till 4 p.m. and is serving hot food until 2:30. There is a hearing loop available. There's Wi-Fi in this room. The Wi-Fi is called Buzz Meeting Room, and the password is on these plastic stand-up signs on the desk. On technology, please be aware we are live streaming and recording the sessions on YouTube. We do have an audience overflow room, which is on the ground floor. It's the room called Clover, just out there. So if you prefer to be in a space which hasn't got recording, please use that if you're in the audience. And finally, if there's anything else you need during the hearings, please ask Hannah, you've already mentioned, or go to reception and ask the Bee House team. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, that's very helpful, and thank you to the council's team and the team at Bee House with the arrangements, absolutely fantastic, so thank you for that. You've covered a little bit of what I was going to say about the seating arrangements for the public. It's really helpful to know, given the number of participants, that there is that separate room, the Clover room, for people to observe on the live stream, so that's really useful. The usual conventions apply for participants, in that there will be one seat at the table per participant, and any supporters would need to sit behind, as you already are. Depending on the topic being discussed, we are content for a hot desking approach, so discreetly swapping seats during the session is fine. Obviously, the council need a few more seats, with it being a joint plan. Where there are a number of participants attending as part of a group organisation, can we ask that you try to have a spokesperson to minimise the disruption from seat swapping? We've touched on the microphones and live streaming, so I don't need to go through that. If audibility is a problem at any point, though, please do sort of raise a hand and let us know. Are there any press present here today? No? As mentioned, the sessions are being streamed live, and I believe there will be recordings as well on the examination website. Is there anybody else filming the proceedings here today, or would like to? No, it's good. Okay.
So our role as inspectors is to assess whether the plan satisfies the legal and procedural requirements of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, together with its associated and relevant regulations, and whether it is sound. So you'll have seen on the Council's documentation and the representation forms that word soundness. So in order to be sound, the National Planning Policy Framework states that plans should be positively prepared, justified, effective and consistent with national policy. So in submitting the plan, the councils consider that it's sound, and that's the starting point for the examination. So if you're challenging the soundness of the plan, then you need to explain why and what you think the changes would need to be made to make it sound. And the hearings are intended to assist us in that regard. Now, there are 3 possible outcomes to the examination: that the submitted plan is sound and legally compliant, and that no modifications are necessary. We have to say that would be unusual. The second outcome is the submitted plan is not sound, but could be made sound by changes, if necessary, following further work by the councils. Or the third outcome is that the submitted plan is not sound and could not be made so by changes. Now, when we talk about changes, once a plan has been submitted, there are only 2 ways in which changes can be made. So main modifications, which are recommended by the inspectors, and additional modifications which are made by the councils on adoption. And the councils have formally requested that we recommend any main modifications necessary to make the plan sound. So we can only recommend main modifications if they are necessary to resolve problems that would otherwise make the plan unsound. Main modifications are changes that would materially alter the plan or its policies, and in the interest of fairness, they would be subject to public consultation after the hearing sessions and potentially sustainability appraisal work as well. The additional modifications are changes which do not materially affect the policies of the plan, made by the councils on adoption, sometimes referred to as minor modifications. So they don't fall within the scope of the examination, and it's the councils that would be accountable for them. Generally, they involve things like factual updates and correction of typographical errors and such like. The councils have proposed a number of changes to the plan in a schedule of proposed modifications, which is document CSD 01.1. However, we need to stress at this stage, they are just suggestions at this stage. Our role is to assess whether the submitted plan is sound, and we will discuss those proposed changes as we go along. So we would ask the council is proactive with the proposed changes, make sure we cover them all as we go along. And the same applies to anyone who's objecting to the plan and suggested changes that you may have brought with you. So we will ask about proposed modifications as we go through each agenda on each matter. At this stage, it's also worth thinking about whether any further sustainability appraisal work is necessary. Again, to all participants, please be proactive, try and help us along and flag these things up. As the hearing progresses, we will request that the councils prepare a running schedule of any changes that you propose, keeping a note of whether you support or have no objections to, and then they can all be consolidated into a single schedule in plan order, usually within 1 to 2 weeks of the final hearing session. So we're happy for you to show the additions as underlined and deletions as struck through, and we will need to see that draft schedule before it reaches its consultation stage. So we have a guidance note, IN2, so that outlines the procedures to be followed at the hearing sessions, the way in which written representations will be dealt with, the availability of information, and the way we expect participants to conduct themselves and participate throughout the hearing sessions. The hearing programme has been published on the examination website. We intend to follow that as it's published. There are no immediate changes to the programme or participants. Often there are tweaks, usually around availability of participants, so we just ask everyone to keep an eye on that examination website for any updates of information or changes to the programme. For the timings, the sessions will run from 9:30 to round about 11, and then we'll take a short comfort break till about 11:20, and then we'll run through to about 1 o'clock. Take a lunch break, and then from 2, again with a lunch break, with a break about 3:30, and hopefully we will finish no later than 5, although we may need to be a little bit flexible about that depending on where we've got to with the agenda. That's our broad outline of how we would like the sessions to run. So the hearing sessions themselves will be the form of a structured discussion, which we will lead, generally following the agenda based on the matters, issues and questions paper, which you will have already seen. We'll both be in attendance at all hearing sessions. We'll invite people to speak at particular times, but if you have something to contribute at an appropriate part of the discussion, if you could indicate your wish to speak by tipping your nameplate on its end, and we will do our best to bring you in at that point. Please do note that you'll only be able to allow to contribute if you've made a duly submitted representation on a particular issue, so do bear that in mind. And due to the large number of participants that we have around the table, we'd ask for everyone's help in trying to be as efficient as possible with time. We have read all of your statements and representations, so if you could be as concise and specific as possible, there's no need to repeat large sections of statements and representations. If we or other participants have raised a point which you were going to make, then it's not necessary to repeat that. And also, given the number of people around the table, it's particularly important that questions come through us rather than directly across the table. We do need to all respect each other and allow people to speak and finish their points. We're content if you wish to highlight certain parts of your statement or other documents that form part of the examination, and if you could give document references, page and paragraph numbers, that would be particularly helpful to us. Now, there are quite a number of matters, issues and questions. but there may be some of those which we now have enough information based on what we've received so far, so there may be little or no discussion on those, so we won't necessarily be going through every single question. So these are the Part 1 hearing sessions, which are programmed to last for 3 days. So we're going to cover the legal and procedural issues, duty to cooperate, the housing target requirement, the employment land requirement, and that's over the next 3 days. We're going to pencil in the autumn for further hearings for Part 2, and that depends on how Part 1 goes this week.
Okay, thank you. We have a bit of a double act going on here this morning. So in terms of what happens after the Part 1 hearing sessions, after this week we will reflect on the evidence that we've heard during these sessions and decide how to take things forward. We shall communicate this through the programme officer, and as my colleague said, keep an eye on the examination website for any updates. So just before we move on, I would like to say firstly that both of us have sat on the other side of the table in terms of preparing local plans, so we do appreciate just how much work goes into getting a plan this far. Never mind the supporting the hearing sessions themselves, so we do appreciate that. And also just to say, we're not here to catch you out. However, we do need to test the plan very thoroughly, and hopefully the council and all participants around the table will help us to do that. So, does anyone have any questions about anything we have covered so far in the opening announcements? Speak now if ever hold your peace. Okay. Just to mention, I have a bit of a blind spot here with the screen, so you may need to raise your hand and wave it around, and I think my colleague has a bit of a blind spot on that side. I will try and watch out for each other, but you might have to be a bit more obvious about it. So just to mention that. Okay, well, thank you very much. I understand the council would like to make an opening announcement.
Hello. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bee House and to our wonderful districts of South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse. My name is Tim O'Riea, and I'm the Head of Policy and Programmes here at South and Vale Councils. I am pleased to be the representative to introduce the South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse Joint Local Plan 2041 for examination. The submitted draft Joint Local Plan is a culmination of the work over the past few years. It follows the steps we have taken since both councils, South Oxfordshire and Vale of White Horse, took the bold decision to prepare a new Joint Local Plan in March 2021, instead of continuing with individually adopted plans. Our joint work has resulted in a plan that will set policy requirements for new development to follow, leading to more sustainable development in each district, covering a plan period of 2021 to 2041. This is a joint plan that will not only meet identified needs, but also secure nature recovery, more affordable housing, a substantial response to climate change, in particular to address embodied carbon for the first time, and protect valued landscapes, all important new gains for each district. So why did we undertake a joint local plan? To start by giving some context, our two districts of South and Vale are very similar geographically. Both are mainly rural districts, neighbouring Oxford, with the River Thames running through, and large parts covered by two national landscapes of chalk hills and woodland. Our location, its assets, and our people bring together many exciting opportunities like nationally important employment, 2 enterprise zones, and 3 garden communities being planned for and expanded with government funding. Achieving a single spatial strategy for South and Vale in the Joint Local Plan brings advantages, like planning better for Didcot Carden Town, which spans across both districts, and for the area called Science Vale, which contains advanced science, space and engineering campuses, many of which are spin-offs from Oxford University or from government investment in fusion and artificial intelligence research. And it's not just innovation in big science here. We also embrace innovation in how we do planning. Not only are we a shared service, preparing a joint local plan, but we are also known for piloting new government initiatives. The councils were front runners for neighbourhood planning and now have a significant number of 57 made neighbourhood plans, 37 in South Oxfordshire and 20 in Vale, that form part of the council's development plan. We have a strong record of empowering local communities to deliver better planning outcomes. We embrace the opportunity to help communities make neighbourhood plans, and our new joint local plan leaves space for that valuable work. To help businesses grow and flex rapidly, we have adopted 2 local development orders, including one for Milton Park, where we are sitting today, where we offer a 10-day turnaround for planning approvals under the LDO. We believe no other council in the country is working like this. We are also ambitious for climate and nature recovery. This plan sets out to tackle, for the first time, embodied carbon as well as net zero. We'd like to be national leaders here, knowing that we have the right conditions and development viability to do this. So if not here, then where? On engagement, we had an ambition from day one to write the plan in plain English and for this to be the most accessible plan developed by the councils. This has been well received. Our innovative consultations, interactive mapping and digital planning methods developed in-house by our talented team led us to be finalists for 3 national awards and to be awarded highly commended at the Planning Resource 2024 Awards. During the course of the plan's preparation, we held 35 engagement sessions with councillors, with significant input from council leaders, cabinet members and elected members from all parties. In September 2024, the draft plan received unanimous support from all elected councillors at both district councils to progress towards submission. This full cross-party support for a local plan shows a level of endorsement that few councils can match, a truly remarkable achievement and a testament to the positive approach and dedication of the officers, primarily from the planning policy team, working diligently with other internal teams, services and external partners on this programme. The focus for this new joint local plan has been on providing a unified set of policies for the 2 districts, raising quality standards for the existing plan development, meeting development needs in full, and on securing the necessary infrastructure. While we are of course guided by the NPPF, our joint local plan delivers council priorities for each council. It means the new higher policy obligations, underpinned by an extensive evidence base and viability assessment, will come forward to help ensure we get good development as a result. This is a forward-looking plan for securing a sustainable future for each district. We recognise the context for our work is changing. By way of illustration, the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor is a renewed focus, and the area will host the first artificial intelligence growth zone in the UK at Culham. Local government reorganisation is on the horizon, and from April 2028, we expect to be in a new authority with new partners, within a new local plan geography, with a new spatial development strategy above that. But that doesn't mean we should wait. Indeed, the government wants councils to speed up plan production and is accelerating the plan making process through planning reforms well ahead of that. In response, and also remaining true to the vision of the plan from the outset, we were in prime position to positively progress our plan making to allow us to utilise the proposed transitional arrangements of the new NPPF to continue our preparation under its predecessor, and so avoid any disruption in our timetable for putting the plan in place. We worked under the transitional arrangements and submitted in December 2024. This means the joint local plan is now being examined under the December 2023 version of the MPPF. Subject to this examination and adoption of the joint local plan, the councils will start work on a new plan to address national policy requirements at that time. On one critical issue, the duty to cooperate, we have pursued significant and deep engagement with all neighbours on a wide range of cross-boundary matters, extending beyond strategic matters, strictly subject to that duty. Our voluminous published evidence illustrates this. We know that this is an issue that will be explored during these hearing sessions. Our two councils want to make crystal clear our strong commitment to housing and infrastructure delivery. We have a strong track record of planning new development. Under the Oxfordshire Housing and Growth Deal, all of the Oxfordshire councils, including our own, committed to plan for 100,000 new homes by 2031, and we did this. This joint local plan carries that momentum forward, identifying ample land to meet our requirements, plus the agreed needs of our neighbour Oxford, with a healthy surplus to assist with deliverability. In total, the plan provides for around 40,000 homes, well above the quantified requirements for South and Vale, which are around 16,500 and 14,500 respectively. Similarly, the quantum of planned employment land comfortably exceeds the employment land requirements. With many allocated strategic sites scheduled to deliver for many years beyond the planned periods of the adopted plans, there has been no need to identify further new greenfield sites in the joint local plan, although we have proposed an expanded allocation on brownfield land at one of our 3 garden communities. We are not just planning for numbers on paper. We are backing it up with real infrastructure. A prime example is the major HIF1 infrastructure scheme now approved by the Secretary of State, which will unlock planned growth across Science Vale, around Culham and Didcot. In partnership with government, we have secured funding for roads and transport improvements, schools and other critical infrastructure to ensure that new housing is delivered hand in hand with the facilities and services our communities require. We, like many other council areas, face challenges like traffic congestion, air pollution, flooding, climate change, water scarcity, and an ageing sewage treatment infrastructure to solve as part of the planning puzzle. We believe we've struck the right balance. Our councils are doing everything in our power to make Great Places, not only allocating and permitting development, but ensuring infrastructure will be in place to support that development. So this is a local plan that we believe is right for the 2 districts of South Oxfordshire and the Vale of White Horse. We believe it to be a plan that meets the test of soundness. It is a plan that has been positively prepared. It demonstrates extensive, innovative consultation and engagement with both our communities and other public bodies. Is justified by evidence and testing, and as our viability assessment shows, is deliverable too. Effective, that this is a joint plan that will deliver homes and jobs, and also shows consistency with national policy. Our 2 councils have a clear, united voice today. We are proud of this plan. We are resolute in our commitment to deliver development with policies that address critical issues like climate change, that seek to restore nature and deliver genuinely affordable low-carbon homes alongside the necessary supporting infrastructure. In short, the joint local plan is about building sustainable communities for the future, and we stand before you confident in its merits and committed to getting on with turning the joint local plans proposals into reality. We look forward to explaining our plan over the next few days and to reconvening later in the year to complete this examination. Thank you again for the opportunity to introduce the plan.
Thank you. Could I ask that the council's statement is on the examination website, please? Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move into matter 1. If everyone's ready to move into matter 1. So, there is an agenda for matter 1, which is legal and procedural matters. Does everyone have a sight of the agenda? Good. So, as we said in our opening a few moments ago, we'd like to remind everyone taking part in the discussion that we have read all of your representations and statements relating to matter 1. So the hearing sessions are not an opportunity to submit anything further unless we request so. So we're going to go through the agenda in order, but before we start the agenda, I would like to ask participants to introduce themselves to us and to everyone else in the room. And I'm going to begin with the councils, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. We'll do it starting with me simply because I happen to be on the end of the row. My name's Michael Bedford, King's Counsel. I'm providing legal support to the Council's team, but I'm hoping that most of the speaking will be done by the officers because I think they're the people you probably want to hear from more than the lawyers.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Lane. I head up the Joint Local Plan. I'm a team leader at the South and Vale Councils. Good morning.
Hello, Lucy Murfitt. I'm the policy manager. I would say I have some colleagues behind. We're going to do a bit of hot desking.
Yes, good morning. I'm Rosalind Beattie and I'm a Senior Planning Policy Officer for South and Vale.
Good morning, I'm Emma Wright. I'm a Principal Planning Policy Officer. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Tom Rumble from Wolf Bond Planning, Chartered Town Planner, representing Blore and Hallam Land.
Good morning, Mark Owen from Stantec, Planning Associate here representing University of Reading.
Good morning, David Bainbridge Savills, representing Bolney Court Inc.
Good morning. Daniel Lampard, Senior Director from Litchfields, representing Vistry and Taylor Wimpey. I'll be hot desking my colleague Bethan Haynes, who's sitting behind me. Thank you.
Good morning, Francesca Parmenter from David Locke Associates, representing Hallam Land.
Good morning, Sam Perkins from Define Planning Design, representing Bloor Homes.
Morning, Daniel Shah from One Planet Abingdon Climate Emergency Centre. I don't represent them, but I work there.
Good morning, Alison Tiro, CBRE, representing the Shotover Estate and Holton Estate and Prologis.
Good morning, Stephen Sensical, consultant at Carter Jonas, representing CEG.
Good morning, Peter Canavan, Carter Jonas, representing, I believe it says various clients. I won't go through the list now.
Alison Jones from Boyer Planning, representing Crowdace Homes.
Hello, I'm Jeanette Camps-Walsh from the only parish council here, which is Beckley and Stowood.
Good morning, Mark Schmull from Arrow Planning, representing Summix.
Good morning, David Murray Cox from Turley, representing David Orson Homes, Bewley Homes and A2 Dominion.
Good morning, Shona Davis, instructed by Turley and on behalf of a number of clients.
Good morning, Tim Burden, also from Turley, representing Rainier, Redrow and Gleeson today.
Good morning, Martin Carter. I'm a barrister and I'm instructed by Gladman Developments Limited.
Hi, I'm Megan Streets at Gladman Developments Limited.
Good morning, Sarah Hamilton-Foyne from Pegasus Group, representing Christchurch and Dorchester.
Hello, Paul Tucker, KC, wearing two hats. First hat, Dorchester and Christchurch. Second hat, Homes England.
Good morning, Tom Vernon from Quad, representing Homes England.
Good morning, my name is Chris Young and I represent Blaw's various interests from a legal perspective.
Annie Jingle from Turley, representing Blaw's.
Morning, Simon Bird, KC, representing Oxford City Council.
Sarah Harrison, Planning Policy at Oxford City Council.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're going to start on the agenda for matter 1 with the plan preparation. I would say at the beginning we may have more questions for some participants, possibly more for the councils at times. So that's for us to try and find out information or explore a little bit further. So please don't read anything particular into that. We're just exploring the evidence and what people are saying. So on the agenda, we start with plan preparation, the local development scheme. So in the council's response, I see that the timetable in the LDS for the plan's milestones made it clear that the dates following submission are obviously subject to change with the examination. So in that regard, it's fairly obvious that the LDS will require some update. To the council first, at what stages during the plan preparation was the LDS updated?
It has been updated with the most recent update taking place last year to represent the change in circumstance in terms of the submission date. There was a more substantial change in relation to the change in scope when the Oxfordshire 2050 plan. If it would be helpful, we could produce a timeline of those amendments of when the LDS was updated, if that would be useful to yourselves.
Yes, please, that would be helpful. Just very briefly, bullet points will be absolutely fine. Thank you. So during the preparation of the LDS, were there any key slippages that you noted that you had to resolve?
Not slippages as such. Obviously, we've had various events taking place during the preparation, which we have had to adapt to, and that is primarily related to the cessation of the Oxfordshire 2050 plan. And we obviously then needed to reflect on that in terms of then the scope of what needed to then be brought into the plan in terms of housing requirement, employment requirements, and effectively the spatial strategy, which would have been guided by that higher level plan. We have ensured that the milestones have been kept up to date ahead of key consultation milestones, and that's been then, we've ensured that version control has been, the latest version has always been available on both of our websites. Both South and Vale have separate websites which we monitor and keep up to date.
And in terms of what governance arrangements have the councils got for internal approvals? Have you got delegated authority or committee approvals for the plan making stages?
Yes, there is a document on our website which sets out the governance arrangements which we developed when we decided to do the joint local plan, and that sets it all out very clearly. We have kind of non-decision-making steering group and all council round table sessions, and then for any formal approvals we have either a cabinet member delegated authority, cabinet or full council. So the key stages of the plan have been through those processes.
Thank you for that. I can see some Toblerones that have gone up. If I can look to Savills first, I'll just move sort of right to left.
Thank you. Before I raise my point, may I ask how you would like to be referred to?
That's very kind of you, thank you. We respond to most things, really. Inspector, Dr. Bust. The only thing you will appreciate, we don't refer to ourselves by first names.
Yes, certainly. I'm used to the convention of Ma'am, so if that would be acceptable, Ma'am.
That's absolutely fine.
Thank you very much indeed. So in terms of the question, it asks in respect of compliance with Section 19(1) of the 2004 Act. And our hearing submission is along the lines that the timeline has been adhered to, albeit updated during the process, which is understandable. That's quite typical for such matters. But what is particularly relevant is subsection 1B, because there are a number of limbs to section 1, and they don't all refer to the timeline or the period in respect of the content of the local development scheme. Section 1B, if I may just read it briefly, Ma'am. Each local planning authority must identify the strategic priorities for the development and use of land in the authority's area. Now, Ma'am, this will come up within this session and further sessions, but what we say is that the authorities have identified the strategic priorities, but they haven't necessarily planned for them. And that is a relevant nuanced point in respect to section 19(1)(b). Thank you.
Thank you. Just in terms of we're talking about plan preparation and the local development scheme. It's the timetable that we're just talking about at this point in the agenda. I do appreciate a lot of you have got a lot of different points, and you'll be keen to make them, and we're happy to hear them. If we can just try and keep the agenda fairly tight, it will mean that we can get through all matters efficiently. There wasn't. It's gone down, the Toblerone. Are you content for now? Okay. Right, so moving on to the topic of consultation, I think we will take this section, MIQ 1.2 to 1.6, as a collective, rather than break it down too far. So in terms of the compliance with the statement of community involvement to start with, I think I'd just like to hear from the council first. If you could summarise the methods that you used for consultation to sort of set the scene, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Of course. So we used a wide range of methods throughout the consultation and publication of the joint local plan. These involve digital forms where we set out to be innovative, using websites that are interactive, and digital mapping and different ways to access the content for the consultations. We also made sure that we had methods that would be accessible to people without internet access. So we used posters and hard copies in deposit locations such as libraries or community buildings throughout the districts, and of course in our own council offices. We also held in-person events during the Regulation 18 Part 2 consultation, the preferred options consultation, and this provided another opportunity for those who might prefer a different format to online. And we sought to be inclusive and innovative in these methods, and they are further set out in our Regulation 22 consultation statement, which is CSD 10, as well as the preferred options consultation statement, which is LPP 07.2, sorry, and also the issues results document, which is LPP 14.
Thank you. And in terms of your consultation database, how do you keep that up to date to make sure you've got the right contacts for the right people, and say email addresses and details are up to date?
Yes, so we obviously need to keep that up to date. So this is something we work closely with our community engagement team to make sure we've got all up to date email addresses and contact information. So we need to do a manual task to add those who have requested to be informed at later stages. So if someone requests to be informed in preferred option stage, we need to manually make sure that's in place. We also keep up to date with the latest council-wide database for our town and parish councils as well. And then we use our mailing system, which is MailChimp, to identify if there have been any emails which have not been delivered. And then we go through and individually seek out alternative contacts for any of those instances.
Yes. Now, I understand the Beckley and Stowood Parish Council had concerns about the publicity, the reliance on email, completing web-based forms and such like. Would you like to make your points now?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I did do quite a comprehensive response in the hearing statement, so I won't go over that again. But basically, it all, particularly the Regulatory 19 consultation, which is so important, I think really the proof of the pudding is in the eating. I am the only parish council representative here. This plan really affects the existing residents. At the last examination in public of the SODC local plan, there were lots of residents and parish councils who spoke at the meeting and submitted hearing statements, and now I'm the only one. So I think the consultation failed. I don't agree with the comments about the database. In my case, I obviously haven't seen the whole of the database. In my case, they really made a mess of it. And I've sent the screenshots in the hearing statement. I'm very concerned that in our parish and in other parishes, there are a number of people who don't have email or internet access, and that they did not know about the consultation. The way the consultation was publicised, normally in Oxford City Council's consultation and previous ones, it says quite clearly as the subject of the email or whatever communication you're using, this is a public consultation for you to respond to. It didn't say that. It said that next steps for SODC. Now, we get hundreds and hundreds of emails from various organisations, including the councils, with their newsletters. So that's what it looked like. And we have always made a point, because our residents are very much involved in this. One of the strategic allocations surrounds 20% of our residents. So they are very, very concerned and exercised about what happens in this plan. And so we normally the parish council normally takes the trouble to publicise it to our parishioners and advises them to respond. But in this case, we only had 6 days to do that. So the publicity was poor. We didn't have any posters in our parish, as far as I was concerned. I mean, it's fine putting them up in council offices, but how many people go to council offices to see whether there's a consultation on a local plan going on? I mean, not very many at all. So, and as I say, the proof of the pudding really is that I'm the only person here representing residents, and it does affect residents. And we are very concerned about what's going on, and we're not. It's not really fair and balanced that we're not here representative better. I think that's about all I'd want to say, unless there's anything more detail. But I did put a lot of detail in my hearing statement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anything the council would want to respond to on that particular collection of points?
So we did thoroughly investigate the matters raised by Ms Camps Walsh through our formal complaints system, and we provided written responses on the 15th of November and the 22nd of January regarding these concerns. And obviously we take them very seriously, as we know we do have a duty to make sure that our consultation is reaching as many people as possible. Through this investigation, we found that we had used a wide media mix, and that we were satisfied that we didn't, that our engagement methods were not prejudicing anybody who do not have access to the internet, We also found that our we had a 100% delivery rate for email notifications sent to our database, and therefore that would have given the appropriate amount of time, 6 weeks from being notified, to respond. On the messaging, our email did highlight the deadline, although we of course welcome to take on board constructive feedback for how we can improve our messaging in the future, but ultimately we concluded that the processes and methods used to publicise the joint local plan at the Regulation 19 publication stage had been undertaken appropriately, proportionately and meaningfully, and in compliance with our statutory consultation requirements and the commitments outlined in our statement of community involvement.
Thank you. Just in terms of the sort of the digital, non-digital element of that, I appreciate it may not be a question you could answer right now, but just in terms of the proportion, did you get non-digital? So were forms available? Were people allowed to write letters and still engage in that way? Did you get many in that form?
So in total, we received 307 responses through our web form exclusively, and the remaining 253 respondents responded either via email, post, or a combination of email and the web form. I believe we received 3 postal letters, although I would want to confirm that. On all of our forms, so we had paper forms available at the deposit locations, and on our web form as well, we did have written that people were welcome to respond either via the web form, email, or our free post address. So there was no cost involved with sending a letter form back either.
Just picking up on the particular point raised by the parish council about it not being clear that it was a consultation, just referring to next steps rather than it being a consultation per se. What's the council's response to that?
So the Regulation 19 email was clear in terms of the information provided and action to be taken. And it had a large text banner saying the Joint Local Plan 2041, so it was clear what the communication was related to. It had stated clearly that this stage involves providing everybody with an opportunity to comment, and highlighted in bold was the deadline of Tuesday, the 12th of November 2024. A copy of the email can be found in the appendices to the Regulation 22 consultation statement. It is Appendix C, which can be found on page 32 of that statement, which is CSD 10. And with regards to the responses that we had to the Regulation 19 publication period, we did have 34 parish councils respond to that publication period as well. So we are content that the message reached its intended audience and people have had the opportunity to respond.
Now, I know there were some concerns about consultation in relation to the sustainability appraisal, but shall we keep those with the sustainability appraisal? Mr. Tucker, is it related to consultation to the plan generally?
Madam, I do have a point in relation to the sustainability appraisal with regard to Homes England. That's paragraph 2.4 of our statement. I'm happy to leave it to that point. But you did intimate these questions related to rolling together your questions, which include 1.6. So I have a point on 1.6. Appreciate you haven't asked anything of the council in relation to that yet, so I don't know whether you want me to wait or you want my point now in relation to 1.6. Thank you. So this is wearing a Dorchester Christchurch hat in relation to this, and this is page 1 of our representations. The question is, what evidence is there that in preparing the plan, the representations have been taken into account as required by Regulation 18.3? We have a point that there appears to be a big headline point that a representation hasn't been taken into account, and that relates to what is proposed to be allocation AS5, which is the land at Bayswater Brook, which is currently Strat 13. Strat 13 in the adopted local plan allocates the site for 1,100 units. On the 9th of October 2024, there was a resolution to grant by South Oxfordshire for the site for 1,450 dwellings and 120 units of assisted living. And our point's a really simple one. We have seen nowhere within the documentation that attention and thought has been given to uprating what is currently the 1,100 in Strat 13 to reflect the actual resolution of South Oxfordshire District Council for the resolved capacity of the site, which is obviously a greater figure. In addition, there was a representation that there was additional land which could be considered beyond the previous allocation to accommodate additional needs. Same point, we've not seen where that's been addressed, but the big ticket item is where the council has actually resolved to increase the capacity of a site in a development management context, why on earth hasn't that been considered in relation to rolling forward Strat 13 into what will become AS5? So in answer to the question, what evidence is that some representations have been taken into account? There would appear to be evidence that at least one pretty important representation hasn't been, and we've no idea why. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I just come to the council for a response, please?
Of course. So we did take account of representations received during Regulation 18 consultations. This is outlined in our consultation statements, particularly the preferred options consultation statement and the issues consultation statement, and these demonstrate compliance with Regulation 18 Part 3 and Regulation 22 Part 1C. In these consultation statements, they summarise the main issues raised and the detailed changes which were made to the policies. We would say the requirement to take representations made under Regulation 18 is not necessarily a requirement to implement every request in every representation, as this would be an impossible task where representations naturally conflict with each other. So ultimately, we are required to create a plan that is sound, and so we have many things to take into account, but we are content with the way that representations have been taken into account, that it is, our approach has been compliant with the regulations. With the specific points about policy AS5, we have summarised the main issues raised at Regulation 18 Part 2, so in our preferred options consultation, and we summarised those and how they were taken into account on pages 177 to 184 of the preferred options consultation statement, which was LPP 007.2.
Madam, could I just add a small point on that, which I think is just on the chronology. Obviously, Regulation 18.3 relates to taking into account the representations made at the Regulation 18 stage. That was the preferred option stage in January of 2024. And at that stage, obviously, the resolution that Mr. Tucker has referred to in relation to an individual planning application is subsequent to that, and chronologically, it simply wasn't, as it were, a stated fact at the time of the Regulation 18 consultation. Whether or not there's an issue about the soundness of Strat 5 is a different sorry, not Strat 5, AS5 is a different issue, but on simply regulatory compliance with Regulation 18.3, we would suggest with respect that the issue of the resolution is a red herring.
Thank you. I think it's a timeline issue, isn't it, of when that resolution, I think, Mr. Tucker, you said October 2024, didn't you?
9th of October 2024, that's bottom of page 1.
Yes, so I think it's the timeline in terms of when do you start updating the plan prior to submission, isn't it?
Indeed, Madam, I say I'm quite happy to acknowledge, as it were, that when we talk about the soundness of the allocations and as to whether they should be updated or not to reflect any changes of circumstance, that is, you know, a legitimate matter that one can talk about in that context. But with respect, it cannot go to the question of compliance with Regulation 18.3, which is dealing with taking into account representations made at an earlier stage back in January, and therefore not able to take into account what might have been the position in October.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker.
Madam, I'm seeking to test your patience by coming back in relation to a point, because that's not a point that's been made hitherto. With respect, it really is a non-point. Yes, it is of course right that the 9th of October follows on and is later in the year from the Reg 18 threshold, as it were, but the point is a very simple one. The issue of the capacity of the site was live. The application had been live for about 2.5 years by that stage. Capacity was not an issue at that stage. There were technical issues, specifically with regard to utilities, for example, at that stage, but not about capacity. So I'm afraid the suggested technical knockout is not a technical knockout. One of the themes that you will hear wearing both hats today is a failure, it would appear, for there to be liaison between the forward planning teams and the development management teams in relation to this particular plan. And this is just symptomatic of that. It's not a knockout point when capacity of the site was acknowledged to be capable of being significantly greater than that which has been rolled forward in AS5, which was our point at the appropriate time for representations. So I don't accept what Malona Friend has just suggested, that there's somehow a technical chronological knockout point. But you'll form your own view.
Thank you. Is there anything further you want to finish with that? I'd like to move on.
Sorry, could I comment? Because Land North of Bayswater Brook is the strategic site in our parish, and I'm very familiar with it. I'd like to make a couple of points. Firstly, I disagree with the gentleman here. There are some quite serious technical points to do with the numbers. The Environment Agency are opposed to this because of flooding, sewage and contaminated land. It says in the current local plan that the numbers for the housing are 1,100 minimum, so it doesn't discount an uplift if that's what people want. And there are also serious concerns and a complaint with the local government ombudsman on that decision by SODC Planning Committee, because they were not given the full information about the Environment Agency's objections. So that's ongoing at the moment.
Thank you. Just in terms of site-specific matters, I would like to keep those to a session on site-specific matters. I appreciate a lot of people have got interest in sites, and it would be tempting to draw yourself into talking about sites, but if we can try and keep to the matters on the agenda, and we'll deal with the high-level legal and procedural points. Thank you. To the council again, please. The consultation was the methods were consistent across both council areas, weren't they? They were, so therefore the two districts were treated equally in that sense. Now, as I say, we'll deal with site-specific allocation details and updates as appropriate in another session. And of course, any written representations from people who are not participating or not providing hearing sessions, we will be taking account of those at Regulation 19 stage anyway. Now, on the agenda, I've also got submitted proposed modifications document. Now, there are a couple of points there. I understand the council didn't undertake consultation on those prior to submitting the plan, the proposed modifications document.
Yes, that's correct. I think, as you outlined earlier in your opening announcements, I think it's a practice to present a list of proposed changes to the published plan at the point of submission, which is in paragraph 1.6 of the Plan Inspectorate's procedure guide for local plan examinations. That's acknowledged there, and similarly, as you said earlier, and in paragraph 6.7 to 6.10 of that same piece of guidance, that outlines the usual sort of proceedings around how those modifications that are recommended by the inspectors would be consulted upon in due course.
Thank you. Just out of interest, sometimes consultation is undertaken. Did the councils consider doing any short consultation on the proposed modifications, or did you just wish to proceed to submission?
No, it wasn't considered, given the extent of the modifications that were suggested, that it was a requirement of the regs or necessary at that stage.
Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you, Ma'am. In respect to the question, which is whether there's substantive evidence or failure to comply with the SCI, we have identified that there's a section within the SCI which is entitled How We Will Consult. But it doesn't include within that section the timing for the consultation. And the reason we raise this and other participants raise this also is in respect of the sustainability appraisal consultation. And Ma'am, it may be that you wish to take this in a subsequent question or indeed matter per se, but just to identify that it's difficult, therefore, to hold the authorities to account when the SCI doesn't identify the timing for the consultation. And just to finish this particular point, of course, you're aware that submission of the plan was made on the 9th of December 2024, and consultation began on the SA on the 6th of December 2024 through to the 17th of January this year. Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. Did the council want to make any comment?
Madam, could I just briefly respond first? Clearly, the examination is an examination into the plan, not an examination into the Statement of Community Involvement, which has already been adopted and has not been challenged. So concerns about the content of the SCI, with respect, in my submission, fall outside of this examination. So far as the issue about the addendum and the consultation on it. I would suggest that's better picked up when we're talking about the SA issues.
There was another point about the policies map, and I think that was Lower Shiplake owners in their statement. They were concerned that the policies map was incomplete because it didn't illustrate an area of unstable land, which underpins one of the policies within the plan. I'm not seeing any participant on this, but just to clarify the point, the council will be aware of that concern. Have you got any response, please?
Yes, so that written statement was relating to the Cast Susceptibility Hazard Map, which supports policy CE12. This was included in the Policies Map Plus, which sits within the Emerging Policies Map interactive version itself, which is CSD02, as well as the Emerging Policies Map booklet on pages 25 to 26, and that's CSD 02.3. And that booklet contains additional layers that, if we'd shown them all overlaid on the same policies map, it would have made the maps impossible to read. So that was a decision for legibility of the policies map. Therefore, I think the proposed submission documents were available to support policy CE12 at the publication stage.
Okay, let's move on. So strategic priorities. I think I'll take strategic priorities and policies together, because trying to divide these and break it down, often you end up talking about the same thing twice. So, for the interest of efficiency, so let's look at question 1.7. So this is a policy to address the strategic priorities. So I note from the council's response that you've illustrated your strategic priorities through the vision and objectives. And you've got 11 chapters of policies grouped in themes around these. That's how you structured the plan. Now, whilst the detail of the vision and objectives will be discussed in more detail at a separate session, at this stage, it's about trying to establish whether the councils have defined their strategic priorities and whether there are policies, therefore, in the plan to address that. And this is important because it's section 19(1)(b) of the Planning Compulsory Purchase Act, which also follows through into international policy, of course, in a couple of paragraphs there. So I'd like to understand from the council first, before turning to other participants around the table, how did the councils choose their strategic priorities, and how do they specifically relate to that section 19(1)(b) of the Act and national policy?
We sort of refer to our written statement in that regard. We've set it out quite clearly in terms of the objectives forming the strategic priorities. And then in the table, in our response to table 1.7.2, we clearly set out the priorities and the linkages to the chapters where the policies are set out. In thinking about how we brought forward those policies to address the priorities, those were things that formed sort of I guess the golden threads of what our plan's all about. In effect, those are the priorities brought forward from the objectives of the councils.
And to what extent did some of those priorities change from previous plans? Is there a difference between plans that you've existing adopted plans and the emerging joint plan that we've got here?
Yes. Yes, so the new strategic priorities obviously came out of lots of work we did with our members and thinking about the circumstances of this plan, the time and the area that it would cover, and that's some of the early work that we did with our all-councillor roundtable and steering group to identify what the strategic priorities were and the right approach to take. And yeah, we that was informed by the council's corporate plans as well. And also, sorry, I should say the Oxfordshire strategic vision was a key element in shaping what we did, which had been agreed by all of the authorities in Oxfordshire as the right way forward.
Thank you. Looking for Toblerones, and there are going to be some when I look around the room. Mr. Tucker, you went up first, and then Ms. Camps-Walsh, I'll take you second.
Thank you, and I promise not to mention AS5 in this observation. Can I also say I may not have to say very much indeed about this. We think that we, wearing a Dorchester Christchurch hat, don't think that the plan contains appropriate policies, and that's for the reasons we set out at pages 2 to 4 of our representation, which looks into what are said to be the policies which then do, in the council's view, address those strategic priorities. But I suspect that the reasons we set out in those pages are really part 2 points rather than part 1 points. I understand what you're looking for at the moment is really, are there such policies identified, and then you'll investigate that later on in the process. In which case, Madam, I'll say nothing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Ms. Camps-Walsh.
Thank you. If you look at the priority issues that were identified by members of the public, the first priority, voted for by 30.9%, was protecting the countryside. There are no policies about protecting the countryside in this plan, and in fact, 2,000 acres of greenbelt land have been given up to develop new sites. The second priority was climate change, and 24.5% voted for that. And in the climate change section, there are basic things missing, like that new developments should have solar panels on, and preserving what's there already rather than bashing things down and building something new. But the classic one, I think, is that there is an objective for using brownfield non-green belt sites first, and yet the only non-green belt brownfield site, which was a strategic development site, Chalgrove, is being taken out. So SODC is not complying with their own plan, and this is just ridiculous. And we've seen examples of it when granting outline plan permission on their local plan, that on land north of Braeswater Brook, the policies within Strat 13 that are inconvenient are just forgotten about. I mean, there's no point in us all sitting here working very hard on the local plan if it's then just ignored. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you, ma'am. We consider the plan does not contain appropriate policies to address the strategic priorities for the reason that we're given within our examination hearing statement, and in particular by reference to paragraphs 17 and 20 of the December 23 framework, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. I'll just come back to the council for any any comments that you wish to make on any of those points that have been raised by the two participants?
Nothing really. Obviously, other people would like the plan to have different priorities and different objectives and different policies, but this is the plan that the Council's developed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms Campus Walsh, your Toblerone's still up. Thank you very much. So just moving on to the identification of strategic policies. So we're question 1.8 and 1.9. Now, from the Council's response, you've identified the strategic policies in an appendix, in Appendix 2, which contains a table with three columns: policy number, policy title, and whether it's strategic or non-strategic. Now, there are a lot of policies in that list that are strategic and not so many that are non-strategic. Appreciate that this is a joint plan, so there are a lot of potential issues. So a joint plan is likely, on balance, to contain a higher proportion of strategic policies by nature of its scope and its remit, and also noting what plans it's designed to replace. You know, I note that you say that you could vary the shading on that non-strategic, or distinguish them in some other way, but visual presentation, to be honest, is a matter for the councils and would be an additional modification in any way. I think having so many strategic policies in some ways it undermines the value of the strategic. I understand where you've sort of drawn from the neighbourhood plan guidance and sort of looked at that of considerations, but it would seem quite a low bar to just pick one of those things in the list for it to then equal strategic. Thinking about what the NPPF does say in paragraph 28, it talks about non-strategic includes suggestions of infrastructure, community facilities, conserving and enhancing natural environment, historic environment and things. And we've examined other plans elsewhere where there have been a considerable number of strategic policies, and it's more that word strategic is really trying to get to the high level big ticket items, to coin a phrase that Mr. Tucker used earlier, ticket items. So I think we've reflected on those plans that we've examined, and also the number of strategic policies that we've seen here.
Perhaps just by way of illustration, just to draw out one of the policies which is highlighted as strategic, is policy DE5, neighbouring amenity, which is a very traditional DM-style policy in terms of protecting, from any adverse impacts on neighbouring properties in terms of loss of privacy, daylight, sunlight. I'm not saying that isn't important. Of course, it's important, but is it a strategic policy in the context of the NPPF? So I just wanted to draw that to attention. There are others, and I think it may be something that needs to be reviewed.
Madam, could I just comment briefly in your deliberations on that? You will see that at paragraph 1.9.3 of our Matter 1 statement, we did, as it were, pose the question, indirectly I suppose, but whether it would help you to see the further work that we had done as part of our working before we produced the joint local plan, which tried to provide more explanation as to why we'd categorised the policies as either strategic or non-strategic. And I say we floated that at 1.9.3. And I don't think that we'd had a kind of, as it were, a clear indication as to whether you would find that helpful or not helpful to your deliberations. But if I can, in a sense, repeat that offer, that if that's an issue where you think that there may be, as it were, too many strategic policies, or at least you're not persuaded that those policies are all justifiably strategic, we think, in fairness, in the sense to the Council, it would be helpful for us to have the opportunity to provide you with that working. It's not new material, it was simply internal material that was prepared at the time, but it was thought to be, as it were, too detailed to include as a part of the submission evidence base. On the specific example that has been given, obviously you will appreciate that one of the important distinctions that strategic policies play is in terms of if neighbourhood plans are being prepared, then they do have to be consistent with the strategic policies. And so one then poses the question of, well, if one didn't have that particular policy as a strategic policy, could it potentially allow for neighbourhood plans which took an approach to the protection of residential and other amenities which might not actually be an appropriate one because there wasn't a framework being provided by the plan's content. I say I can see there are obviously going to be the scope for lots of views about that, but I think that we would think that if you were, I say, to suggest that as a matter of soundness that the number of strategic policies needed to be edited down, before you came to that conclusion, I think we would invite you to consider our workings, which provided that little bit more explanation as to what our thought processes were at that stage.
Thank you. Yes, we did note that in the statement, but rather than correspond through the programme officer at the time, we thought we'll wait until the hearing is open so everyone is fully aware of that. Certainly the workings out would be appreciated. To understand the logic, as you can understand from our position, seeing a list of strategic, non-strategic, yes, I understand that a little bit about how you've done it. It might have been helpful to have submitted that at the time, but we are happy to receive that via the programme officer as soon as you are able to just dig that one out of wherever it is currently filed. We'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Just a general point. I'm not sure we covered it in the opening comments, but we're obviously keeping a list of action points. Is somebody from the council doing the same so we can compare notes and compile a running kind of commentary? Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Tucker.
Yes, Madam, this really isn't a big point from my client's perspective, but we make the point within the hearing statement, paragraph 1.8, that there appear to be, from our counting, 102 as the 106 policies are said to be strategic, only 4 non-strategic. Madam, you rightly drew attention to paragraph 28, which should inform the council's deliberation in responding. We'd also particularly draw attention to paragraph 21 of MPPF 2023, which says that strategic policies should be limited to those necessary to address the strategic policies, and they shouldn't extend to detailed matters. So there is actually a clear steer from the Secretary of State who can be taken to understand what the position is in relation to neighbourhood plans. As I say, not a big point from our perspective, but it's a helpful sense check to the Council's deliberations.
Thank you for that. I see from the clock it's now 11 o'clock. That's a useful point to take an adjournment for a comfort break. We will come back at 11:20 and we'll look at the plan period question. We're adjourned until 11:20. Thank you. It's 11:20. Let's resume the hearing session, and we've reached the question about the plan period, question 1.10. So I think we've received a wide range of comments about the plan period, extending the plan period from everything from an extra year to several years beyond. I think rather than sort of take everyone's point about the plan period in sequence, I'm going to say to the participants, is there anyone here today that is not here in the housing session and would like to make their point about the plan period now? And I say that because I think probably it's related very much to the housing session, and rather than potentially go over points more than once, it might be more effective. But if anyone is not down for the housing requirements session, matter 3, then we'd be happy to take points. But I'm not seeing any indication. So we'll take points relating to the plan period as part of the housing session, if that is acceptable to everyone. Not seeing any dissent or any concerns by that. I just have one question to the council in relation to the plan period. So the NPPF, you'll know, talks about strategic policies looking beyond a minimum of 15 years from adoption. Did the council consider a longer period than 15 years, or did you look at that in terms of identifying a minimum of 15 years?
I suppose I guess we would say we weren't anticipating adoption exactly to give us 15 years. It was slightly more than that. Did we think about extending it beyond that? No, we didn't.
I think we can take the more detailed points about the plan period tomorrow in terms of matter 3. I think as a general timing point, though, given that we're doing 2-part examination and we've outlined potentially the autumn for part 2, I think the timescale will be quite challenging to adopt in that time framework. It certainly could be. So I just want to throw that out there, just for the council to think about that in advance of tomorrow's session, just in terms of timescales. We did ask about governance arrangements. We often find that things get held up at the stage because things have to go to Cabinet, full council, etc. And that can slow things down as well. So just have a think about that. Happy to hear your immediate response. But I just want you to think about that for tomorrow's session.
Yeah, so we have got delegation to undertake the consultation on the main modifications. So we wouldn't need to go back to undertake any decision making through our councils on that regard. We have set out the timeline for our most recent adoption of our South local plan, and whilst we recognise it is a challenge, we are up for that challenge. But obviously, that's dependent on how the discussions go tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, I think the council needs to think about a plan B, if you like, just in case. So just have a think about that for tomorrow. Thank you.
I can see a Toblerone up.
Thank you. Just a couple of points on this point about the eagerness to get on with it, which comes across in the council's statement for today, and the reference to the adoption of the current South Oxfordshire local plan. I think you're told in the council's statement that it took 16 weeks post the end of those hearing sessions to adopt the plan. I just wanted to make a couple of points. They're not relevant to the matter 3 points necessarily, but they are relevant to that point. That plan was adopted in a very different situation. It was in the context of the Growth Board, a process that led to universal adoption of plans, no serious duty to cooperate concerns, cooperation on unmet needs and so on. It was in the context of the government's direction at the time that that plan should be adopted by December 2020. In relation to this plan, the authorities have long been aware matters that we'll come on to later today about the shortcomings, HRA and so on. And of course, and I know it won't, but the authorities' eagerness to get on with process shouldn't distract from your scrutiny.
Thank you for that. Does the council want to make any comment?
I don't think we were in any way trying to suggest that there shouldn't be the proper scrutiny of the plan in order to achieve the desired outcomes.
Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you, ma'am. I wonder if I may ask for clarification. When Mr. Lane was speaking, it was a little quiet at this end, and I didn't quite hear whether it was confirmation that both councils have delegated authority going forward for thank you, Mr. Lane, appreciate that nod. So delegate authority for consultation on made modifications. And also, may I ask the comment in respect of the councils to think about Plan B? Is that a request to think about that for the session tomorrow, ma'am?
Yes, it is, rather than put them on the spot today, just to allow them to have a think about it.
Thank you. I think in general terms for microphones, I know people are sharing microphones across the table, but occasionally if you're not close enough, it does seem a little quieter. So if people could just sort of lean into them, I think that would be helpful for everyone to hear. Right, question 11.11, climate change. So this is about ensuring the plan meets the legislative provisions for ensuring that the policies and the use of land in the planning authority's area contribute to the mitigation of and adaptation to climate change. So we've got a few comments on this matter. I'm going to turn to Mr. Scharf to lead us in this topic, and in particular, Mr. Scharf, what from your detailed statement, what precise change are you seeking? If you could keep that in mind as you explain your concerns to us, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I said I don't represent One Planet Abingdon Climate Emergency Centre, but I do work there, and I'm in the front line. I don't pretend I'm not a planner. Some people hide that fact. So I get first-hand comments about what the planning system shouldn't be doing about climate change in particular. And I don't want to be critical about one approach to meeting a housing crisis without offering positive approaches. And the conversation with, am I doing okay with the microphone? With Mr. Kemp about when I should appear at this hearing, he suggested today and not tomorrow. But some of my evidence will stray into tomorrow's housing debate, and I don't intend, well, if I'm here, I don't expect to be at the table. So when I mention housing, it is specifically because it is a major, one of the perhaps the most the easiest challenge to deal with in terms of our climate crisis, and that's what this local plan is about. Yes, it's about I use 25%. So we're talking housing, which is what I will be talking about mostly. We're talking about a very significant part of our terrestrial emissions. It's also, I should say, one of the easiest to deal with because we're looking at the other sectors like the military, building and use of, agriculture. National Farmers Union have retracted their 40% pledge. Manufacturing, they're still churning out fossil-based emissions. And transport is also one of the worst, but they do have some solutions. Housing, we should be, and some developers are up to the mark, are actually energy positive or carbon negative. They sequester more carbon than they emit, and that so far hasn't been the case. I should also say that this is a déjà vu all over again. This is the 8th inquiry within Oxfordshire that I've attended, and so far I've been ignored. And one of the times I attended, the inspector at lunchtime asked me, what was the act you were quoting? So I'm really grateful that you've put the act, the section, the relevant section of the act actually is the question. So we have come some way forward in the last, I think it's 8 years. So the question of soundness is important, obviously, to this inquiry. And I would say that the plan can't be found to be sound unless it deals effectively with the carbon emissions. That's because of the Act. It requires you to do it. And, of course, there's a difficulty with the word mitigation. Mitigation can't be as synonymous with reduce. That's nonsense. 100% to 90% is a reduction. It has to be meaningful, and meaningful means the current state of play. And the state of play currently is on a precipice. We're on the edge of catastrophe. So when you say meaningful reductions, which is mitigation, they have to show that we're not going to advance any further towards the cliff edge. Last inquiry was at, it suddenly occurred to me, we're talking about the NPPF. The NPPF is part of a package of government policies which have been rejected by the High Court. So I don't know, inspectors too, how you deal with a plan that has to comply with a national planning framework which is actually effectively deemed to be illegal. And until October this year, there won't be an answer to that. And the reason the NPPF is part of the package is because it's responsible for most of the development, which is major emitter of carbon emissions, and the transport. And part of where you put the houses also have consequences for transport. So how you deal with a plan has to comply with the NPF, and the NPPF is actually currently standing as illegal, is a quandary. And what I would invite you to do is write to Joanna Aveley and ask her, because you're not in a position to deal with that strategic matter, nationally important matter, because I don't know how you can deal with it when you have a lacuna. You have an obligation to comply with an illegal framework. You don't have any difficulty with the Act. The Act says this plan must be seen to mitigate, which means meaningful reductions of carbon emissions. So, having said I've dissed the NPPF, of course there are parts of the NPF which I support, and it's actually been the application of the NPF which is so disappointing. But 161, it does say that plans have to contribute to radical reductions in greenhouse gases, including the conversion of existing buildings, which is part of my case on housing. And secondly, plans should take proactive approach to mitigating and adapting to climate change. And again, the point about mitigation is it must be meaningful, otherwise it's pointless. And I hope we're not engaged in a pointless exercise as planners. So, yes, my housing case is that we should rely on subdivisions and make better use of existing housing stock. And in 1.9 of my hearing case, there are two academic papers. The first one claims that if we follow the course of housing policy, slightly improved because the council have relied on excellent consultancies on this, but if we rely on current housing policies of building and failure to adapt existing stock, we will exceed the carbon budget for the whole economy. Not for the housing economy, the whole economy. That's why we have to make a U-turn on housing policy. And the second paper draws conclusions about sufficiency. Sufficiency is part of the NPPF. Nobody ever uses it and quotes it and relies on it. But if you look at sufficiency in the NPPF, you don't actually have to build any new houses. Of course you do, because the housing stock isn't designed to meet existing needs. But in terms of quantity and sufficiency, no further buildings required. So that second paper talks about not a minimum housing amount, but a maximum housing amount, and that is about 30 square metres per person. That could be embedded into the plan. And Scientists for Global Responsibility have a sustainable lifestyle, and they also cite a 33 square metres per person as a fair lifestyle. If you don't do a fair lifestyle in this country, you're simply stealing from places in the world that haven't used their carbon to develop. And you're stealing from the future generations because what you use today, they can't emit tomorrow. So sufficiency is a really important concept, and it's in the NPPF for us to use. A significant part of my hearing statement actually is a lecture for myself and everybody who claims to be a chartered planner. I'm not going to read it to you. I'm sure you're familiar with what you're expected to do as a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. And it basically says there's a climate emergency, close to catastrophe isn't already one, and it's our professional duty to observe the guidance that the Institute puts out about prioritising climate change in all our actions, whether it's plan making or decision taking. So you can, if you know all that, which you should do, you don't have to read paragraphs 113 to 116. So I move into the housing debate and talk about residential subdivisions. But what's important, and I don't think it's recognised fully, I have to be careful because I think they're called the Net Zero Task Force, have done a fantastic job in supporting the council in this plan. But it's not just the houses, it's the services and infrastructure. So when you start talking about new settlements, you're probably talking about 60% extra carbon emissions than if you just built in brownfield sites. And if you divide a house into two, instead of knocking it down or building a new house, of course, you have an even more substantial reduction. So beware new settlements. And beware extensions to settlements, and concentrate on existing buildings and infrastructure, because you're not going to put, you're not going to build drains out of wood, basically, and sequester carbon when you build roads. It's not going to happen. Just a background, I say at 2.03, the 2021 census. Apologies, I didn't delve into that, but the 2011 census. These are extraordinary figures. Well, I still find them extraordinary when I rely on them. 60% of a housing stock has 2 spare bedrooms. 20% have 1 spare bedroom. That's 80% of the housing stock could be deemed to be underoccupied. So when you're talking about sufficiency, there is sufficient housing. There's never been more housing per capita in this country than there is today. 5% is overoccupied. It is 1 or 2 bedrooms short. So 80% is underoccupied. And if you look at the NPPF, you look at sufficiency, that is your guide. In this Vale of White Horse, 80% of the housing stock is currently underoccupied. I should say as an aside, I don't have the reference, Tamworth and Lichfield attempted, I don't think it was any more than that, as an argument in our housing appeal, and the inspector rejected it for lack of evidence. What we need is a plan to base our decisions on in this district that recognises underoccupation and the sufficient housing stock we already have. And that can go both ways. One, you have policies which support proactively or positively, as the soundness test says, subdivision of housing stock, but also reduce the supply of new. So it squeezes at one end the need to build, you dampen that down, and then you go back to the existing stock and make better use of it. By doing so, if you do a proactive, positive policy about subdivisions, you then include within those policies the need to do a deep energy refit. So, roughly speaking, I don't have the figures for the Vale. Perhaps the council did say 40,000. No, it was 40,000 new houses. Currently, we have 20 million houses at least, if not 25 million, that need a deep energy refit. If you subdivide houses, what you do, you actually occupy, you meet housing need, and you insulate space and fabric. You heat space and fabric, which is meeting housing needs. I'm afraid it's true that general housing is less efficient, it's occupied less efficiently, there's a greater under-occupation of general housing, and yet we have policies which only supply social housing as a percentage of general housing. So in the Vale and South, they have 40 and 50% requirements for affordable housing. So you have to, if you build 50 houses that are actually needed, you have to build 50 houses which aren't needed. They're just subject to demand in the open market. Those are going to breach the carbon budgets for the whole economy. So what we need a housing policy to simply focus on need. Social housing, housing for the elderly, they will have a carbon budget. They will require servicing and infrastructure. If you add on top of that another 50% of houses we don't actually need, carbon budgets are blown. God help the next generation. God help those people living in parts of the world that haven't got a carbon budget to use at all. Sorry, that was a bit unprofessional, but that's how I feel about this issue.
So, Mr. Scharf, is there something specific that you want to see as a change? We've heard lots about the case for subdivision and bits that go along with that. Is there a specific thing that you think that or how shall I rephrase this in a different way? How do you feel that the joint local plan fails to meet the legal provisions for that climate change requirement that I talked about? That's the adaptation to and the mitigation of climate change. So what changes would you like the plan to have included?
So I obviously didn't make myself clear. You have to reduce the allocation on new building because that is what is going to blow the carbon budget. But as I say, I don't want to be negative. I don't want to increase homelessness as much as it is actually addressed by that kind of development. So there is an alternative to new building, and that is the use of existing stock. And that is the argument of the NPPF about sufficiency. So the plan has to go back to the drawing board. You produce positively worded policies which don't just encourage but almost require housing stock to be subdivided. You heat and ventilate and insulate the space which is actually meeting housing needs. And to do that, because it's not going to happen voluntarily, you have to reduce the allocations. And then to meet the housing need, there is an incentive. And it have to be backed up with other incentives, not just policy. It'll have to be financial incentives as well to use existing stock efficiently. And I've relied on that academic paper from, I think it was from the LSE, that supports that. It's a sufficiency argument. And sufficiency is part of the NPPF. It might never have been relied on and used by anybody here, but it's in there. And if sufficiency is a surplus of housing for the population we currently have, that has to be dealt with. The planning system could do it. Of course, the NPPF, the presumption in the NPF is what? In favour of sustainable development. That didn't last beyond 2012 before somebody somewhere decided that was inconvenient. We have to rely on that presumption. The plan should rely on that presumption. It should be absolutely recognised the development that is currently promoted by this plan is unsustainable because of what it does to carbon emissions and blowing of planetary boundaries and carbon budgets. So until October, you might think you can rely on an NPPF, but it's been found to be illegal because it promotes housing, new house building to meet housing needs. It will not meet housing needs in that way without blowing carbon budgets. And that is contrary to that section of the Act, of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act. So you squeeze at one end and you produce at the other, and this plan does neither. I should say as an aside, and that is house extensions are doing us no favours at all in that regard, unless they are enabling subdivisions. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to the Council if you wish to respond to any of those points made by Mr. Scharf.
Yes, thank you. I'll introduce myself as well because I haven't spoken yet. I'm Juliet Evans. I'm a Principal Planning Policy Officer for the councils. So we appreciate that we are aiming to do all we can to tackle climate change through our joint local plan, and we are very ambitious in our approach to doing that, as seen and reflected in our policies throughout the plan. However, we have heard and understand the position that Mr. Scharf has put forward. However, to meet our housing requirement, it is necessary for us to allocate development sites within the plan. And the source of the supply cannot be met solely through subdivisions. The implications of such approach would be quite significant and would require a significant amount of CPOs, which would not be deliverable or would not be a reasonable alternative to test, in our opinion. It's quite a radical position, and we don't think that this would be sound or NPPF compliant. However, just to touch a little bit more on what we are doing, we have looked at the climate targets point, and as you can see through our evidence, we've made a significant effort to ensure the JLP policies minimise the climate impact of new development as far as we reasonably can. We note this in our matter statement, how we commissioned consultants bioregional to undertake the net zero carbon study, which is reference CEQ 14 to 14.5. The purpose of this study was to ensure that through planning policy we've done all we can to address the climate emergency and to reach net zero targets, whilst ensuring that they are importantly feasible and viable, the policies that we are implementing. And that's informed the several plan policies, notably CE1 to CE5, which collectively contribute towards the mitigation of and adaptation to the effects of climate change, which is in accordance with the Act. To highlight one piece of work in particular, we commissioned, as part of the net zero carbon study, that is the document CEQ 14.5, which is the addendum to the net zero carbon study. And this focused on the very matter of our local net zero carbon targets, which locally are 2045 for both districts, and the impact our policy, notably CE2, would have on them compared to a policy that's compliant with the 2023 WMS, which we also have set out in our IQ, our position on that in our IQ, inspectors' questions. And this found that we are, again, doing more than we wish to, that the building regulations are doing to ensure that we are going to meet or at least align to those local net zero carbon targets. And that is because we found through that study that there is still residual operational emissions associated with a policy that's aligned to the 2023 WMS, notably a future home standard policy. So whilst policy CE2 did not contribute any operational emissions from new build housing and therefore would not exceed the carbon budget that was set out in that study. So ultimately it shows that it's really necessary and important that we have these policies within our plan, and that we are going as far as we possibly can to address climate change and in accordance with the Act. And I think that's very clear in what we have done, and justifies our departure from the 2023 WMS in sense of our policy CE2, which again I won't repeat, but we did set that out in our matter statement and in our response to inspectors' questions. Thank you.
Madam, could I just add that it seems to us that the concerns that have been expressed by Mr. Scharf really relate to the soundness of the policies in the plan that deal with climate change mitigation and adaptation, which we think is substantially more a kind of a part 2 matter rather than a legal compliance matter. And we think that in terms of the simple point in section 19, subsection, it's brackets 1A, capital A, rather than a lowercase a, the simple question for you is to ask yourself whether we have produced a development plan which contains policies designed to secure the development and use of land in the plan area contributes to the mitigation of and adaptation to climate change. We think that there is a pretty straightforward answer, yes it does. Obviously the content of those policies is really something that you would pick up, we think, under the soundness tests of effectiveness and so on, and consistency with national policy. So, Madam, we think that whilst there is a genuine debate, which we're very happy to have, about effectively the effectiveness of climate change policies and the most appropriate ways of delivering on that, we don't really think that goes to the simple question that you've asked about, which is the legal question. And perhaps I should say that in terms of the NPPF, that obviously some comment was made on that, our understanding of what Mr. Scharf's point was, certainly we don't think that there's been any specific litigation that declares that the NPPF is unlawful, but we would acknowledge that the MPPF is one of the component parts that the government relies on in its net zero strategy, and we know that there has obviously been litigation about the net zero strategy which the government is now dealing with. But again, all of those things really, we think, go more to the questions of soundness for later on, because the simple issue for you is this issue of have we satisfied what section 19(1)(a) requires, to which we say yes we have, we've got policies that deal with those things. I say the detail of those is really a matter for a later stage.
Thank you. So we will be returning to the details of other policies in a future hearing session, particularly CE2 and CE3, and the viability point will also feature in there about the viability of energy efficiency changes and retrofitting, which is part of later on. So let's move on into the topic of neighbourhood plans, please. So I'm going to turn to the council first on neighbourhood plans. Now you explained in your opening that you got 57 made neighbourhood plans across your plan area. So could you give me an example of how a made neighbourhood plan has directly influenced the joint local plan? So what's the effect of the made neighbourhood plans on the district plan?
So just to introduce myself, this is the first time I speak. My name is Ricardo Rios. I'm the planning policy team leader for neighbourhood plans. One specific example that we could mention is the Shiplake neighbourhood plan in South Oxfordshire. So that was the first neighbourhood plan that introduced valued landscapes. That's something that is really important for local communities, and this is something that our joint local plan has taken on and has set out a framework for how other neighbourhood plans may do the same.
Thank you. And you also refer to the Tame neighbourhood plan in your statement. So just so I'm absolutely clear on this, are you saying that the joint local plan incorporated that housing site that the Tame neighbourhood plan allocated?
So that was the roll forward from the outstanding housing requirement from the South Oxfordshire local plan. So that set a housing requirement for the towns. Tame neighbourhood plan review was expected to take place within 1 year of the adoption of the South Oxfordshire local plan. Their timetable slipped. So the joint local plan took forward that requirement, but the Tame neighbourhood plan review has now been made. So events on the ground have actually superseded what's written in the plan.
Thank you. Ms. Camps-Walsh.
Thank you. Our neighbourhood plan has not been supported by SODC, and we did it for a number of years. And SODC has been described as being deliberately obstructive by the Oxfordshire Neighbourhood Planning Alliance. They try and make neighbourhood plans as ineffective as possible, and in our case, we nearly withdrew our neighbourhood plan after examination because we felt what was left was almost pointless. We didn't in the end. But you ask a question about sort of conflicts with the local plan. Firstly, I wanted to ask a question of something that the SODC's KC said earlier, that all the policies are strategic policies, because if they are in the local plan, I'm not a planning expert, does that not mean that neighbourhood plans therefore can't have any policies that oppose that or affect it in any way? Because you ask about a future of neighbourhood planning, and if that's the case, then I think there's a big question mark about what the future of neighbourhood plans are and what you could actually put in a neighbourhood plan. But from our point of view, our Made Neighbourhood Plan, some of the policies that did manage to get through were ignored when the strategic development site in our parish came up to the planning committee. They were just ignored. And in fact, SODC has a history of this, of ignoring Made Neighbourhood Plan policies. And I cite a couple of examples in my hearing statement. So I'm very concerned about the future of neighbourhood plans. It's an awful lot of work for parishes, parishioners, members of the public, and they're not supported by SODC. And it's important because it's supposed to give us a say in how our parish develops. But in fact, we have very little say at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the council want to make any specific comment for us on that?
We disagree with the view that we don't support neighbourhood plans. The numbers speaks for themselves. 37 made plans, several plans that have been produced and reviewed over the last few years. There was a specific issue with the Beckley and Stowwood neighbourhood plan. As inspectors know, a neighbourhood plan is required to meet the basic conditions, which includes general conformity with strategic policies in the development plan. The Beckley and Stowwood neighbourhood plan required significant modifications. The independent examiner found that that was necessary, and due to the scale of the modifications that were necessary to make the plan meet the basic conditions, the examiner invited the council to consult on those proposed changes, which is not standard procedure for neighbourhood plans. But it just shows the scale of the issue and the conflict of that particular neighbourhood plan with strategic policies. The council consulted on those major changes and accepted the independent examiner's recommendations to make the modifications and progress to adopt the plan. In terms of our general support for neighbourhood plans, I think the limited nature of the conflicts that we've been able to identify between made neighbourhood plans and the several policies in our joint local plan, I think is an example of how we've had regard to those plans and how we intend to ensure neighbourhood plans continue to play a very important role in the districts going forward. In our statement, we've identified a number of policies that specifically mention neighbourhood plan. So there has been a two-way approach of actually setting a framework for neighbourhood plans going forward, but actually taking on board what neighbourhood plans are doing and what is important for local communities and bringing that into our joint local plan.
Thank you for that. Now we've got other comments in writing in terms of the neighbourhood plans. Is there anything else for those people who've got a valid representation and hearing statement on neighbourhood plans? Is there anything else that anybody wishes to raise? Okay. So one final point on about a framework for setting the framework for neighbourhood plans in the joint local plan. You did mention, Mr. Rios, the need for general conformity with the strategic policies. Is there anything that anyone feels that the joint local plan will prohibit neighbourhood plans from allocating or planning for housing above the requirement? Are the neighbourhood plans relatively free to look for housing allocations if they so choose?
That is correct. Neighbourhood planning groups are free to allocate housing. In fact, we encourage several policies, encourage neighbourhood plans to look at local needs and to provide those above and beyond the requirements set out in the joint local plan.
Thank you. There are other points relating to specific policies, the spatial policies, but I think they are for a later session when we look at the spatial strategy in a little more detail. So let's move on to sustainability appraisal. So there are a lot of parties with a lot of views on this topic. So I think there's probably some groupings of questions on the agenda which we might work through. So I think it might be effective to use questions 15, 16, and 17 together as a group of three, and probably also 18 and 19 together. I think there's a common theme with the greatest number of concerns relating to reasonable alternatives that have been used in the sustainability appraisal. So we've noted that. So we're likely to spend a little bit of time on that, and together with the issues that go across questions 21 through to 25. So they're the reasonable alternatives and how it's flowed into this sustainability appraisal and the spatial strategy. So let's start at the top. So we're looking at 15, 16 and sort of 17 together. I think one of the key themes that came out was the technical addendum that came along to the sustainability appraisal, and a number of parties have raised that in terms of the timing and the timeline. So I think we'll start there in terms of the outline of the sustainability appraisal timeline and that technical addendum, please.
Thank you. Just to introduce myself, my name is Alison Williams. I'm one of the Principal Planning Policy Officers in the team, and I've been the Council's lead on sustainability appraisal matters. I have alongside me Julia Civello, who is an Associate Director of Urban Edge Environmental Consultancy, and they've been working very closely with us on the sustainability appraisal of our plan. So just to roll back to the early stages of our sustainability appraisal, we had a screening and scoping stage right at the beginning of the process. That's where the baseline conditions were identified, and the sustainability issues that rolled on from those were identified. That document went out to public consultation. We took on board comments received on the scoping report. Urban Edge then held a framework shaping workshop with council officers to redefine we had a long list of sustainability objectives, sort of whittled that down to the core objectives that were most in line with the joint local plan objectives. And then it was a sort of a process that we followed following the guidelines in the government's PPG on sustainability, carrying out sustainability appraisal. So we then worked very closely with Julia and her colleagues to develop policy options and their preferred alternatives, so reasonable alternatives. Then it was a sort of a two-way process, I guess, where we would submit our drafts to Urban Edge. They would conduct the essay on those draft policies and site allocations, would feedback results to us. We would then discuss the implications for those, potentially make tweaks to the wording of our policies as we went along. Then went out to consultation with a full essay accompanying the preferred option stage of our plan. Then took on board public comments that have been made at public consultation, refined policy wordings in some places, And it was at the Reg 19 stage where I think it was the City Council's representations made reference to an omission in terms of looking at the future baseline without the joint local plan. So looking at the baseline conditions from a sort of social, environmental, economic perspective, and then rolling those forward to what would happen to those baseline trends in the absence of our joint local plan coming forward. We recognise that you know, in a usual sort of scenario would potentially be within the scoping report, but we recognised that SA is an iterative process, so we took the comments on board, went back, worked closely with Julie and her colleagues to build up that sort of background contextual information that we then put into the technical addendum. The consultation on that addendum happened immediately prior to submission of the plan and carried on until sort of mid-January. We then took on board all of the comments that were received. We published all of the comments that we'd had on our website. Looked really carefully at whether or not there was any implications for either the essay itself or the implications for the plan when taking on board the sustainability appraisal outcomes, and in our view determined that there were no actual implications either from the timing of when we actually published the technical addendum for consultation, or there was no implications in terms of what the essay is set out to achieve, and why whether or not we needed to make any amendments to the plan. And in our decision, we didn't see that there was anything that needed to be amended at that point.
Thank you. So, as part of your scoping stage, the early stage, you did the baseline. Now, the technical addendum baseline is a specific baseline. It's used twice, isn't it? A baseline without the plan. Now, there are concerns that without that baseline, how can your sustainability appraisal be effective and influencing the plan? So I think that there's something about making sure that in plan making terms that sustainability appraisal does influence the policy making process. Now, Ms Williams, you referred to, you gave draft policies and then took the feedback from what they were assessed with and made some tweaks. When you say some tweaks and adjustments, could you give me an example of where the sustainability appraisal had influenced the draft plan or the draft policy that you were looking at in that instance?
Sorry, yes I can. In terms of physical sort of policy wording changes, I think good examples are where we've incorporated some of the mitigation measures that were suggested through the essay. So I'm thinking in terms of linked to Sustainability Objective 1 to reduce pollution of all kinds and meet environmental targets for air and water. The essay recommended a mitigation measure for construction environmental management plans, for example, with associated investigations for air quality, contaminated land and other forms of pollution. And that manifested in itself into policy wording for LS1, proposals for large-scale major development, CE9, air quality, CE10, pollution sources and receptors, CE11, light pollution and dark skies, and CE12, soils and contaminated land. Similarly, linked to SA Objective 3, which is in relation to reducing the need to travel by car and improve access to services and facilities by sustainable modes of travel. The SA recommended a mitigation measure requiring the maximisation of sustainable transport and that manifests itself in policies AS1 to AS12 and AS16. So some of the site allocations and the policies in relating to the strategies for some of our settlements, so SP3 to SP9, the strategies for Didcot Garden Town, Abingdon, Farringdon, Henley-on-Thames, Thames, etc. And also in terms of wording under policy IN2, which is sustainable transport and accessibility.
Madam, can I just add on that point that in terms of the 2004 regulations, that's the Environmental Assessment of Plans and Programmes regulations, and the relevant part of Schedule 2, which discusses what I think in shorthand we talk about this word baseline, that doesn't directly appear in the regulations, but what the regulations talk about in paragraph 2 of Schedule 2 is that the environmental report should include information on, and then in paragraph 2, the relevant aspects of the current state of the environment and the likely evolution thereof without implementation of the plan or programme. So that's capturing two different, we would suggest, strands of information. One is, if I use the word baseline, the current baseline, what you've actually got in your environment at the start of your plan making process, and then separately the likely evolution of that if you didn't have the plan that you're proposing. And what I think we are quite keen to emphasise is that the SA process, including the original screening and scoping, absolutely captured that first side, i.e. the current baseline. What have we actually got in terms of environmental assets, resources, sensitivities and so on that we need to take into account when we are contemplating our plan. What I think we've accepted that we didn't fully explain until the technical addendum is that second stage of looking at, well, what would happen to the environment if we didn't produce the JPL as a plan? How would it be expected to evolve? And whilst obviously that is something that there needs to be environmental information on, we would suggest that in terms of that informing the plan, that has a much lesser relationship because it is very much focused on what would happen if you didn't have the plan rather than what is it that the plan is doing to the existing environment and have you adequately assessed that. So I just wanted to emphasise that, as it were, distinction, and obviously you'll be very familiar with the general principles about where there are omissions or shortcomings in any set of environmental information which informs a strategic environmental assessment. The exercise isn't intended to be an obstacle course to trip up plan making, it's intended to improve and assist plan making, and we think that the addendum now provides the information that is needed. We've shown on our assessment, having regard to the consultation that's taken place on that it doesn't actually trigger any need to change anything in either the SA or in the content of the policies of the plan. And so we consider that we've provided sufficient to meet the regulatory tests, and there is available now environmental information which meets the requirements of Schedule 2.
Just to pick up a point there, you referred to the EA regs. Is there anything in your view in the regulations which stipulate the timing of when the future baseline or the likely evolution of the sort of the impact without the programme, if you like, without the plan? Is there anything in terms of the timing in the regulations to say when that needs to be prepared by?
Well, the short answer is no, so long as it is done as part of the environmental report, which is recognised to be an iterative process. And so long as the consultation which does take place on it is fair and meaningful, so that people have had an adequate opportunity to contribute their views on the content of that. But as to whether it should happen at one stage or another, there may be good practice as to why one might do things sooner than you do them. But in terms of regulatory compliance, we would say no, it is not an issue. And obviously, you will be familiar with the Cogent Land case involving Rochford District Council, which was then followed by the No Ad Astral Newtown case against Suffolk Coastal District Council. If you would like a legal note on that, we're happy to provide you with that. But I think, well, we take the view that those principles are now so well established that we would hope that you can sort of accept that that is the position, that those kind of issues, if they are thought to be shortcomings, are capable of being remedied in the process. And indeed, inevitably, as you will, well, I say inevitably, I think you've already hinted at the fact that of the three scenarios in relation to the plan, that's to say a plan that can proceed to adoption without any modification. I think your words were unlikely, and I think that's probably true for every plan that's, well, certainly every strategic plan that's ever been made. I'm not aware of any that have been adopted without a modification stage, and obviously if there is to be a modification stage, there will inevitably have to be further sustainability appraisal work in relation to those main modifications, and so one will be able to pick up on any issues before the plan gets to the stage that it's adopted. And we just don't see this as a legal compliance issue. It's not a deficiency that would prevent the plan from proceeding. It's simply a matter that, yes, we produced the addendum when we did, we consulted on it. We don't think it's given rise to any issues, and therefore we don't think that there is a substantive problem there.
And sorry, the council's saying that they've reviewed the responses to the consultation on the technical addendum and do not consider that there are any changes necessary as a result of that. Had the council decided that there may be changes which have been required, from what you're saying, the council's confident that could have been dealt with through the main modifications process?
Yes, I mean, well, obviously one's dealing with a theoretical because of the first answer that we don't think that there was anything, but certainly we don't see why, had there been something, and obviously it's an intangible because we don't know what that might be, but we don't see in principle any reason why anything that had been thrown up would not have been capable of being addressed through a main modification and obviously been the subject of consultation and its own sustainability appraisal in due course.
Thank you, that's helpful. So for the methodology of the sustainability appraisal, the PPG gives relatively clear guidance. It has a flow chart. Are you aware of that flow chart?
Yes, you are.
Good. So has the council followed that flow chart?
Can you hear me okay? Hi. Yes, we have followed that in the application of the essay, and it's set out in the early methodology chapter 3 of the essay report, which alludes to all the stages that are in that flowchart.
Thank you. So for the objectors, are there any points specifically related to the planning practice guidance where they think the methodology has been contravened? And I say that because we now know that the NPPF and the PPG have equivalent status and we use them together. I shall come to you, Mr. Tucker, second. I'm sorry, I can't see your nameplate. It's the other way around.
Shauna Davis, I'm instructed by Turley's on behalf of various clients. Only really to put down a marker in that we intend to come back to some of the habitats regulations concerns that we have, but you will have no doubt picked up in our written statement that we have fundamental concerns about both the availability of information relating to HABS regs issues and also the substance of what has been produced so far. To the extent that that feeds into the overall methodology and the overall sustainability appraisal, we obviously have grave concerns, but we can perhaps return to those in the HABS regs discussion later.
Thank you. Yes, we will. We'll look at the details. At this stage, I'm just trying to sort of take us one step at a time, and whether there's anything methodologically that is unclear or not following the usual process that a sustainability appraisal goes through. So, Mr. Tucker.
Madam, I'm really seeking your guidance because you asked the question with regard to methodology, but you also asked in relation to PPG. So that the flow diagram on the PPG does helpfully set out, obviously, side-by-side plan making and also the sustainability appraisal. And it's the point really to pick up in terms of the timing of submission. It's a point Mr. Bainbridge has already flagged up. Do you want to take that point now, or is that a point you're coming to later?
I'm happy to take that point now. I did mention that flowchart because it is helpful, and it set the context. It set up for that question of timing.
Well, quite so, and the intention is plainly from the flow diagram as to when things happen side by side, that submission is expected post sustainability appraisal and post representations being sought. You'll see from our paragraphs 2.3 and 2.4 of the Homes England representations that we have a specific concern with regard to the completeness of the essay because of the addendum and the timing of the submission. And you'll also see from section 3 of the Homes England representation that there is, if I may say so, and I'll try and put it mildly, mindful of who I act for, that there is a concern about undue haste of submission informing the approach that was taken. Now, there are a number of statements within section 3 that I do invite you madams to I'm sure what the plural of madams, forgive me, inspectors to read in due course without lapsing into French. So I do invite you to read those, which we say does give clear intimation in a public forum of the desire for submission to take advantage of what was then thought to be the threshold date for submission of the plan to take advantage of the transition arrangements. It's pretty clear from section 3 that we say. And that appears to have informed the timing of submission of the plan, as Mr. Bainbridge said, 3 days after the publication for consultation of the sustainability appraisal addendum. We cite what are set out in paragraph 2.3 as the gunning principles. Essentially, they're common sense. They're no more than that consultation should be undertaken at a point in time when the responses can realistically inform the outcome of the process. Why does one have consultation upon a sustainability appraisal before submission? One does it so the public responses can actually inform the process, and the essay wasn't complete at the point of submission. That's a pretty problematical flaw in relation to methodology. Mr. Bedford and I are absolutely at one that an essay is a process. The case law establishes that. It can be supplemented. There is a later point at which modifications, which are inevitable in this case if it were to proceed further, would result in a further essay addendum, I have no doubt, upon which consultations could take place. However, overarching all of that is a pretty basic legal obligation upon the authority to ensure that a plan is sound at the point of submission and to ensure that there is a if I may say so, complete essay, at least so far as they possibly could at the point of submission. And we say there are really serious problems with the essay for reasons that we'll come to when we deal with the, not the next, but one part of the discussion on essay. But it's very difficult to see how the consultation which ended on the 17th of January could have informed a plan which was submitted on the 9th of December and could have rationally allowed the authorities to have concluded in response to those responses that their plan should be submitted. There is, if I may say so, a plain problem when looking at the flow diagram in the MPPG, I'm afraid. And I should say, and I made these submissions on behalf of Homes England, my client is an executive agency of government. They do not turn up to examinations on a regular basis. They do not invite inspectors on a regular basis to draw conclusions that there are legal problems with the plan. We do so having considered matters with the greatest possible of care, and these submissions are made on instructions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker, I think you're focusing on the technical addendum, the baseline, aren't you, in terms of the timeline?
Inevitably.
So what the council had explained was they considered that was a question on its own. So two parts, wasn't it? So you have the sustainability appraisal in all parts of it, and that was one element of, if the plan didn't exist, what would it look like?
Yes.
So without your concern with the technical addendum, did you have any concerns about the rest of it that went forward to the submission point? Just putting aside that technical addendum.
It's a slightly unreal question. There are other points we have in terms of the flaws of the essay which we say are fundamental, which I'll put to one side as well. Had there been an adequate essay which was not subject to what was legally flawed matters, then plainly I could have no concern, because it would have preceded the point of submission, and the representations would have preceded the submission, and there would have been accordance with the PPG. I do not accept the characterisation that this is somehow a minor secondary element of the essay. It's a pretty important part of the essay, because the authority thought it was important enough in response, as I understand it, to the city's representations, that it was necessary to supplement the essay to address this very point, for a whole host of reasons which are better articulated by the city probably than my clients in that regard. We say it's an important part. It may be that it's a secondary part, it's a much shorter part of the essay, but it's nonetheless an important component, and it devalues the notion of having representations upon such a document to inform the process when one has submissions 3 days after the opening of consultation. That is a surprising thing to do. So the answer to your question specifically is, yes, we would have no concerns had the council's done it properly.
Thank you.
Can I just put the same point to you? I hear what you said in relation to the MPPF and the PPPG. However, just putting the same question to you about the EA regs, is there anything that you're aware of in the EA regs which would dictate the timing of that additional information in terms of future baseline without the plan, to say that should have been submitted within a certain time frame before submission?
Well, the obligation is to provide a sustainability appraisal to inform plan making. The content of that sustainability appraisal is a matter of planning judgment. The authority has intimated what it thinks the sustainability appraisal should be, having had regard to representations that were made on the first part of the sustainability appraisal. So in terms of timing, no, it's a matter of judgment in all the circumstances, but equally, the consultation obligations are matters that are not unimportant and are legal principles which transcend the regulations. What one has to consult at a time when one can influence the process, and if one is being asked to be consulted upon the essay prior to submission, the logical inference is that should inform the process before submission. It didn't in this case. Now, the answer to that from the authorities may be, well, don't worry about it, because we've got the whole process of the local plan examination, we've got modifications, we'll consult you at the end of the process. Well, you can't have it both ways. It should either be an important matter that the authorities considered was important at the point of submission, or it's an unimportant matter and they shouldn't have done it in the first place. These authorities are having their cake and eating it. One can't now turn up at this examination and say this is an unimportant or minor point. Now, Mr. Bedford didn't make that submission. He said it was a less important submission, a less important part. One can't say it's an unimportant part of that and it can be remedied further down the process, and at the same time come and say, as we heard at the very outset in the very eloquent opening statement, that the authorities considered that the plan was sound at the point of submission. Just can't sit together. There are other points that we'll pick up later on, Madam. Sorry, I should have stood up to do that. Forgive me.
Does the council want to make any comment on that?
Could I just add a point of technical detail? Sorry, Michael. Yeah, I just wanted to, from a technical perspective, from a consultant's perspective, of actually how the future baseline is used in SA. I think it's an important point here. And actually, for the most part, sustainability appraisal is spatial, particularly the site assessments. And actually, much of the future baseline is not actually spatial information, it's contextual information as to trends in the environment, in social and economic conditions in the absence of the plan. And actually, the receptors that form the basis of the site assessments, which we use to make those site assessments, had already been identified in that original current baseline, as Michael referred to it, that was presented in the May 2022 scoping report. And I think that is an important distinction in understanding the implications that information within the technical addendum has on the whole SA process and hence the plan.
Madam, I was then just going to add a point, which is firstly, you have got as a link in the Homes England representation, which is, I think, WS 125, they have provided a link to the representations that they made on the technical addendum, and you can read those representations, and in our submission, they don't actually point to any way in which the SA of the plan's proposals would need to be any different because of anything that is revealed by the technical addendum on the evolution of the environment without the plan. So we say they don't actually identify how what is in the technical addendum could have led to changes to the SA of the plan's proposals. And we come back to the point, I think the submissions that are made to you don't seek to suggest that actually there's a requirement in the regulations for the addendum to be produced at but what we're saying is, does it matter in terms of, does it amount to a legal flaw in the process? To which the answer is, we say very clear, no, it doesn't. The important point is, does the technical addendum provide you with the information which is needed on the likely evolution of the environment without the plan? Yes, it does. Has there been a consultation on that that has allowed an entirely fair opportunity for people to make any representation they wanted about that environmental information? Yes, there has, and you've got Homes England's responses on that. Does it throw up any issues in terms of the adequacy or otherwise of the SA? We would say the answer is clearly no, and you've got their representations that you can test that proposition against. But even if there had been an issue, which we say there isn't, it would still fall into that category of, does the examination process and the opportunity recognising that SA is an iterative process, does that provide opportunities for any such matters to be addressed? Yes, it does, as we move forward with the examination process. So with respect, we would say this is not a point that goes to legal compliance. And again, it's another of the points of which I'm sure there are very many in the room where there may be arguments about the soundness of what the plan proposes, but that's really a matter for a different debate.
Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you, ma'am. In the previous submission by Council to the councils, I understood the comment was made that the technical addendum has a much lesser relationship and doesn't trigger the need to change anything in the sustainability appraisal or in the plan. And I don't believe we've heard from participants to the contrary to that. And I believe that cuts to the heart of the matter as to, whilst there is the timing issue, whether any participants feel that there should have been a change which wasn't undertaken by the councils. Now, that might be slightly odd for me to make that point, given my client's position overall in respect to this plan, but I do feel that it is a correct point to make at this point in time. And I wonder, Ma'am, as well, whether you might wish to take up the offer from Council for the councils to provide a legal note which could perhaps be lodged as an examination document. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. In terms of the legal note that was offered earlier, Mr. Bainbridge reminded me of, I think that would be helpful to be submitted as an examination document for everyone to be able to see that. That would be helpful. Thank you. But just to try and close this little group of questions, is there anything? Are there any concerns from participants that the technical addendum should have led to some changes? Let's look at it that way. Mr. Tucker, you went up first.
Yes, and it's to make a point that I thought would be sufficiently obvious. I didn't think it would need to be made, but in answer to Mr. Bainbridge's expressed invitation, Mr. Bedford intimated you should have a look at Homes England representations on the technical addendum. Of course you should, but you should read them in context with the totality of our representations, which do make the point about there being serious spatial problems which are underscored by the content of the technical addendum. So it's not just a matter of looking at this as somehow an academic exercise in isolation. It's in the context of really serious spatial problems that we say do need to be resolved. And I should add, that's also a bit of Dorchester as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Only to add that we simply can't agree that it is sufficiently complete. There are gaping holes in the essay, and referring specifically to the HRA work, which just simply hasn't been undertaken. So it can't be.
Thank you. We'll come back to the HRA as a separate part of the agenda. So we're not going to get agreement around the table on that particular aspect, so we will take that away and reflect upon it. Can we move on to question 18 and 19? So this is about the issues and objectives and the plan's objectives. So I understand from the council that you had a long list of objectives, and you whittled those down to get a final set of 11 objectives, and each was supported by detailed decision-making criteria. So, and that final essay framework was set out in Appendix D. So, from a process point of view, should the essay objectives influence the plan's objectives, or is it correct to test the objectives of the plan against the essay objectives? Which way round does it work in your opinion?
So continuing an iterative approach, the plan's objectives have been tested for compatibility with the essay objectives at each stage of the process, and that's evidenced in both the preferred options essay report and the pre-submission essay report. And as I think we set out in the matters statement, they show a high degree of compatibility between the two sets of objectives. He says some potential for conflict, as would be expected, between environmental objectives and social and economic objectives, but that's not unusual for an essay assessment to show something like that.
So how does the essay influence the objectives of the plan then? If you have your plan objectives and you've tested them against the essay and the outcome is set out, how does it loop back round?
So that work was undertaken in the preparation of the preferred options plan. So the objectives were provided to us at an early stage together with the draft policies, and our SA assessment was fed back to the council. So from our perspective, that work was an iterative. It was fed back to them before that list of objectives was finalised.
So for the participants who are concerned about this, we have a number of people raising concerns. I'm not seeing any Toblerones that anybody wants to actually debate. No? Is there anything that what sustainability issues any participants are saying might have been omitted that should have been considered? Is there anything in the context of the heading or the overall topics rather than the detailed matters? Please.
Thank you, Mum. Just to introduce myself, I'm Bethan Haynes from Lichfields, appearing on behalf of Vistry and Taylor Wimpey. A point that we made in our Reg 18 and Reg 19 representations, as well as in our matter statements, which we will deal with tomorrow under the housing requirement, deals with the issue of alignment of jobs and housing in this plan. And I think that in an area where employment growth is so important and ensuring that housing is aligned with that, the consideration of how those impacts affect some of the objectives is quite important, and particularly around the impact of not having enough homes to support jobs and the sort of consequent impacts that has on commuting. In our matter statement, you can see that under objectives such as climate change, pollution, those kind of objectives, there's not been any consideration given to how the significant misalignment of jobs and housing could actually worsen those impacts by requiring more people to commute into the district. And that's set out in more detail in our statements, Mum, but we see that as quite a significant omission in this context. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the council wish to respond to that point?
I think briefly, without wanting to open up the whole of tomorrow's discussion and possibly also Thursday's discussion, I think we don't accept the premise of a substantial misalignment between housing provision in terms of the requirement and the employment provision in terms of the requirement, and therefore we don't consider that was an issue. And I say, obviously, we're going to talk about both of those matters, I think, more later in the week. And obviously, just in terms of the SA process, clearly the extent of the SA has to have regard to the objectives of the plan, because when you carry out an SA, it is an SA of the plan given the objectives that it sets out to achieve. We don't consider that there is that misalignment, and therefore we don't accept that there is an omission in the work that we have undertaken. Actually, there is a further point. Sorry, it is a point. I know we will pick it up in the legal note that I have. We volunteered to you that you indicated that you would accept, but it's a slightly broader point to the point about at what stage can you address matters. It's the point which comes out of a particular case involving legal scrutiny of a sustainability appraisal. It's a Northern Ireland case, but obviously the 2004 regulations apply because they come from the European directive in the same form. So the issue that the court there drew attention to, that was when one is scrutinising the compliance of a sustainability appraisal with the regulatory framework, what was important to consider was whether it addressed the issues that it was required to address to be regulatory compliant. And the judge used the interesting expression, not the quality of the address, which was the phrase that Mr. Justice Weatherup used in that case. And again, it's not quite the same as, but it is quite similar to the distinction between whether something is legally compliant and whether something is sound. And we entirely accept that people will have all sorts of views on soundness matters, and similarly, people will have all sorts of views on what we would call the quality of the address in the essay, how it went about evaluating things, making all those various judgments that it did, and no doubt on many of those judgments there is scope for other people to say, well, a different judgment could have been made, etc. But with the issue of has there been regulatory compliance, we would suggest that's not something that goes to the issue of regulatory compliance. All you need to satisfy yourself on is there an essay which addresses the things that it's required to address to comply with the regulations? If there is, in a sense, that box is ticked, and then there's a separate question of, you know, is the plan that's flowing from that sound, and so on.
Madam, Mr. Bedford's not really selling the essay in this case, it seems to me. It seems to me we're doing things in the wrong order and at the wrong time, but that can be corrected at a later stage, and you don't need to worry about the quality. I think ultimately you do have to take a step back and ask what the essay process is all about. It's about a process which is used to inform the plan at the appropriate stages. We'll come back to the issue of reasonable alternative options in due course. But it's also informed by the consultation at the appropriate stages. It is correct there is no strict time limit for the preparation of the report, other than it has to be in place at the adoption of the plan. But it's clear from Regulation 12 of the EAPP regulations that the environmental report is to be informed by the scoping, so at the very earliest stages of its preparation. And whilst it's right, it's an iterative process, it's a sequential iterative process informed by an essay of sufficient quality to inform the policies of the plan. You have to look at it as a whole. And final point, in terms of the iterative process here, it's right that remedial action can be taken, but the Cogent Land case, which Mr. Bedford refers to, also says you have to ensure that where you're taking remedial action, it is bona fide and genuine in terms of the reconsideration in the light of that remedial action. And again, you will have all the information before you to test those issues in due course.
Thank you for that. Sorry, two inspectors trying to work together on the same agenda. Who's going to do which bit, and who's going to... Are you taking this bit? Am I taking this bit? Okay. So, significant effects assessment. I think I've only got one question. Now, this is about the scoring of option B. Now, in the context of, you know, option B was the spatial strategy one, wasn't it? So various concerns have been raised about the scoring of it. Now, is that, to what extent is that a judgment call in terms of the scoring of option B and in the context of the comments that have been made, and whether it's been adequately and accurately assessed? Just that one question on that one, please.
My understanding of the comments raised in relation to option B in terms of spatial strategy, there were also comments about housing quantum, option B, but we feel we've carried out a robust analysis against using the decision-making criteria that were set out and agreed with the statutory consultees at the time. I know there were some specifics raised, we can go into those, but in relation to housing quanta, the scoring of option B was challenged, particularly on the basis, as the lady's comment, in relation to a lack of this assessment of in-commuting, which relates to this potential misalignment of jobs and housing, which, as Michael's stated, was not an underlying assumption of our assessment, because we don't believe there is that misalignment. And so we stand by the scoring. We believe it's robust, both in relation to housing quanta and spatial strategy options. It's worth also mentioning that housing option B in the housing quanta assessment does not align with option B in the spatial strategy. They're two separate independent assessments, and I think some of the comments that were raised where there was some confusion around that. So those are very separate assessments.
So moving on to possibly the part of the agenda that everyone's been waiting for, the reasonable alternatives. So taking it one step at a time. For the council, could you please set out how you decided what your alternatives would be in the process of building the essay to set the context, and then I'm going to take views from the participants with concerns about the reasonable alternatives.
Yes, I can. I think the way the team works is we have sort of separate split work streams. So we would have officers who were looking at, for example, housing requirement. We would have a different team who were looking at spatial strategy options, and then through the essay we come together with the testing of the options. If I could draw your attention to our response, it's IQ 51 of the initial questions, and I think that sort of gives a good snapshot as to what the options were that we tested, but the rationale for where we got to these all these options really sits in the topic papers that we've submitted to the examination library. So it sets out right from day one the thought process that the teams have undertaken to develop the preferred options, and then also the reasonable alternatives that then formed part of the preferred options version of our plan, and which were then subjected to essay.
So just for the benefit of everyone in the room, you had separate teams working on different work streams. So did they literally have a blank sheet of paper that they were thinking of the options? You know, how did they start that thinking process to where the options then came from and went to? That's what I'm trying to get to. Where's the origin?
I think because we're in a sort of a unique situation in Southern Vale where we have two adopted plans, and it's a sort of coming together with two. I think for a lot of the subject matter, it was a matter of looking at what we already have in our adopted plans, and then looking wider at for example, the corporate objectives of each council, and marrying the two into a sort of a coherent joint local plan. So then we sort of got to the issue stage, went out to consultation, took on board people's comments at that early issue stage. So as we keep saying, essay is a sort of an iterative process. So at each stage in the process, we were, as a team, sort of collectively putting together our thoughts. We were sharing our thoughts with Julia and her team at Urban Edge to refine those policies. So it's sort of a progression at each stage. We're sort of refining the plan, reformulating policies as we saw fit.
Just just looking at the essay, it obviously assessed the various options were set out. Now, I think what my colleague's trying to get to is not entirely clear where those options came from in the first place. Whether the consultation informed the options, was it a blank sheet of paper? How were those options derived in the first place before the essay took that initial assessment of the options? It's not clear in the report, I would say.
If we take the example of the topic papers, so the spatial strategy topic paper, so if we start chronologically, if we start at the start, then it's top 08 on the spatial strategy side. And that gives you the description of how we undertook the review of the existing sort of policy position and set out what the effective options, how we built up the effective options around the spatial strategy. In relation to the housing, there was a topic paper on that one. So if I just, and subsequently we updated those for the publication version and then submission versions. I shouldn't add that. So in relation to the housing requirement, that's top 03, and the employment needs topic paper is top 02, and they've got subsequent ones, top 2.1, 2.2, etc. Those were the development of the options that we then that were then fed into the essay process and tested. Alongside that, that process of producing that, there was obviously a lot of internal discussions through our member steering group to develop what those options were.
So looking at my notes of all the participants and other representatives who are not participating today, there are a lot of comments on the reasonable alternatives. So I'm going to look for Toblerones to rise. That's possibly not a general invitation for every Toblerone to rise, but if you have a duly made point on this. Now, obviously, you've all put them up at different times, so I'm just going to start on the right, and I'm going to move round the table. I'll probably take a couple at a time and then allow the council to respond, because if everyone makes their point, it could be quite a big amount of points to respond to. So for Wolf Bond, to start with, please.
Can I just, given the time as well, just to reiterate, if somebody's already made the point, there's no need to repeat that, so just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Yes, we were looking to sort of take a break at lunch, but I'd like to make a little bit more progress through the agenda if everyone can bear with us. So if we could possibly get through this matter, and then we will take lunch. For Wolf Bond, please.
Thank you, Mum, and I'm hungry too, so point noted. I just wanted to pick up, though, on a specific issue linking to your question 1.22, which I appreciate is in this sort of band of questions. It relates to the search parameters used in assessing alternative sites in the essay. And clearly, paragraph 4.7.3, reference is made to location, spatial constraints, but in particular, if a site was of a greenfield nature, a reasonable alternative needed to have capacity to accommodate 500 or more dwellings. So that scoping process generated only 43 reasonable alternatives for assessment across this large two-council plan. So, keeping it succinct, our concern relates to limiting this reasonable alternative site approach to a large threshold of 500 or more homes, pointing you in particular to NPPF paragraph 70, as it is in the 23 version, relating to the benefits that small and medium-sized sites enable in delivering prompt housing delivery. And that absence of considering that reasonable alternative for us is a particular concern in the case of South Oxfordshire. In that case, when adopting their local plan in December 2020, the council fell into housing land supply deficit by June of the following year, so a period of 6 months, and has been subject to that deficit ever since. So from our experience, a significant part of the reason for that land supply deficit that's been prolonged is because there's been a reliance upon large strategic sites and the absence of medium or small-sized allocations to supplement those strategic sites. So in summary, the use of an arbitrary greenfield site threshold of 500 units and the resulting absence of an assessment of the medium and small site opportunities, for us, hasn't been adequately appraised in the SA. That's the niche point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move around the table to Stantec, please.
Thanks, Ma'am. Just a few points I want to raise regarding the reasonable alternative residential sites and the process that the council have gone considering those. I think the first point, just regarding the timing of that, obviously it's at the Reg 19, the pre-submission stage, is where they've considered sites beyond the site allocations within the allocated local plans. I appreciate that's a process, the evolution of the SA, but I'm interested to read that paragraph 4.71 of the SA. It quite clearly states that in response to comments raised during the preferred options consultation, the council considered the series of site selection parameters which are set out at 4.73, and as a result of that, then they considered the HELA site. So it was considered very much at the later stage of the process, and then connecting to the kind of search parameters and their means of locating alternative sites. We've got concerns about that approach. In particular, exemplifying our client site, land north of Didcot, HELA reference SH647. In that case, in our view, it meets those search parameters, yet has not been identified as one of the alternative sites. So we have got concerns about the process or the exercise, the effectiveness of that's been undertaken as part of the SA process. And then in identifying the 43 alternative sites, we note at paragraph 4.715 of the SA, it identifies site-specific reasons as to why they have not allocated the reasonable alternative sites. One of the reasons being that some of the sites have a significant number of homes that settlements already have planning permission for thousands of homes, for example, Didcot, Montage and Grove. Yet I find that rather strange considering the site parameters, clearly identifying sites around tier 1 settlements such as Didcot, and then the next stage they completely dismiss those. That's how it kind of reads by taking that as an example. So it's almost kind of dismiss sites quite swiftly. I think this just kind of comes back to the general concern with the SA process and just whether it's really considered all reasonable alternatives. It just feels very much that the SA should do is guide and inform the housing strategy, and yet here it feels like it's been retrofitted, kind of pieced together to kind of inform a housing strategy that was kind of determined at a very early stage of this local plan process. Thanks.
Thank you. Does the council want to sort of respond in groups of points, or are you content to sort of make a note of points and then we'll sort of carry on?
I think probably it's helpful to have a few more points, but if I could just make an overarching point just as an introductory comment. The regulatory requirement, and this is in Regulation 12, clause 2b, in terms of what should go into the environmental report. The report shall identify, describe and evaluate the likely significant effects on the environment of, A, is implementing the plan or programme, but it's B, reasonable alternatives taking into account the objectives and the geographical scope of the plan or programme. And so the whole issue of what is a reasonable alternative for the SA to consider has to be framed in the context of the objectives of the plan. And it's not, therefore, as it were, a footloose or free exercise. And obviously, there was a process undertaken to identify the higher level objectives of the plan, to then go through a process of then setting out a spatial strategy informed by those objectives, and then the exercise of sites and the selection of sites and the consideration of reasonable alternatives to sites has to sit underneath that framework. The point being that you do adopt an iterative process. Once you start winnowing out different spatial options, you then, having winnowed those out, don't need to, as it were, revisit those when you're doing the site selections. You carry on in the light of what you've already set by way of your objectives. So that's an overarching point that we would make. And I think on a number of these points there's a lot of detail. Some of it we've picked up in the response notes, but I think probably better to hear a few more comments, and then we'll have some of the officers can explain to you on some of the more detailed points what they specifically think.
Thank you. We'll carry on and take the next three on the bottom, and then possibly pause, I think. So yeah, I'm sorry, I can't see, even with glasses on, I can't see the nameplate from Lichfield. Thank you.
Yeah. I just would like to make a point about the reasonable alternatives in respect of the housing requirement. The table that I'd like to refer to is in Appendix G of the Sustainability Appraisal, which is CSD 03. In this table, we have 4 alternatives for the housing requirement set out in the SA. PPG requires these to be sufficiently distinct in order to make comparisons between the outcomes. Option D doesn't actually have a housing requirement associated with it, but it does say that it's similar to option B. So what we can see is from these 4 scenarios, we actually have 3 that are different in housing terms. And you can see that they're not sufficiently different, because if you look down that table, against those, I believe it's 11 objectives, the SA scores options B and D identical under every single objective, which goes to the point that they're not sufficiently distinct in order to make judgments about the outcomes. So our 4 scenarios have already turned into 3. And if we then take option C is the council's effectively taking forward the standard method only, in other words, going back on the unmet need that is already committed. Now, whether or not that's a reasonable alternative, I'm not sure, given that that's inconsistent with the adopted local plan, the Oxfordshire Growth Deal and NPPF Para 11B. So once we rule that out as a scenario that should form a reasonable alternative, what we're essentially left with is the preferred scenario, which is option A, which gives a total of about 31,000 homes, give or take a few. And then we have one alternative in terms of the overall quantum of housing, which is option B or option D, call it what you like, around kind of 43,000 homes. Now, having a preferred option and one other in terms of the housing quantum is simply an insufficient number of scenarios in terms of reasonable alternatives. We do not see, for example, any economic-led housing scenarios, and indeed I note that Oxford City Council raised that specific issue in its Reg 19 representations. It said that the absence of an economic-led housing scenario in the SA was an issue. We do not see scenarios that seek to meet affordable housing need in full, for example. We also do not see any scenarios that seek to look at alternative levels of Oxford's unmet need, or indeed exploring how much unmet need might arise in the last 5 years of the plan period, so beyond 2036 up to 2041. Now, all of these are clearly reasonable alternatives that should be considered in the SA. Unfortunately, the housing quantum scenarios are just too narrow as they are to provide a reasonable basis for the plan.
Thank you. Holland. Thank you. Well, you've heard very robustly points around reasonable alternatives in terms of requirement, and I just wanted to touch on strategy. And you asked where did the options come from, blank sheet of paper. And just returning to the topic papers and the assessment methodologies, they're full of sort of an intention to look at the settlements, understand their profile, identify spatial relationships of settlements both within and outside the districts. So that's laying a context and an intention, and then that's qualified with a continuing to support delivery strategies of the 2 adopted plans. And then where you end up in the later topic paper, that is TOP 08, there's no need to undertake a new a search of new sites for the JLP, because there's no justification to explore new elements to the spatial strategy, and the previous strategies remain extremely important. So we don't have any reasonable alternatives really to test in terms of spatial strategy. And we say there is a fundamental omission around the contribution that comes from Edge of Oxford sites as a reasonable alternative. It's actually already a fundamental part of the 2 plans. If you look at the spatial strategy diagram and the roll forward allocations, 3 out of those 8 sites are around the city of Oxford. But that component, that reasonable alternative, is totally ignored, and it's clearly part of shaping a sustainable pattern of growth for the future. And just thinking about it from a baseline perspective, and conscious of the point just made around an essay and reasonable alternatives being framed in the context of what the plan is seeking to achieve, the Oxford City has a role and influence and a functional overlap with the plan area. Edge of Oxford, in strategy terms, supports the ambition to decarbonise. The county making significant investments. It's the cornerstone of the local transport plan. There's evidence need arising from the city, meeting housing needs linked with economic growth, rebalancing housing and employment is absolutely fundamental to addressing growth in sustainable commuting patterns, and that is a critical component of meeting the vision for South Oxfordshire and Vale to become carbon neutral districts, and addressing housing affordability. So the plan as submitted creates a perverse situation whereby it fails to provide any strategy that's focused at Edge of Oxford that to meet plan ambitions and the city's known and unmet need.
I'd echo the points made by Litchfields in terms of the number of options assessed for the housing requirement. There's clearly, as Litchfield stated, only 2 options, and in our view that's led to an oversimplification and a binary approach to the SA, whereby the suggestion is that the lower figure of the 2 will result in some housing and economic benefits and lesser environmental adverse impacts, whereas the higher option of the 2 will result in slightly higher economic and housing benefits, but significant environmental impacts. I think the reality isn't as binary as that. That overlooks the need to align housing and economic growth, which we'll move on to, I'm sure, in the next 2 sessions, but it also overlooks that the environmental impacts can be moderated through the identification of appropriate sites and effective development management policies. I'd also echo the point from Wolf Bond in relation to the application of the 500 dwelling kind of, I suppose,
Sorry to interrupt you there, but there's no need to repeat points that have been made
it leads
or
into
sort of echo
it
points.
does
It's
lead
just-
into another point.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
So the point that I was making is that that's resulted in the essay not recognising the importance of accommodating medium-scale development in sustainable villages and the manner in which that supports their long-term vitality. Thank you.
And we'll take final point, and then I'm going to go to the council, because you'll have some notes of the points that are made, and you'll want to make a response, and we'll see where we're at in terms of everyone's desire for lunch.
Okay, thank you, Alison Tiro, CBRE. We are concerned that there are no reasonable alternatives that have been made in relation to employment land provision. There is an absence within the essay of any consideration of alternative growth scenarios, unlike the housing numbers. This is particularly concerning in light of the government's ambition for Oxford and Oxfordshire, and has been well known throughout the plan-making process. The other key point with regard to this is the economic significance of Oxford within the functional economic market area. And it goes back to a point which has been made, which is the absence of any consideration with respect the role and function of the edge of Oxford, which has been ignored as a reasonable alternative. The final point I'll make with regard to the employment reasonable alternatives is what we consider and will be debated under matter 4, which is the failure of the economic lands needs assessment, to look at the nuances and to grapple with the nuances of employment provision within Oxfordshire and Oxford. The spatial alternative that's been looked at, which is just to bring forward allocated sites previously and not look to other sites, is missed through that process. Thank you.
I think that's possibly maybe an even point to come to the council and pick up some of the points that have been raised, and then we'll see what the time is.
Madam, yes, I'm going to ask obviously the officers to comment on this in terms of the detail, but just in terms of structure, can I suggest that it may be not dealing with them quite in the order in which the points were raised, but dealing with them in terms of the order of those that raised issues that went to challenging the choice of the spatial strategy and options that were assessed, then moving on to those that challenged the housing requirements and those were assessed, those that challenged the employment requirement and what was assessed, and then finally I think the point about the range of sites, because I was trying to structure it in terms of a descending tier of points, hopefully might make your note keeping and the answers a little bit clearer, because obviously if we just pick the points off time by time they'd be out of sequence. So if people could perhaps follow that sequence. Who's going first? So spatial strategy first and the options.
I think think on the spatial strategy options, we would draw everybody back to the rationale that we've set out in our spatial strategy topic paper, which is TOP 08, I believe.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll introduce myself because I've not spoken today. My name is Tom Rice. I'm the infrastructure planning team leader today. Although I'm here to talk about housing requirement through the course of this examination, as well as other matters relating to infrastructure. So I'm going to touch on the point raised by Litchfields, I think it was, in regards to the reasonable alternatives that we considered in relation to housing. No doubt we are going to enjoy going through all of these issues tomorrow in extreme detail around matters such as affordable housing need, economic growth, addressing any further potential unmet need that may arise. So I'm sort of not trying to go over those points because we will definitely go over those in detail tomorrow. But the case that we make is that the NPPF and PPG are clear which circumstances we depart from the standard method. They are exceptional circumstances. At the offset of the plan-making process, we were exploring those matters in relation to economic growth, affordable housing, etc., which we will talk about tomorrow, through the OGNA and the Oxfordshire Plan. That demonstrated to us that there were no alternatives to the standard method that had a technical basis that we could support. Therefore, the options that we put forward through A, B, C and D are sort of reflecting the standard method, but not shutting down the idea of exceptional circumstances at consultation stage, giving people the opportunity to identify potential circumstances so that we could respond to those and take those into account when producing the plan at Reg 18 and Reg 19 stages. So the point the councils make is essentially alternatives were not reasonable to assess because the national planning policy and national planning practice guidance informed us that we should be following the standard method.
Then just to pick up the point about which of the economic growth options we tested through SA, I would draw your attention to our response under IQ 51 of the initial questions, and that sets out 4 separate economic growth options that were tested, and they are in line with the findings of our employment land needs assessment. And then picking up the point about the site size thresholds, the 500 dwellings or 100 dwellings on brownfield sites. I think the rationale for that is really that the thresholds align with the indicative capacity of our existing brownfield and greenfield allocations. And obviously they are already allocated in our adopted plans, so the mechanism would be that they would then need to be deallocated to make way for any replacement allocations that met our new spatial strategy and site selection process. And obviously that's in the context of how much supply we have versus the housing requirements that we have.
Okay, thank you for that. I think looking at the time, it might be a good time to take a break for lunch. But if those of you that still have points to make, leave the nameplates up, please. Then we know where we've got to, and we can start with Sumex when we come back. Would 45 minutes be acceptable for lunch? I'm looking around the room.
If I say yes on the part of the council, I'll say that because I know that lunch arrangements have been sorted for us, but I am conscious that other people won't have that. So I know that there may be some pressure on getting enough people through the queue, so I'll just ask you to bear that in mind.
Yeah, I think we're just very conscious. We have a lot to get through in terms of matter 1 to finalise that, and matter 2 in terms of duty to cooperate. So I think if we can manage a 45-minute lunch, is that acceptable to the other participants? Yeah. Because we don't want to obviously leave any stone unturned in terms of the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
it's 2:10, so let us resume. And Ms. Malloy and I have had a conversation over lunch about timings and where we're at and where we're going and what's the next thing. So I think possibly for the efficiency of time, we'll continue round the table, take the remaining points. If within those points they are more detailed related to housing or employment, we could pick those up in the housing and the employment sessions. If they are sort of more strategic related to the sustainability appraisal, we'll focus on those. I think looking at the spatial strategy options today, because that won't come up tomorrow in housing and it won't come up on the next day for employment, and particularly exploring the edge of Oxford and that the concerns related to that, and really where are we, where the definition of what constitutes a reasonable alternative. I think that's where we're sort of thinking at the moment, and then carrying on to the HRA and the rest of the agenda. So, if we could start.
Just to check, is that approach acceptable to participants? It won't cause anyone any problems with, say, if you're not attending tomorrow or Thursday. So is that approach acceptable to everyone?
Okay, I'm going to see. I can see Arrow planning for Summix as the
Yes,
the
that's
one at
correct.
the end, and we'll then work down the side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. So it is a new point around the reasonable alternatives, and I think conscious of the council and council's advice earlier about reminding us about the regulations and what a reasonable alternative is, about taking into account the objectives in the plan. So when we look at the objectives, and objective 2 in the plan talks about a transition to net zero carbon districts, and this can be done by locating new housing and employment development in places which minimise the need to travel by private car. If I just turn you to the glossary of the submitted local plan on page 413, the definition of a garden community is given as a holistically planned new or regenerated settlement, which, amongst other things, provides high-quality housing and jobs. So, in our view, that a garden community would comply with Objective 2. And just as a point of reference, that definition was used in the Regulation 18 plan as well, which is document LPP 08.1, and it's on page 88 of that document. So with that in mind, and this option for garden communities to be a new settlement, we've looked at the reasonable alternatives and the council's statement and their response to question 1.21. And that refers us back to the SA and document CSD 03. And in particular, it talks about section 5, where they talk about the 4 spatial strategy options, the housing requirement options, and so on. But if I just go back to section 4 and table 4.3, which is on page 17, that sets out the spatial strategy options, and that's A, B, C, and D. And having reviewed that, at no point can we see a new settlement considered there as a spatial strategy option. All of the 4 options there seem to relate to development tiers 1, 2 and 3 settlements in one form or another within the Science Vale, garden communities and so on. And it does say garden communities, but it's not an option considered around the development of a new garden community. It's the existing ones. So as we've set out in our representations, and on paragraph 2.14, with reference back to Summix's original Regulation 19 representations, we consider a reasonable alternative around the spatial strategy would have been to consider a new settlements, a new garden community, rather than simply expansions of existing ones, and that is with reference back to the objectives of the plan. And that maybe if that had been considered, then that may lead to a different outcome or a different approach within the plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the search parameters, if that's okay. Our primary concern here is that what they do is to introduce a spatial criteria which is at odds with the preferred option for the spatial strategy in the SA. Now, the councils say that these parameters are broadly consistent with that spatial strategy. However, our assertion is that is incorrect, and coupled with the points on size, capacity, extant permissions, support for smaller sites and so on, what it does is results in a set of considerations which are both counterintuitive and contrary to that preferred option, option A in the SA. I'll just return to that point of strategy, if it's okay, but just a couple of points on evidence and the approach to assessment. The SA appears to be on the general assumption that more development results in worse environmental effects, but better socio-economic impacts. However, you have a plan here that encourages additional BNG above the mandatory requirements. And I suggest that there's also an inconsistency in the way in which the SA considers evidence as well. In some instances, the location of development is considered relevant to the spatial strategy. So, for example, BNG. However, when it comes to accessibility, that's objective 3, that's not taken into account. So just returning to this point of strategy and the way in which this is manifested through the SA and the site selection topic paper in particular, the SA tells you, this is paragraphs 4.6.6 and table 4.3, this is a new strategy. That is Science Vale, Garden Communities, that's to say Berensfield, Dalton Barracks and Didcot, Tier 1, 2 and 3 settlements, and to a lesser extent Tier 4. There is no reference in any of that to Oxford. It's conspicuous by its absence, and it's the same for each of those spatial strategy options. You have a plan here where, for South Oxfordshire at least, some 36% of the requirement is at a place which is simply not mentioned in the spatial strategy options. In the current South Oxfordshire plan, it's reasonably clear to follow the paper trail and evidence as to why you have those allocations. Policy Strat 1 talks to that location, but that's not the same for this plan. There's a numerical reference in SP1, but that's it. There is no spatial element. The SA tells you these sites have been assessed against that new strategy, but what you actually have to do is look beyond the SA to that site selection topic paper for that. And that introduces the concept of adjacent to Oxford, contrary to the sustainability appraisal. The only time the SA appears to refer to this adjacent to Oxford point is 4.7.5. However, that's inconsistent with the options themselves. The SA tells you this is a spatial strategy that will support existing, viable and developable existing allocations. But it also then goes on to say which align with our new spatial strategy. What should have happened following the approach in section 4 of the essay, this is paragraph 4.6.6, is that sites which did not accord with that strategy should have been discounted and had their allocations removed entirely or in part. That is what the essay instructs the strategy to have done, but it is not carried through to the plan.
Thank you. Martin Carter.
Thank you, Madam. I'll be brief.
Gladman say that a reasonable alternative that should have been explored was a spatial strategy that included directing some degree of development to the edge of Reading within South Oxfordshire, but which abuts the built-up area of Reading within Reading Borough. That's not been explored. It's not mentioned in the topic papers, which we were told was the foundation of this, in particular TOP08. It's not mentioned in the sustainability appraisal work that was done pre-submission. The Council's hearing statement for today directs one back to what they say is the detailed explanation in the response to your initial questions. That response is to be found at document LPA 02 at IQ 46.13 and following on page 57. That document actually goes so far as to list as the first alternative option that people were putting forward, directing growth to the edge of Reading. So it's flagged up as something that the council recognise they have been asked to think about. But when they get round to answering, giving their response on these points, it's one paragraph at IQ 46.18 on page 59 of LPA 02. And that paragraph doesn't mention Reading. In fact, it doesn't mention any of the other alternatives. It's a bare assertion that what the council have already done is sufficient. And so, as far as I can see, there is no engagement by the council at all with this as a potential option. And there is certainly no explanation as to why it would not have been a reasonable alternative to explore. The answer can't be the term of the regulations that Melania and Mr Bedford reminded us about earlier on, which links reasonable alternatives to the objectives of the plan. Because when you look through the 12 objectives at paragraph 3.7 of the submitted plan, the option that I'm putting forward as a reasonable alternative would not conflict with any of those objectives, and the council have certainly never said why it would. So, to put it colloquially, there's radio silence from the council as to why an option that includes the edge of Reading wasn't a reasonable alternative, and we say it is.
Sorry, I can't see your nameplate. It's Mr. Tucker.
It's me again. Dorchester hat first, if I may, Madam. You've heard already from others, and I won't repeat the justification for looking at a spatial option, which includes as properly assessing the capacity and the potential for expansion of sites immediately adjacent to Oxford. That's the point that we raise. Can I give you a couple of additional references that support that? The first of which is the emerging joint local plan, page 107, both hard copy and also PDF, which sets out what is said to be the new strategy. And it says in the second set of bullets, brackets, why on earth aren't the paragraphs numbered, but there we are. It says the new strategy will include some familiar elements of the previous spatial strategies, such as supporting the viable and developable site allocations that haven't yet been completed to make sure they're brought forward in a way that meets the ambitions of the joint local plan, sustainable, safe, active places, etc. And then the next one is reflecting duty to cooperate. So there's an intention to continue the previous strategy, which appears then not to be reflected in the reasonable alternatives about assessing capacity of those allocations. When you look at the discussion in relation to why the council selected option A in the same local plan, it also talks in the third paragraph on page 110 of the local plan that some of the sites have opportunities for links to Oxford or other towns or larger villages or where they're near key routes. I note sites have opportunities for links to Oxford. Why might that be relevant? Well, you have to look in the adopted local plan for that in relation to why that might be relevant, and you look to paragraph 3.106 paragraph 3.106 on page 69 of the adopted local plan, which is the first part of the reasoned justification of the Bayswater Brook allocation, Strat 13, which lauds the site's proximity to services and sustainable travel modes. Add all those together, it is literally incomprehensible as to why that option hasn't been assessed as a reasonable option to assess the capacity and potential for expansion and or increased capacity of those sites. Secondly, just as egregious, wearing the Homes England hat. There is a paper trail that we, I'm afraid, set for you inspectors, which is paragraphs 2.8 through to paragraph 2.13 of the hearing statement. Essentially, the essay looks at the allocations. Sorry, madam. So the essay looks at the existing allocations and asks itself whether it's appropriate to roll those forward. There is actually a tweak in relation to Bayswater about the sandhills past the site, but that doesn't matter. But on the Chalgrove airfield site, which is a particular interest to my clients, that is not allocated, essentially because it's not considered to be deliverable. You have to then go onto a bit of a paper trail to try and work out why that's said to be the position. And you end up, and we give you how you get there at paragraph 210 and 211, but the end point is if you go to topic paper number 7, and it starts on page 32, that's page 32 of 130 in the PDF, page 31 of the hard copy, and it bears reading because essentially it flags up. I'm so sorry, madam. I'm sorry, madam, I can't quite hear.
If you could just give us an opportunity to get to that document, that would be helpful.
Of course, I do apologise.
Thank you.
So TOP 7, page 32 of the PDF.
Sorry, what paragraph number?
So it's page 32 of the PDF. And it's paragraph 210 and 211 of our hearing statement. And this is the methodology in the sustainability appraisal, which looks at the allocations. And within the sustainability appraisal, it asserts that the site is not suitable for residential development in principle. So this is where that proposition is said to be made good. When you read pages 32 through to pages 34, the reasons why it is said that the site is somehow no longer appropriate, it's found in a couple of places, but for example, at the bottom of hard copy page 32, so PDF page 33, in comments on suitability, and it essentially suggests that the solution to dealing with the existing tenant on the site would involve an expansion of the site onto greenfield land, which would then not conflict with the emerging spatial strategy of the joint plan. And then it concludes that the site is should be deallocated. This is on bottom of page 34, and there are no alternative options. I make this submission boldly. That is simply wrong. And a discussion with development management colleagues in the council in South Oxfordshire would reveal that that's simply wrong. One option of dealing with the existing tenant would have been to look to expand the site. But the local plan itself, the adopted local plan, actually gives you another, which is consideration of CPO. As it is, my instructions are that there have been detailed discussions pursuant to a planning performance agreement with the development management section of South Oxfordshire to look to arrive at appropriate solutions in relation to the existing allocation, and those could include not expanding the site. So this appears to be a rejection of a site in principle in the SA based upon a conclusion about a non-inevitable extension of the site. That is baffling and illogical. It is, of course, a matter of which we are aware that there are political concerns in relation to the bringing forward of this site, but significant parts of this site are previously developed, and also significant sums of public money have been invested in relation to the site, and it's a matter we'll, if we need to, come back at part 2 and expand a little bit further in relation to. But the rejection of this site in the SA is simply wrong and based upon an erroneous premise, but in any event appears to relate to the extension of the site, not actually the principle of development, which is what's then carried into the SA. And for those reasons, as we set out in the hearing statement, the SA is fundamentally flawed in relation to not bringing forward, or at least considering as a reasonable alternative, the carrying forward of an existing allocation based upon the assessment that was previously found to be sound in relation to the South Oxfordshire local plan, the adopted local plan, where CPO is expressly considered within the plan itself, which would plainly be a reasonable alternative. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a reasonable alternative last time round. Unless I can assist further. Thank you. And while I've got the mic, can I apologise for my phone going off? I have literally no idea why my son managed to override my silence on the phone. I've taken steps and turned the blasted thing off.
I'm grateful. Mr. Young.
Thank you very much. I bet his son that he could call him. And it worked. Perverse. That is the only word to properly describe the sustainability appraisal in this case. It's perverse. Now, like you, I have sat on the other side of the fence. I've endured the endless attacks on the sustainability appraisals of the Redditch and Bromsgrove plans when doing plans in that part of the world was fashionable. And the fact is, this one can be categorised as perverse for the following reasons. I act on behalf of all the BLAW representatives in terms of making the legal submission. But if we go back to remembering when we were hungry before lunch, and for the tape, that's a joke, the point is that setting a threshold of 500 is perverse. It's completely perverse. I've lost count of the number of appeals I've won in this authority, or South Oxfordshire, that are smaller than 500. So that must be a legitimate source of supply that you have sites smaller than that. But how on earth could that be a legitimate threshold of any kind when significant amounts of supply come forward? And the point about delay is a good one, because over 5 years ago, my client, one of my clients, Oxford Brookes University, secured planning permission at Wheatley campus, and 5 years later, we still haven't got reserved matters approval. So the big sites do take an enormous amount of time. It's perverse to set 500 as your threshold for the following reasons. It's perverse because a huge amount of supply comes forward in that way, through all the appeals they lose. Secondly, it's perverse because big sites take a long time and everybody knows that. Reference Wheatley campus. And thirdly, it's perverse because how on earth can you think it appropriate to set a threshold that seeks to exclude really a whole series of settlements that could deliver appropriate small and medium-sized sites? And fourth, by the way, it's national policy to support small and medium-sized sites. So, yes, of course, when you consider reasonable alternatives, a huge amount of discretion is given because you can't look at all the different alternatives. I remember in Redditch pointing out that if the objectors got their way, we would have looked at 7 million alternatives, and that's not really feasible. But in this case, that 500 threshold cannot be right. Secondly, Oxford, it's already been mentioned, it is absolutely, genuinely baffling how it can be in the topic paper and then not be in the sustainability appraisal. How on earth can that be right? Again, perverse. And none of this makes any sense, does it? To anybody who are watching live, you're thinking, well, how can that be, with some planning knowledge, how can that be right? And the truth of it is, this is a plan in retreat. And evidence of that is that we had a plan that was positively prepared. There was a change of leadership. Mr. Tucker dipped his toe into politics, but we need to be clear, Mr. Gendrick forced the council to accept the previous plan by virtue of the £200 million for road improvements. The council accepted it, but everybody knew they'd throw the car in reverse at some stage, and here we are. But proof of that is an appeal that was won a couple of weeks ago on a site that is in the existing plan. It's a small site on the edge of Mr. Tucker's larger site, that the council deleted from this plan. At the inquiry, they said they weren't deleting it, it just wasn't in the new plan. But the locals knew it was deleted, because that's what they said. And that is, I think, symptomatic of a plan where there's a contrived attempt to reduce the amount of housing and then backfill it with sustainability appraisals that don't look at sensible options, which are perverse, as I've said, because they're trying to reduce the housing. Now, how is that remotely consistent with the government's, whichever version of the NPPF you use, the government's view you should significantly boost the supply of housing? How can the reasonable alternatives involve reducing housing when the government, over the existing plan, when the government wants it to be boosted? Doesn't make any sense. It only makes sense if you think about a council trying, because of political pressure, to reduce the number of housing sites, and as I say, completely contrary to national policy.
Madam, thank you very much. Just return, if I can, to the employment land issues. Some of the points have been touched on already by Lichfields. I won't repeat those, but Council's concern is that the SA only appraises sites. There's no assessment of different levels of employment growth, and therefore no assessment of the implications for housing growth of different levels of employment growth. And if you go, you were taken by the Council to the response IQ 51.5 in LPA 02, which has a table IQ 51.1 with the employment land scenarios, which is PDF page 67, which were said to be the scenarios which were considered, or at least certainly weren't tested, but they were considered. You'll see the preferred option hybrid approach at 49.3 hectares. But that can be compared to the policy itself, which is JT1, which makes a combined provision of 138 hectares for the plan area, the joint plan area. So the policy seeks to provide 138 hectares against a employment land scenario of 49.3 hectares. Neither of which is actually assessed in the SA. And the City Council's concern is that a plan which is effectively carrying forward a growth ambition from a previous plan, or the previous Vale plan, has not been tested in terms of particularly the housing land implications of it. And obviously that gives rise to strategic issues which we'll be touching on later and on Thursday. So, Madam, there is a mismatch there between what is proposed. Equally, it's not clear to us from the assessment which has been undertaken that the housing options which have in fact been assessed relate back to table IQ 51.1 and the employment land scenarios. Again, that's not clear from the assessments which have been undertaken. And in terms of the objectives of the plan, the employment objective of the plan Objective 9 is so woolly that it provides no constraint to the employment land provision within the plan area. And therefore one would have expected to see a range of employment land scenarios tested through the SA process, as I say, particularly because of the housing implications of that.
Thank you. I'm now going to turn to the council. So again, if there is a convenient grouping of the comments that we've heard so far, that would be most helpful for note taking to try and keep them together. So, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought it might be helpful to just take a little step back, firstly, to talk about the evolution of the spatial strategy options, just to set the context for what I'll say in a minute. But I'm sort of referring back to topic paper TOP 08.2, and it talks us through the rationale for how we selected our preferred spatial strategy option and the reasonable alternatives to that option. And it's sort of a timeline really of how we've gone about the selection process. So it starts off with a policy review, looking at things like consistency with national policy guidance. It then looks at spatial strategies in our adopted plans and tries to draw out some of the commonalities, for example, supporting delivery of the garden communities. We look at the existing settlement hierarchies, because obviously at the minute there are two separate South and Vale settlement hierarchies, and then we look at the housing and employment need that sets the context for our spatial strategy. We recognise under duty to cooperate the continued need to address Oxford's unmet need, and we also conclude that there are no exceptional circumstances to release any land from the Greenbelt. Then we sort of take on board findings or the overarching Oxfordshire strategic vision, pull in the findings from the sustainability appraisal, and also take on board consultation responses that were received at the preferred options stage of plan preparation. And in the above context is how we then developed the preferred spatial strategy and the three reasonable alternatives. So assertions that we've heard today about there being other alternatives, whilst appreciate that there are any number of different configurations of alternatives that we could have subjected to SA, we come back to the point from planning policy guidance, practice guidance, which asks us to look at reasonable alternatives. So in our eyes, reasonable alternatives are those that are in line with our preferred spatial strategy and also are aligned with our the objectives of our plan. In terms of looking at Edge of Oxford, Edge of Reading sites, I think when we were looking at option C of the spatial strategy options, and that's talking about co-location of housing and employment, the actual wording. Co-locating housing and employment, including development on greenfield land. I think at that point, that's a sort of a high-level assessment, and that would be where we would have potentially gone to look for Edge of Oxford or Edge of Reading sites. But for the reasons explained in our preferred options joint local plan, we've discounted option C. So where we've got to at that point is we have a preferred spatial strategy. We then went out to consultation and there were lots of comments that said we have to, revisit other sites that potentially are reasonable alternatives. So it didn't make sense at that point to revisit all of the 1,375 sites from our HELA assessment. It made more sense to then apply specific parameters that are broadly in line with our spatial strategy to then define the shortlist of the 43 sites that we then subjected to SA. And in terms of whether or not the plan or the preferred spatial strategy actually includes Oxford's unmet need, I think it's clear that it does, and we talk in the spatial strategy topic paper, the January 2024 version, at paragraph 4.9, it talks about sites delivering for Oxford unmet need, and explains that they are already allocated sites and there's no reason for those sites not to still meet that need. The wording in preferred option A does include Oxford unmet need up to 2031 in Vale and up to 2036 in South. Where we don't agree is that it wouldn't be then appropriate to make assumptions about what future need might look like for other districts, for example Reading, Oxford, post 2036. So the conclusion we've come to is that the reasonable needs that we've subjected to SA are the reasonable alternatives in the context of our plan and in the context of our preferred spatial strategy.
So thank you. Just to pick up on some points around the reliance on the large sites and the housing delivery, which I'm sure are a matter for stage 2 hearings, but I just want to come back on the point about the reliance on large sites in the strategy. I don't think it's fair to say that all our large sites are delayed or stalled. We do have significant delivery and progress on a lot of the large allocations that are made in the plan, and indeed other large sites in the districts. For example, we've got Didcot North East, 2,000 homes building out. Lady Grove East, outline consent for 750 homes. West of Wallingford, 500 homes under construction. Reading Road, Wallingford, 500 homes under construction. Valley Park, 4,000 homes under construction. Bayswater Brook, resolution to grant with partially detailed consent. All the sites around Wantage and Grove, with the exception of one, under construction. I think that's an unfair assertion to make that large sites aren't delivering in our districts. Thank you.
I'm ever so sorry. I wouldn't want it to be mischaracterised, because I think they were saying the big sites don't deliver. The point that was made by Blaws earlier, and the point I was reiterating, is the time it takes for them to start. It would be an unfortunate mischaracterisation to think it was just about delivery from them.
And in the terms of the SA context, though, it's the selection of reasonable alternatives, isn't it? And the point made about the 500 unit threshold, and I guess the extent to which that constrained looking at other reasonable site alternatives. Can the council come back on that point, please?
Thank you. So the 500 unit threshold is what we used in the context of it being a reasonable alternative in the context of the objectives of the local plan. So in accordance with the spatial strategy, which had determined a approach to apportioning growth, the 500 unit threshold we determined was appropriate for alternatives to the sites put forward in the bundle of sites in the local plan. Don't know if any colleagues have anything to add. I'll turn off.
Just for example, just sort of thinking out loud, which is always a little bit dangerous, but was there the potential, for example, to look at clusters of smaller sites, you know, as a reasonable alternative to a larger site, which may have included maybe it's a smaller settlement, a cluster of sites within smaller settlements as a reasonable alternative? Was, you know, just as an example of how the approach may have constrained the assessment of other alternatives.
There's certainly not the history of how the South Local Plan was established in terms of that threshold that was also the 500. I suppose what we were trying to articulate through that is that you have to ultimately deallocate to, as you know, we've already got quite considerable headroom or supply on top of the requirement. Therefore, we would have to make some adjustment, i.e. removal of sites which are that scale, and therefore we were comparing like for like sites in that sense.
I'm not sure that entirely answers my question.
I think in terms of the approach, given that the objectives of the plan were to provide sufficient housing, which was in line with the standard method for the reasons that have already been explained, and that could be achieved from sites which were already allocated and in some cases had planning permission. I think what Mr. Lane was explaining was that in that context, any comparison of a deallocation strategy with the sites which already had been allocated, if you were to compare the SA performance of the two, it was sensible to compare like with like rather than to compare deallocation of large sites with allocation of sites which were not large sites, because you wouldn't have then had a meaningful SA comparison because you were not effectively comparing apples with apples. I think that's my understanding of what was the point that Mr. Lane was making. But can I separately, and this is a point I just want to invite the team to comment on, because amongst the comments that were made were the comments on behalf of Homes England about Chalgrove, and I don't think anybody specifically responded to the rationale that the SA took to the treatment of Chalgrove. So I'm just hoping that somebody's got some thoughts to add on that.
I can certainly add in terms of what we assessed at Chalgrove, which was at the preferred option stage, we just assessed obviously the deallocation of Chalgrove, but then when the 43 reasonable alternatives case came forward, the extended boundary at Chalgrove was one of those 43 alternatives that was assessed and is presented within the SA.
And presumably, is there a paper trail in that case in terms of how the site was discounted in the essay? Can you point us to that?
I'd like to ask Tom, but in terms of the sustainability appraisal, it's documented within the methodology at the preferred option stage that each of the existing allocations went through the HELA tests of suitability, deliverability, etc., and those which were not did not deem to pass those tests, which includes Chalgrove, were then not subjected to SA at the preferred option stage. Then obviously when we got to yes, at the preferred option stage. Then when we got to pre-submission, that was when the SA team were provided with the 43 reasonable alternatives, of which Chalgrove then came back in within a wider boundary at that point.
Then, Madam, sorry, I think the remaining point, which I don't think we've touched on in relation to the employment options, and attention has already been drawn, I think through Mr. Bird's comments, to the response in IQ 51 to the employment options that were considered, and it's clear that there was a range of scales of employment that were considered, and the range was at the top of the range was the hybrid option, which actually is the plan option. So that considered the largest amount of employment growth. It's right that a larger still amount was not considered, but that is in the context of the objectives of the plan. And although Mr. Bird is critical of Objective 9 as being woolly, Objective 9 is plan for enough jobs. And that objective is something that was considered in the ELNA as to what was enough jobs in terms of what was required on economic grounds, and that was set out in the ELNA as to the quantum that was required, and there was already a supply that exceeded that quantum, and in that context it wasn't therefore a reasonable alternative to consider a yet higher level of employment, because the level of employment provision that was already committed was sufficient to achieve the objective. So, Madam, I think in summary, across the various criticisms that have been levelled at the SA work and its treatment of reasonable alternatives, the response that we would make is that if you go back to, first of all, the objectives of the plan, and secondly, to the narrative in the various topic papers which explain the journey that the plan was undertaking, and then you put that in the context of the provision that already existed through the existing local plans, both in terms of housing provision and in terms of employment provision, the additional alternatives which have been suggested by various of the objectors would not, in our judgment, rank as reasonable alternatives, because they would take you outside of delivering on the objectives of the plan, which were clearly a matter of choice for the council in terms of preparing a plan with those objectives.
So looking at the objectives, and we just talked about objective 9, plan for enough new jobs. Do you see that to be a limit in any way?
I'm reminded of something that William Blake wrote in Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience, when he wrote, "You never know what is enough until you know what is more than enough." But it is expressing, in terms of assessment, a requirement to meet needs. It's not an open-ended requirement. And so the objective is to achieve a sufficiency. And if you can achieve a sufficiency, you have met that objective, subject to the fact that I recognise the objective also talks about, as it goes on to talk about a wide range of jobs. So obviously it's not just quantity, it's also qualitative considerations are part of that. But yes, it is, as we see it, it was an objective to meet the needs that were required for the plan area, rather than simply an open-ended exercise in simply providing development regardless of needs.
Mr. Tucker.
Thank you. Just to respond to a point that was made and really seek clarification from the authority, I think I've heard the point being made that option C is essentially the one that others around the table have complained doesn't exist. In other words, the potential for expansion of Oxford. I confess I've spent the last few minutes just rereading the local plan, the emerging local plan, the essay, and also topic paper 08. And it's quite difficult to understand what words have been used to try and articulate that. And if I can just give you the references, Madam, so you can satisfy yourself. The essay discusses option C at page 30 of 368, the emerging local plan at page 111 of 583, and topic paper 8 discusses it at page 12 of 31. And page 12 of 31 helps me because it also includes that fantastic visualisation of what the spatial option does. And it seems to show the little houses just where Bayswater is, adjacent to Oxford, but doesn't appear to consider potential for the increasing capacity of allocations, it just happily flags up Bayswater. So I'm interested to know whereabouts it is articulated that option C is essentially synonymous with the expansion of Oxford. That's the first point. The second thing is, I'm grateful for the very clear answer that's been given by the authorities team that there has been an a priori rejection of Chelford Airfield in terms of its assessment as a reasonable alternative, and what the council has only assessed is an expansion of Chelford Airfield. So there hasn't been an assessment of the rolling forward of an allocation in an adopted local plan as a reasonable alternative. To lapse into the vernacular and to use language of the sort that my learner friend to my right might have used, that's just daft.
Mr. Bird.
Very brief point. Just back to objectives, Madam. Could you compare Objective 8 and Objective 9? Objective 8 says plan for enough new homes to meet our needs. There's no such restriction in Objective 9, which is a broader and more permissive objective. Whilst there is reference to providing reference to day-to-day needs at the end, there's no constraint on employment provision, and indeed the plan doesn't propose any constraint.
Okay, I think having heard points so far, we can pick up any detailed points in the housing session and the employment session. So, just trying to conclude on the sustainability appraisal section. So, for the cumulative effects of carried forward sites, so we have 3 categories. Category A, sites where construction is complete, sites where planning permission has been granted, as B, and C being sites without planning permission, subject to SA. So just so I'm clear, the carried forward sites haven't been subjected to sustainability appraisal. I'm just trying to work out whether there's a almost mixing up of the issue of whether you can do anything in a practical sense to, because a site is a commitment or it's constructed, and the need for the SA to assess and determine the individual and cumulative effects, if the council would like to comment.
And just to pick up on that one, so as we set out in paragraph 4.6.3 of the SA report, allocated sites which have planning permission, where construction has not yet been completed, were not subjected to SA. And our rationale for that was twofold. The first being that the planning permission was considered to have overtaken the local plan making process. So essentially those allocations could have been built out before the plan reached adoption. And so the effects of those developments would be the same, irrespective of where they're carried forward in the JLP or not. And secondly, that those sustainability effects of those allocations with planning permission had already been assessed through the essays of the adopted plans. And so we believe that the JLP, as evidenced by the essay, be unable to influence the way in which development is brought forward on those sites. It's the planning permission which takes precedence there. That was the rationale.
So this comes to a point of whether a site is carried forward as an allocation if it's got permission, and whether it's a commitment. So if it's a commitment, you can still count it, but it's what can the sustainability appraisal affect, and how can it influence the allocations that are chosen.
I think that's part of the thinking, is that the planning permission is in place for that site, so actually the SA has limited influence in terms of considering an alternative for that site, because the site already has planning permission and so could be built out before the plan gets adopted. I mean, if it would be helpful, we could carry out an additional piece of work to subject those sites to SA to the same level, treat them in the same level as the carried over allocations without planning permission. That could be done if the inspectors feel that is necessary. But obviously that feeds into the iterative nature.
Yeah, so just so I'm clear, that you're offering a little exercise to go through the carried forward sites, put those through the sustainability appraisal.
Those with planning permission, which haven't been done so far.
Yeah, because it's only the carried forward sites with planning permission that haven't been done. Yeah. We'll consider that as an option, and we'll get back to the council in due course on that.
Now we note from the council's response about mitigation that you mentioned that earlier, mitigation measures have been incorporated. I think we've set questions on those, so I'm not going to explore those further. And as they feed into monitoring, again, monitoring would be a further session within the examination hearings. So I believe that takes us to the end of sustainability appraisal, unless anyone's got any burning points.
I think, as my colleague said, there will be the opportunity to revisit, as a bit of a circular argument, to revisit these points in relation to certainly housing and employment. So I think, just conscious of time, it's probably best to move on.
Okay, we're moving towards the end of matter one. So, habitats regulations assessment. Now, I've got a few comments on here. So I think there were a few concerns raised by Turley. So I think if you'd like to start, and then we'll take it from there. I have quite a lot of questions, but if you want to make your points first, I can then hopefully cross off a few of mine.
Thank you, Madam. The overarching points in respect of HRA are largely consistent with the narrative of rushing through a plan and figuring out the details later. The approach to HRA has been, in our submission, completely the wrong way around, and has ultimately led to gaping holes in the evidence base, which we say are fatal to the adoption of the plan. And despite this being an important legal duty, they seem to have been completely ignored in the drafting of the spatial strategy and indeed the evidence base which sits behind it. As we sit here today, the council have no idea how big the problem is, how they're going to fix it, and whether or not any of the allocations that they are promoting are capable of being legally compliant. And we've got a few more detailed submissions, so I'll just work through those in turn, if I may. Firstly, turning to the background of the issue, the Reg 18 plan was accompanied by a screening report which concluded that likely significant effects could not be ruled out. Then there was a December 2023 screening report was not a HRA of the Reg 19 version of the plan. We then get to CSD 03, and a reference in that document was made to a HRA. You'll have seen from our written submissions, Madam, there was never a HRA published at that stage, and the details of that are set out in our written submissions. Natural England's representations at the Reg 19 stage confirmed that they had seen a draft HRA and set out that they were not currently able to confirm whether they considered the plan to meet the tests of soundness or legal compliance. That document, having not been in the public domain, raises a serious question mark about the ability for public participation on that particular issue, and I direct you to page 17 of our representations for our detailed submissions on that point. Moreover, it raises a serious question about whether or not Natural England's comments were based upon the most up-to-date HRA, and there is a chronology set out in our written statement which essentially suggests that Natural England's comments were predicated on an earlier version of a HRA, not the one which later was publicised. So the timescales demonstrate that by the time the councils agreed to publish the joint local plan, no HRA had been undertaken, and therefore no consideration could have been given to whether or not they would give rise to adverse effects. And since then, we've obviously had the position confirmed that Natural England still cannot rule out likely significant effects. We raised significant concerns in our representations in Appendix 1 of our written submissions about the stage of the advancement of the plan, ignoring HRA considerations. And you, Madam, will be familiar with the various statutory provisions to which the local planning authority need to have regard, namely Section 20 of the 2004 Act and Regulation 22 of the 2012 regs, which suggest that where there is a prescribed document, and which we would suggest this is one, the plan simply shouldn't have advanced to this stage. The LPA clearly acknowledge that this is relevant, and they acknowledge it's relevant because they've acknowledged from the outset that a HRA needs to be undertaken. Turning briefly to the substance of the HRA itself, and there are a number of flaws. Firstly, what has not been assessed. The HRA methodology contains a number of examples of particularly important considerations when we're looking at air pollution levels. Critically, the pollution load, the spatial scale and duration of predicted impacts, the trends in background data, the site evidence of existing impacts from air pollution sources, and topography. And we would respectfully suggest that all of those are potentially impacted by where development is located and promoted as part of this local plan. Secondly, there are issues with the baseline. Those are identified by Natural England, and they have particularly picked up on the base years being inadequate. They pick up on the need to assess undelivered growth. That work hasn't been done either. Thirdly, there is nothing before you which even remotely amounts to a HRA. We're given a methodology, but that doesn't come close to being anything like a HRA which is worthy of scrutiny. We have no assessment of the effects of any of the allocations or growth, particularly on road corridors. And even if there was a likely significant effect arising from those developments that was accepted, there's no attempt to engage with what is avoidance, so conventional understanding of the mitigation, avoidance, mitigation, compensation hierarchy. And there is no analysis at all of any mitigation strategy which could be put forward. There is nothing at all, really, which you can go off to understand what mitigation, if any, might come forward. So the upshot of this in my submission really is the worst case scenario is that there are allocations which may not come forward because there will be no ability to ensure that there's no adverse effect on site integrity. And on that basis, there is a gaping hole in the assessment work which ought to have been front-loaded and ought to have guided the way in which the sustainability appraisal work was undertaken thereafter. Such a fundamental oversight in my submission simply cannot be rectified through further assessment work, and it goes directly both to the soundness and legal compliance of this plan. It should have been absolutely central to informing the spatial strategy and has been quite simply ignored.
Thank you.
Madam if I could just start, and then I think it's probably best if you then hear from those directly involved in the work. But the starting point is that you have got as DUC 05, the Statement of Common Ground, agreed between the councils and Natural England, and obviously you'll appreciate that Natural England is the government's statutory advisor on European sites and therefore closely concerned with the HRA issues. I won't obviously repeat all of that Statement of Common Ground, but paragraph 5.1, which is effectively the conclusion, the parties, this is dated December 2024, the parties, that's to say the councils and Natural England, the parties agree that the South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse Joint Local Plan 2041 can be considered compliant with the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017 as amended with regard to the Aston Rowan SAC, Chiltern Beechwoods SAC, Cot Hill Fen SAC, Hackpen Hill SAC, Hartslock Wood SAC, Kennerton Lambourne Floodplain SAC, Little Wittenham SAC, Oxford Meadows SAC and River Lambourne SAC for all impact pathways except for atmospheric pollution on which further work will be undertaken. So it's certainly wrong to approach this matter on the basis that this plan is proceeding in ignorance of habitat regulations matters. What it is due to a late identification of a technical disagreement between Natural England on the one part and various of the Oxfordshire authorities who were working jointly on a methodology to assess atmospheric pollution. Because of a late disagreement between those as it were two parties, it wasn't possible for Natural England to share the earlier assessment of the authorities to the effect that the atmospheric pollution matters were adequately addressed, which is why they required further work to be undertaken. But that has to be seen, I say, very much in the context that that was one impact pathway out of a variety of impact pathways which had been fully and adequately considered to Natural England's satisfaction. So the councils had that position that although they had hoped to reach a final position with Natural England prior to submission of the plan, it transpired that that was not possible. However, subsequent to that, it's become clear through further work and engagement with Natural England that there is now an agreed methodology on how that impact pathway should be assessed, and work is currently being undertaken in order to ensure that that is being done in accordance with the agreed methodology. The results of that are at the moment not yet available, so we're not in a position to then further engage on what implications there would be for that. And we would accept that's not an ideal situation to be in, but the question again at this stage of an examination is that a legal compliance issue, which means that the plan is unable to proceed further into the examination, to which the answer is patently not. So far as the habitat regulations are concerned, the habitat regulations do not require anything prior to ensuring that before the plan is brought into effect, it has been the subject of appropriate assessment not being a term of art, but just being a process. And we are confident that there will be an appropriate assessment completed before we get to that stage. Obviously, we're not able at the moment to tell you what the outcome will be, but as you will know from other parts of the country, atmospheric pollution as an impact pathway arising from development, particularly the traffic effects of development which generate vehicular pollutants which might impact on sites which are susceptible to airborne pollutants. It's not unique to this part of Oxfordshire. It's an impact pathway which has been experienced in other parts of the country, and satisfactory mitigation strategies have been devised in other parts of the country to deal with atmospheric pollution. So we don't consider that we're dealing with, as it were, something which is novel. Obviously, the specific effects on the specific sites do need to be properly assessed, and obviously an appropriate mitigation strategy would need to be identified. But we have confidence that that is not going to take us into, in a sense, territory that has never been, as it were, travelled before. So that's the position on the habitat regulations. Yes, we know it's an absolute legal requirement on us because we are the competent authority. Obviously, we're very much conscious that you will want to know what the position is because it may impact on your views about soundness and so on. But ultimately, the legal liability rests with us as the competent authority. We're not allowed to adopt a plan unless it's been the subject of appropriate assessment. And I say we are confident that we will be able to get to that position. Then the separate point which is raised is, we think, with respect to a red herring, it's the issue about should a habitat regulations assessment be regarded as a prescribed document for the purposes of being a proposed submission document for the purposes of the 2012 regulations. Well, I mean, the short answer to that is if you have got a completed document which is therefore available to be made available for the consultation, then that is a document which you can choose to put forward as part of your evidence base if you've got a completed document, and then obviously that can then form one of your proposed submission documents. But with respect to the submissions you've heard, there is nothing in the regulations which requires the habitats regulation assessment to be a prescribed document, and the Planning Inspectorate's guidance, albeit it's the Planning Inspectorate's guidance which starts with the preface, this is not giving views on the legal position because it's good practice guidance, but the Planning Inspectorate guidance, when it talks about prescribed documents, does not include the habitat regulations assessment as one of the prescribed documents. What it does do is it refers to a habitats regulation assessment as something which should be available for the examination, and we absolutely accept that. And we absolutely accept that you will want to know before you conclude the examination that there has been a habitat regulations assessment and its conclusions are acceptable. So I say with respect to the position on the 2012 regulations, we don't see that as a matter which goes in any way to legal non-compliance. I just add as a point, I don't think we need to get too bogged down in it. But obviously, if any person, and we know that there was a letter from Turley's shortly before submission seeking to dissuade the council from submitting the plan, if any person thought that there was a breach of the council's legal requirements prior to it submitting the plan, it would have been open to those persons to have brought a legal challenge to the submission of the plan. That's not something that's precluded by Section 113 of the 2004 Act, and the case law shows that it's actually open to parties, if they wish to do so, to seek to challenge a plan before it reaches the stage of submission. There was no challenge to the plan. It has been submitted. It's now obviously before you for consideration in this examination. So that's the kind of the legal position, that we see this as a non-point, but then it'd probably be helpful if you just hear a little bit from those involved in the ongoing HRA work as to where we are as part of that context. Thank you.
Yes, just in terms of part of your response, instead of talking in great detail and speculating on what the additional work might lead to, we wrote these questions almost on a little assumption that would be ready for the hearing sessions. So as part of our questions today, the key one is where exactly are we? We are in June now. So if you could address that within what you're about to say, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'll just keep this as a short update as possible. Just to reiterate, so the HRA report accompanying the submission local plan, CDS 04.1, included the screening of all impact pathways except for air pollution and the appropriate assessment of recreational disturbance issues at Cot Hill Fen, SAC. The only outstanding issue is that of air pollution with respect to Cot Hill Fen SAC, Oxford Meadows SAC and the Aston Rowan SAC. And as Michael mentioned, this has been confirmed by Natural England in the Statement of Common Ground. So with respect to that air pollution work, we're now coming to the end of a period of air quality modelling, the scope of which has been agreed with Natural England as set out in the non-technical briefing note. And that relates to the 3 SACs I mentioned. We have also recently completed botanical site surveys at each of the 3 SACs to establish the spread of qualifying features at those sites. So the next stage of our work is to overlay any exceedances of the 1% above the critical level load threshold with those site survey results to now inform an assessment of any potential for adverse effects to integrity. Importantly, with regard to timescale, this overlay work will be completed in the next month. And if any mitigation is required, obviously that's unknown at this stage, the timeline the timeline to get any measures agreed with Natural England and any other agencies, for example, the Highways Agency, if that relates to works on a Highways Agency road, is less clear, as that depends on those third parties. But that initial overlay work will be done in the next month.
Thank you for that. I think that brings us to the end of Habitats Regulations Assessment. Thank you for all your points. The only final bit on the agenda is Appendix 3 carried forward policies. Now, question 1.46 is about the status of superseded policies. My only note here, I think Mr. Tucker has already mentioned about site details and site capacities and timescales and dates and bits and pieces like that. So I'm not going to add any more questions to that.
I think you have our points on that, so I don't intend to repeat any. Thank you.
Okay, it's 3:27. That brings us to the end of Matter 1, which is a longer session than we anticipated for Matter 1. We're going to take a short break, just short adjournment, just so we can swap some nameplates for participants who want to move into Matter 2, and we will get started on Matter 2 in 10 minutes.
Just to say before everybody dashes off, we are conscious of time and the sort of limited time that we have the room for, and the importance of Matter 2 to the soundness of the plan, and we are therefore looking at a potential contingency. I mean, I would like to finish today if we can. But at the same time, we don't want to rush over things. So I've asked the programme officer to look at the overlap between attendees for Matter 2 and Matter 3, because it seems to me a quick scan through looked as though there were quite a lot of the same attendees. Is there anybody who would not be at Matter 3 who would be at Matter 2? Just a quick show of hands. Right, okay. So it's only really the 2. So if we can take any points that you wish to make first, just to make sure that you get to have your say. If that's acceptable, and I think if we do need to go over into another day, it's probably likely to be after Matter 3. So I'm just going to float that option, and we'll see how far we get today. With a fair wind, we will hopefully get finished. If not, at least we potentially have a contingency plan. So, okay, what time are we adjourning? So just 10 minutes, just to keep things moving. Thank you. We'll adjourn till 20 to 4. Thank you. Hello, welcome back everybody. Moving on to matter 2. Firstly, I'd just like to say thank you to everyone for your patience. As my colleague said, matter 1 took a little bit longer than we anticipated. I think it's always a balance with this number of participants between enabling us to ask questions that we want to ask, but also enabling everyone else to make their point as well. Now, are there any participants who weren't here for the beginning of the opening session this morning? Was everyone here? Did they hear the opening announcements?
Sorry, I think there's a few of us who are here, but we were here and heard that in the other room.
Just to save a little bit of time, in that case, I'll dispense with the usual opening announcements, but it would be helpful if the new participants could introduce yourselves. So if I can start with yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Mark Harris from Bidwells, representing Dandara.
Thank you. My name's Holly Jones. I'm here on behalf of Chilwell District Council.
Thank you, Ma'am. Howell James from Nexus Planning, representing Crest Nicholson.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I think that's me. Mike Knott from Stantec, representing various clients, Collar Homes, Carden Group, Catesby Estates, Gladman Developments, Ptarmigan Land, University of Reading and Waits Developments.
You've got your hands full today, then. Okay. Just to start moving through the agenda, but before
Madam, could I just interrupt? Would it be helpful if Miss Baker, who is a new person within our team, introduces herself to you?
Yes, please do.
Hello, Madam. Thank you. My name is Emma Baker. I'm Planning Policy Team Leader, and one of my key roles has been the duty to cooperate, so that's why I'm helping you this afternoon.
Madam, can I likewise introduce Rachel Williams on behalf of the City Council?
Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Thank you.
Sorry, inspectors. There was a few names down this side that weren't here this morning, if you want us to introduce ourselves.
Please do.
Alan Dival, Director, Walsingham Planning, acting for Nicholas King Homes and Olivia Homes.
And Jacqueline Mulliner, Managing Director at Tor & Co, representing Blenheim Strategic Partnerships and Pie Homes.
Good afternoon, Christopher Tennant, Director WSP, representing Defence Infrastructure Organisation.
Good afternoon, Ben Ward from Marans, representing Colcar Strategic Land.
Amy Cannon from WWA, representing the Sovereign Network Group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the new participants. Are there any questions before we move on? I'm sure you're all very familiar with the process, but if anyone does have any procedural questions about the hearings, would you like to ask now? No? Okay. Well, just to remind participants that the duty to cooperate concerns the preparation of the local plan as far as it relates to strategic matters. This covers a period up to, but not after, the submission of the local plan. And strategic matters are defined in Section 33A(4) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004. So just to say that issues of soundness will be dealt with under the relevant matter. I appreciate there's a little bit of crossover between the two, but just to draw that distinction at this stage. So on that basis, and turning to the first question in relation to whether all of the strategic planning matters have been adequately identified, and if not, which ones should have been identified and why. Again, just to avoid any repetition and to expedite matters, we will be dealing with issues later on down the agenda in terms of unmet housing need, employment and lowland fens. So we will be dealing in more detail with those issues further down the agenda. So I think we could probably cover those in more detail at that point. But I think it would be helpful if the Council could just start by giving a brief overview of how the strategic matters were defined. What was the starting point and how did those evolve over time?
Madam, if I start, obviously we've provided in relation to question 2.1, but also I was going to just make a few comments about 2.1 through to 2.5 because they were all grouped in your first issue. And we've provided answers to those questions as set out fully in WS2/1. And we've given what are positive answers, i.e. Affirmative answers on 4 of those questions, and obviously there is one which is the SOCG Statement of Common Ground issue where there is an outstanding issue with Oxford City Council. We'll talk about that, no doubt, in due course, but the short point we would make at this stage is obviously the presence or absence of a statement of common ground, whether with Oxford or with any other party, is not a legal requirement of the duty to cooperate. It may be evidence that is relevant to the duty to cooperate, and obviously the post-submission dialogue, which you've been given by, I think, both the councils and by Oxford City Council, shows it hasn't actually at the moment been possible to produce a statement of common ground. The dialogue itself obviously is post-submission, so therefore not directly relevant to meeting the duty to cooperate, but it shows that there's been a legal difference in view as to what the duty requires. As, Madam, you have just indicated in your opening remarks, you've drawn attention to the distinction between questions of legal compliance with the duty and the separate question of soundness. And with respect, we would suggest that much of the material presented by the other participants is in reality directed to the soundness of the plan, especially as regards matters of housing and employment provision, rather than with the requirements of the duty to cooperate. You've also drawn attention to the definition of strategic matters in section 33, capital A, subsection 4 of the 2004 Act, and the key part of that definition is that strategic matters are those where sustainable development or use of land has or would have a significant impact on at least 2 planning areas. Whether that is so or not is a matter of evaluative planning judgment, in the first instance be made by the plan-making authorities. We accept that that judgment and their judgments do of course fall to be tested by you in the examination, exercising your planning judgment, but in doing so we suggest that the case law shows that you're expected to give a margin of appreciation, which some of the cases describe as a wide margin, to the judgments formed by the plan-making authorities of what they did at the time that they did it. And you also then have to consider, in terms of your own responsibilities under section 20, subsection 7b(2) of the 2004 Act, whether when looking at the preparation of the plan that is now at examination, in all the circumstances, it would be reasonable to conclude that the councils complied with the duty to cooperate in relation to the document's preparation. And, Madam, in addressing that matter, we would suggest that you first have to form a view on whether the councils have wrongly omitted to address any genuine strategic matter when preparing the joint local plan, applying the margin of appreciation already referred to, and secondly, to the extent that there are any genuine strategic matters that needed to be addressed, whether the councils have adequately engaged on those matters with their duty to cooperate partners when preparing the plan, again applying that margin of appreciation to the council's decisions on the nature and extent of the engagement required. We suggest that when the preparation of the plan is seen in its context, including all of the circumstances applicable to its preparation, and not least those involving the Oxford local plan, which was being prepared in a closely overlapping time frame, it is reasonable for you to conclude that there are no genuine strategic matters arising either from what the plan proposes or from what it does not propose, and also that there has been more than adequate engagement throughout the preparation of the plan on all topics which had the potential to be strategic matters. So those are our, as it were, remarks in overview. And I say we have dealt in detail in the responses to your questions with that process and how we went about identifying potential strategic matters that we should then have dialogue with parties about, and we set that out. And as you know, we've got a plethora. Some people have complained about the plethora, but there is a plethora of supporting documentation which we provided to you in response to your initial questions, and we provided that in LPA 02.2 so far as the engagement on this plan was concerned, and in LPA 02.4 in terms of engagement on Oxford's plan. And I know that some people have said, well, you can't look at the Oxford local plan. This is one of those cases where you cannot hermetically seal the actions that were being taken by both duty to cooperate partners, that's to say us and Oxford City Council, in relation to their respective plans, because two things. One, they were running on closely overlapping timescales, and two, the topics of, as it were, discussion and common interest were clearly matters which arose in relation to both plans, and we would say that it would be an artificial exercise to, I say, hermetically seal one from the other, and that's not what happened in the real world. And it's quite obvious that the discussions and engagement that took place related to both plans, as it were, in tandem, and we say that's perfectly common sense and perfectly acceptable. So those are the opening comments that we would make in relation to that first stage.
Thank you for that. I am aware of the difference in opinion in terms of what constitutes a strategic matter, and we'll come back to that. But I think if the Council could just give a brief overview, really, in terms of how those strategic matters evolved from the start of the process.
Yes, I can do that. So initially, the first time we identified the strategic matters was the Regulation 18 Part 1 stage. We had a list of 5 strategic matters. Those were judgment calls. Obviously, strategic matters aren't prescribed. And we took a view that they were the key strategic matters that would be discussion points for this joint local plan. At that time, we had the Oxfordshire Plan 2050 as a strategic level plan above this. And at that time, we had envisaged that there would be a housing requirement and a spatial distribution of growth through that strategic level plan. And that wasn't within the scope of the joint local plan. After the regulation, after the end of the Oxfordshire Plan and before the Regulation 18 Part 2, we amended our strategic matters list within our interim duty to cooperate statement. So there were a few changes there, and that related to the scope of housing and having to identify a housing need figure and a supply and a distribution, which then became part of the scope of the joint local plan. And we believe these are all the relevant matters, and we don't see another that's been identified that is missing from that list.
Thank you. Just Coming back to this definition of a strategic matter, I would just like to bring Oxford City in, who've made representations on that. So if you could just summarise your position, that would be
Madam,
helpful.
if I may, and I certainly would start this by saying don't allow yourselves to be distracted from the key question here, which is it reasonable to conclude that there were no strategic matters as defined in section 33A, subsection 4, which required the councils to engage constructively, actively and on an ongoing basis with Oxford City Council in order to maximise the effectiveness of the plan? And it's not a matter of self-certification by these councils. It's a matter of judgment by reference to all of the circumstances, not just the policies and proposals of the plan, but also the omissions, what it doesn't include, because they also will have significant impacts across not just the two councils' areas, but also Oxford City Council. And Madam, finally, just by way of final preamble, we refer or the City refers in its hearing statement to the Central Bedfordshire Council and Secretary of State case, and we do repeat that. Your exercise is not a mechanistic one, accepting simply all the documents which have been submitted to you. You are required to undertake a rigorous examination of those documents and all of the evidence to enable you to reach a planning judgment on whether there has been a discharge of the duty, and that includes as a starting position whether the council have correctly identified the strategic matters. The councils here apparently and mistakenly, in our view, take the view that because they're rolling forward proposals of their previous adopted plans in respect of the unmet needs identified in 2016, that there are no strategic matters as defined in section 33A4. And Madam, just for your note, the references are CSD 9.1, which is their duty to cooperate statement of compliance, paragraphs 2.96 and 2.97. Same point is repeated in Appendix 1 to that statement, Box 7, which is on page 67, and it's also repeated in the response to your questions, LPA 02, para 15.6, page 22. Their next step is to say, well, because they have no unmet needs themselves, Oxford's unmet need by a combination of those two steps, the rolling forward, and the fact they have no unmet need means that they can airbrush out, even from the potential list of strategic matters, the City Council's unmet need. Madam, what's just been said to you there by Ms Baker in relation to the evolution of the process is identified in CSD 9.1 at paragraph 1.20, where the refined list of strategic matters no longer includes the unmet needs of the City Council. So they're airbrushed out at that stage. And that's despite the fact that DUC2, which is the Memorandum of Understanding between the Oxfordshire authorities, identifies housing as a strategic matter in 3.1, PDF page 4. Expressly says in terms that housing need is a strategically important matter which has important cross-boundary implications for local plan making. And so it's now asserted that actually the needs of the City Council do not have important cross-boundary implications, despite what's said in DUC2. They also say that despite the fact they're preparing a plan to 2041, but have not engaged on the quantum of unmet need to be accommodated for that plan period, nor have they engaged on the tenure stroke mix of housing required to be provided in order to meet the city's unmet need. And all of this is because from the outset that they have determined that they were only going to make provision for the previously agreed unmet need dating from 2016, so agreed nearly a decade ago, with the result that they have failed to engage on the effectiveness of the proposals of the plan in meeting the City Council's unmet need quantitatively, qualitatively, and in terms of the timescale over which that need will be met. Now, obviously, that covers the three initial hearing days, and we'll return to some of these issues in due course, but there is an overlap with the duty here. And bear in mind, Madam, here we're dealing with a plan which saves none of the existing policies. So all of the policies of the existing plans are to be replaced. So all of the policies and proposals are strictly new, and whether a matter is a strategic one falls to be considered having regard to the fact that the plan is proposing circa 7,000 dwellings in this plan area to meet the City Council's needs, so self-evidently of strategic scale. 25% of the housing provision in the plan is to meet the City Council's needs, and there can be no sensible contention that that would not have significant impacts on both sides of the border across a range of issues. Equally, the way in which those sites are handled in policy terms has a significant implication both sides of the border in terms of meeting the respective affordable housing needs, the needs for different housing mixes across those sites, and not least because there is in this plan no proposal to identify those sites which are to meet the unmet needs of the city. There's no proposal to ring-fence any of the provision, or alternatively no provision to set in place arrangements which would allow for the monitoring of the delivery of the needs, and importantly, no effectively consequences if the need is not delivered where it needs to be delivered on the edge of Oxford. All of that is unaddressed. So to assert that the plan's proposals do not raise a strategic matter in the City Council's submission is a pretence. It is also willful blindness. And so obviously we'll turn to put some flesh on those points when we come to look at the more detailed housing matters in due course.
I was going to say, I think we'll deal with that in a little bit more detail further down the agenda. I just wanted to give the council the chance to respond broadly in terms of the sort of the points made there about the sort of legal definition, if you like, of strategic matters, and also just explore a little bit the timeline in terms of the preparation of strategic matters, and at which point concerns were raised by Oxford City. So if you could address that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. If I start, and the position is that as the journey started out in 2022, at that stage, as Ms Baker referred a short while earlier, there was the Oxfordshire plan, and that was going to grapple with the wider question of needs, and also the question of what should be done in terms of distribution. So at that stage, the outset of the journey, the joint councils did not need to address the issue of future needs, but they were clear from the outset that what they were not moving away from was the position established in the adopted local plans. And that framework clearly set out a mechanism for the delivery of a proportion of housing to meet unmet needs that Oxford had identified, and which it had then taken forward in its plan to 2036. And that remained the position until the summer of 2022, and that is when the work on the Oxfordshire plan was abandoned, and that's at paragraph 2.11 of CSD 9.01. It was shortly after that that the I should go back. Shortly before that point, the first Regulation 18 plan, that's of the joint local plan in May 2022, did not indicate in any way a suggestion of moving away from the provision that was provided for Oxford in the adopted local plans. And so far as Oxford's response to that first Regulation 18 plan, that's in its response within the consultation report in CSD 10, what it asked at that stage was it had limited ability to meet its needs, and the allocations in previous plans to meet its needs, and it said, must be carried forward into the new plan with the link to Oxford's need continued. In other words, Oxford's position at the outset was, please maintain the status quo, i.e. carry forward what you have already committed to. And that is what we did, and that was a common position between us and the City Council. However, in September of 2022, that's when the councils, i.e. The joint councils, learnt via what's called a HOP, Heads of Planning meeting on the 9th of September, that's LPA 02.2 document 028, that Oxford, and indeed its then partner Cherwell, had commissioned consultants Iceni to prepare a housing need assessment. And I won't go into the issues about there was a disagreement, there probably still is a disagreement about that, but it's quite clear that South and Vale were not involved in that process. And then as 2022 played out, it became clear through a consultation that Oxford issued on its emerging plan, its preferred options, that it considered that it couldn't meet its needs. But the position that the joint councils took was to make it clear that it wasn't open to Oxford to address needs on an Oxfordshire-wide basis, that it wasn't accepted that there were exceptional circumstances for departing from the standard method, and that it was premature to say that Oxford couldn't meet its full need, and there were questions about what it considered was its capacity. So at that stage there was obviously something which arose as an area for further consideration, but it was clear that the parties had a disagreement about approach. Then at the end of 2022 into 2023, the Oxford HENA was published. It was then became available to the other councils in January of 2023. And that was responded to in the consultation by the joint councils, and they set out, and this is at LPA 02.4 document B, their concerns about the approach to the methodology, the claim to exceptional circumstances, and the capacity that was being suggested in the then embryonic HELA. And what then happened during the course of 2023 were attempts by both, as it were, sets of authorities, no doubt in each case acting reasonably, but to explore that area of non-agreement on the approach, but at all times in the context that nobody was suggesting either that what was being carried forward from the adopted local plans shouldn't be carried forward, or that there should be any change in approach to what was being carried forward from those plans. So although the City Council this afternoon makes a point, which is a technical point, that the policies were not being saved and the joint local plan is proposing new policies, and yes, in purely technical terms, that's correct, that the policies aren't being saved and the policies are new policies. If you look at the content of the policies in terms of the allocations, where they are and how much housing is proposed, they are carrying forward entirely the approach that was in the adopted plans, so far as the sites which had been agreed to be referable to meeting Oxford's existing needs. And as to the point that, well, that was based on an assessment at 2016 and that was being carried forward, the point is, nobody was suggesting that that should be unpicked or that that should be revisited. The issue where the parties didn't at that stage agree with each other was on whether there was any additional need over and above that which had already been agreed to and was being accommodated by the joint authorities in their proposed plan. So if you then ask yourself the question, first of all, about whether or not the provision which was already recognised in adopted local plans, and I say in some cases there were planning applications in relation to those sites, was that something which itself gave rise to strategic matters in the context that the planning system had already identified suitable sites to meet that provision and had set criteria in development management policies to regulate that coming forward. And nobody was suggesting, either in any representations made by Oxford in the process of the emerging joint plan, or in the context of the process that had resulted in those allocations coming forward in the earlier Vale of Whitehorse or South Oxfordshire local plans, nobody was suggesting that if that development took place, it would have significant impacts on 2 or more planning areas, because that development was all on sites which had been adjudicated on through the earlier plan-making process, had been found to be acceptable, and in terms of that development, it wasn't going to give rise to significant impacts because they were addressed through any site-specific criteria of the policies concerned. So the issue, and the only issue that could potentially trigger a significant matter, is if there were any additional unmet need that Oxford could not accommodate within its own administrative area. And it was that issue which was the issue that the parties did not agree upon. And that's what I say, in 2023, they then had dialogue about, and you can go through the documents in, LPA 02.2, and you can see that at a succession of principal planning officer group meetings, and also in one-to-one meetings between the City Council and the joint authorities, there were discussions about whether Oxford had unmet needs and whether or not that was something that the parties could resolve. But it is a discussion which had the parties, as it were, starting from different pages, in the sense that Oxford, we're prepared to say for rational reasons based on their own consideration of matters, they were wedded to the approach of the HENA, which took an Oxfordshire-wide approach to assessing housing needs, and they were wedded to the view that they could demonstrate exceptional circumstances for departing from the standard method. That inevitably, on the figures that they were presenting, produced a significantly higher figure for their needs than the standard method would have produced. They were also, because of the position as to the approach that they had adopted, working on the basis of what they said was a restricted capacity within Oxford to meet their own needs. Now, on those two matters, which the joint councils fully and properly engaged through the Oxford local plan process, the joint councils were taking a different view. They were taking the view that the standard method was the appropriate method to be used, that there wasn't evidence that they had seen that would justify exceptional circumstances, and when they then took advice from their own consultants on both the matters in the HENA and also in the HELA, that led them to conclude that there was more capacity within Oxford than the Oxford HELA had suggested. So there was a disagreement, but the parties were then seeking to address that through that engagement process.
Can I just stop you there? You're jumping ahead rather into the housing session, on the agenda in terms of the session we have earmarked for the duty to cooperate on housing issues. It's useful background. But if I can just sort of pause you there and just go back a little bit and come back to the strategic matters.
Well, sorry, what I was trying to explain, but I appreciate that, yes, it is in danger of going into too much detail at this stage. What I was trying to explain is that the strategic matter could only be any unmet need that had been demonstrated to exist, because the strategic matter could not arise from what was already allocated and was being carried forward in exactly the same way. That had already been assessed to be acceptably delivered through the plan's proposals, and nobody was suggesting a departure from that. I know there is a small point which we will talk about, no doubt, tomorrow in Matter 3 about the 2 years 2019, 2020, 2021 in relation to the Vale of White Horse. But I say, if you step back, which I think it is appropriate to, you step back and say, what is it about what the joint local plan was proposing so far as the agreed unmet need? What was it that was being proposed that would give rise, if that housing was provided, to a significant impact on 2 or more planning areas? To which the answer is, there is nothing, because it's being provided in a way which has already gone through a plan process, had been found to be sound, and it wasn't being proposed by anybody to change that development. So the only issue that could potentially give rise to a significant matter would be if there were shown to be any additional unmet need, and that's what I was trying to explain, is where there was this disagreement.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Sorry, can I just add a little bit about your question about the timeline as well? Because we had, at Regulation 18 stages, we had some representations from Oxford. The first Regulation 18 representation was May and June 2022, and Oxford didn't have any objections to the strategic matters that were identified. And then again in January 2024, there was still no objection to those strategic matters. And then it was Regulation 19 where it became clear that there was a change in Oxford's approach before we submitted the joint local plan. And at that point, we had to make that initial judgment about whether or not that issue was something, whether it was a genuine strategic matter prior to that submission of the plan.
I will come back to Oxford in a moment. Just in terms of how the strategic matters are expressed, I just wanted to put a point to the councils. Obviously, the points have been raised about unmet need, unmet housing need. To what degree do the councils feel that would come under the umbrella, for example, of housing need and supply, including affordable housing, etc.? Would it come within that umbrella?
That's exactly our presumption throughout this, yes, that unmet need would be part of the housing requirement strategic matter, yes.
And just in terms of the point raised by Oxford City, in terms of employment issues, would that fall within, for example, I don't want to suggest it, but in your view, could that be under the umbrella of the supply of retail and employment land, for example?
Yes, it is. Yes, so it hasn't restricted discussion of any potential matter, whether that's supply or requirement. We've discussed both.
I just wanted to pose that question. I'm sure that Oxford City will address that from their perspective as well. I'm sure there'll be points you wish to come back on that have been raised to this
Madam,
point.
yes, and that couple of lifelines you try to throw the council won't assist them because they themselves say that the unmet need is not a strategic matter, and that's guided their engagement. And the problem with Mr. Bedford's analysis is his approach, as I understand it, is to say can't be strategic because these were included in a previous plan which has been found to be sound. That's a non sequitur. The fact that proposals may have been found sound in an earlier plan does not mean when they're carried forward that they will not have a significant impact on both sides of the border. Of course they will. Maybe an acceptable impact, but nonetheless it is a impact which requires engagement, not least because when you're rolling forward you need to ensure and engage on whether they're rolled forward in an effective way. The whole point of the duty is to maximise effectiveness. And ultimately what the councils have done here, as we'll come to at the end of the process of the first 3 days, is minimise the effectiveness of the plan in terms of meeting Oxford's unmet needs. And just to recap on some of the history which you've just been taken through by Mr. Bedford, if you go to the responses to your initial questions in LPA 02, you can see the actual thought process of the councils. You'll see in the responses IQ 14.3 and 14.8, which are PDF 18 of that document, that the previously agreed unmet need was effectively an input into the process which was inflexible and has remained inflexible throughout that process. And that's made very clear by the response to IQ 14.11, PDF 20, which couldn't be more damning as far as the council's approach to engagement is concerned, because it effectively says that they sat back and waited to be persuaded that a different figure should be included, without which there would be no engagement. And that's exactly what has happened and proved to be the case. And any activity, and it wasn't engagement, was limited to objecting to the City Council's local plan, which risked upsetting their inflexible starting position. And Madam, you can confirm that if you look at the table of engagement attached to CSD 9.01, after August 2022, when the Oxfordshire 2050 plan was not proceeded with, the only activity was objecting to the City Council's local plan and rejecting the City Council's request for assistance in meeting its unmet need, dated the 22nd of December 2023. There's no constructive, ongoing steps of active engagement. And even after the 11th of September 2024, which was when the inspectors examining the city local plan concluded that the duty to cooperate had not been met, the councils did not ask themselves, what should we now do to engage with the City Council in order to address the unmet need? And the only activity which they actually undertook was some 2 months later in November 2024, the 26th of November 2024, which is CSD 9.1 Appendix 2, asking the City Council what it proposed to do. The 11th of September was the time when they should have asked themselves, what should we do now in the light of the City Local Plan Inspector's letter? But they never, and there's no evidence they ever asked themselves that question, and they did not engage on the answer, on the only proper answer to that question. And can I just turn here to Ms Williams, who will address what was actually raised with the councils, because it suggested that at no stage was any different housing number raised with them in terms of the unmet need.
Thank you. There was a reference to the fact that we didn't raise any objection to the initial identification of strategic matters at the issues stage. That's because in the issues stage, there was a table 1, that's document LPP 12, I believe. There is a row in table 1 of that statement that's for Oxford City Council, and it's identifying strategic matters that may currently be considered as potentially relevant to the districts. In the Oxford City row of that table, there is an entry, housing need and supply, and it says consideration of unmet needs from the plan area, if any should arise. There is another column that says the supply of retail and employment land, and it says meeting the needs of retail and employment land. These are some of the reasons why we didn't object to the original identification of strategic matters in the scoping stage, because we felt they were represented, those two main points that we take issue with today. If I may, if I move back, there was 2 references, I believe, to a suggestion that we hadn't raised any of these issues earlier in the plan-making process. When that was mentioned, I just took a copy of our Regulation 18 consultation response in front of me. This is a letter dated the 22nd of February 24. A quick reading as the councils were speaking, I can pick out half a dozen things that we say we would like to see redressed, even at that stage at Regulation 18. So we talk about annualising the number of unmet need homes. We talk about the missing 2 years at the front of the period. We talk about an alternative method for calculating housing requirement. We talk about the need to look for exceptional circumstances. We were surprised at that point that it was not even a reasonable option. We talked about the need to consider in the round connections between economic growth and housing need. We talked about we recognised that the preferred approach was to incorporate the previously agreed level of unmet need, but not to assign this to particular sites, which we said would be a much better approach. We flagged that it's important the right tenure of affordable housing will be provided. Again, we touched on the need to allocate specific sites to meet those unmet needs. And we also flag that the approach at that point did not address any unmet need beyond the agreed period, the 2036, our 2036 plan. So just as a quick observation, there were a number of issues that we raised right at the very beginning of this approach. And then one thing, if I may, this is in my statement, answer to question 2.1. We did sign, with all the other Oxfordshire authorities, the Oxfordshire Statement of Common Ground, DUC2, which states, this Statement of Common Ground focuses on the following key strategic matters, and then lists 6 matters, which we agree with. And it also goes on to say, additional statements of common ground are being produced as bilateral statements on other strategic and cross-boundary issues. With that in mind, we were happy to sign that joint statement of common ground in the expectation that it would be followed up with a follow-on, but I'm sure we'll come back to that later on the agenda.
Inevitably, we are going to touch on other subjects as we go through, but I want to keep things moving.
Madam, I appreciate, obviously, there needs to be that flow and you need to do that, but I think in fairness to the joint councils, it is not, in my submission, fair to leave you with the impression, as I think that the City Council's representations a short while ago suggested, that the limit of engagement was limited to the particular points that Mr. Bird highlighted in his submission. And with respect, what I just want to draw to your attention, and it does go back to what I was saying about the narrative, that it became apparent in 2023 that there was some disagreement. There were, and I make it quite clear that we're not being critical, but there were attempts by the authorities, that's to say the joint authorities and Oxford, to work through their differences. And what is apparent, and if you see this it's in LPA 02.2, and what we had was a document which is part of document 056, and in the first instance it's a draft note that was prepared by Oxford to inform what was going to be an officer Oxford Principal Planning Officers Group meeting in September. And helpfully, the City Council set out its information, and there's an email of the 11th of August 2023 to the other members of the Oxfordshire Principal Planning Officers from the City Council, which says that this is the City Council's note on Oxford's housing need, and it includes the information that they put forward, and that was circulated for comment. And what you've then got in part of document 56 is a track change document which incorporates comments from other parties, including comments from the joint councils. And so they were engaging on that on the basis that that was something that would be then followed through, and a revised note would be prepared by Oxford City Council to reflect that. And then if you go to document 060, which is 5th of September 2023 in the same LPA 02.2 series, there are the minutes of that Oxfordshire Planning Policy Officers meeting. And item 4 is conversations on need, unmet need. And what it says is, since the last meeting, RW, which I think it's reasonable to refer, that is Ms Williams of the City Council, since the last meeting, RW completed the action to circulate a paper on the housing numbers from a city point of view. S&V, obviously the joint councils, West, that's West Oxfordshire, and County have responded with comments. All comments have been collated into a single version attached, and County also circulated a separate paper just ahead of the meeting attached. And then it was suggested there would be a talking through of those points, and you can see the minutes record all of that. But the point that then comes out is you then get a revised note. It's in the same document 60, which is the Oxford note. And that sets out what Oxford were then saying was their position in terms of what they saw as their capacity and what they saw as the unmet need after they'd allowed for, and this is set out in section B, the previously allocated sites. So they, like the joint councils, were working on the basis that what had been previously committed would be carried forward and was not a component of any additional unmet need. So they then set out a figure for their unmet need, and they then related that to what was already allocated, and that led them to the conclusion that there was an additional unmet need outside of the already allocated sites of 2,517. There's a slight, I think there's a typo in the text, but I think the figure in table 5, in figure 5, is the correct figure, because there's a slightly lower figure at an earlier stage in the narrative, and then another slightly lower figure in the narrative. But I'm sticking with the figure which is the higher of the three figures on that page. There was then, to that same meeting, a helpful attempt by the county council to, as it were, bridge the areas of disagreement between the parties. And what they did was they set out the capacity that was expected to come forward on the various allocated sites. And that showed that at that time, there was more capacity on the sites that both South and Vale had identified as referable to Oxford's needs than would have been needed simply to meet the agreed contributions. And then at the end of the exercise, what the county did was they provided a table 3 and they set out, I think, 4 figures there. The first figure was what Oxford was then saying would be its need if you use the HENA approach, and that was 26,000 odd. They then set out what the figure would be for Oxford if you used the standard method, which was 15,000 odd. They then set out what was Oxford's then calculation of its HELA capacity, which was 10,000 odd. And they then set out the already agreed figure of unmet need. That was 14,300 that all of the various Oxfordshire districts had agreed to contribute towards Oxford's needs. And what you see from that is 2 things. Firstly, if the standard method was the right way to calculate Oxford's housing needs, there was more than sufficient in what Oxford itself said was its capacity, together with the existing contributions that were already allocated. That's to say, 10,000 plus 14,300 was obviously substantially more than the 15,000 that the standard method would produce. But it was also clear, if you went back to the capacity figures, that even if Oxford had an unmet additional need of 2,500 or thereabouts, the existing allocations in the adopted local plans, because very little of them had actually been built out by that stage, were easily sufficient to accommodate that figure. So, and I know that as the process went on, there was some refinement to some of those figures, but they didn't alter that basic point, which was that, if the agreed need was carried forward, that would provide 14,300 towards any needs of Oxford. When that was added to what Oxford said was its own capacity, there was then no additional unmet need if the standard method was used, and even if the Oxford HENA approach was used, again, you didn't need any additional allocations because of the existing allocations. Now, obviously, we will talk in due course about all of those figures, but it was entirely reasonable at that stage for the joint councils to take the position that this did not produce any strategic matter, because however it was dealt with, it was already accommodated within what was already allocated, and the only issue was the issue that still had to be played out through the Oxford local plan examination, is was Oxford City Council justified in claiming exceptional circumstances and departing from the standard method or not? And we know that that was played out and it was ultimately resolved, and there was an answer to that. We didn't choose, as it were, the forum in which that transpired. That obviously flowed from Oxford's decision to submit their local plan, which they submitted in early 2024, after they'd received a letter from the joint councils inviting them to reconsider their intention to submit that plan and urging them to engage in further discussion with the joint councils rather than submit the plan. But obviously that was a choice that Oxford City made, and that is set out, it's in the letter, it's in the LP 2.4 series, and it's appendix, I think it's appendix C, no it's not, it's appendix E of LPA 02.4, where we asked them not to submit their plan for examination. Absolutely, that was their decision, and I don't say they weren't entitled to submit their plan, they did, but that then ended up with the unfortunate situation that effectively the two councils, or the joint councils and the city council, had become polarised in a position, but there was then an adjudication process, which was the Oxford Local Plan examination, where the inspectors for that examination would address that disagreement and reach conclusions. That did transpire. Mr. Bird referred to the fact that we should have then responded on the 21st of September letter, which is the interim inspector's letter that you've got as one of your documents. I think it is LNP 05. I think strictly that document wasn't published on the 11th of September. It wasn't published by the City Council until they also published their letter to the inspectors, effectively challenging the conclusions in that letter. And because they had, as it were, pushed back to their inspectors to say, well, we're not satisfied with all of the points that you'd put, the joint councils took the view that they needed to await, as it were, the resolution of that. That was not resolved until I think the 11th of November 2024, when the inspectors of the Oxford Local Plan indicated that they were not minded to change their position. And it was very shortly after that that the joint councils then wrote to Oxford to ask, what is going to now happen? What are you going to do with your local plan? Do you have any information you can share with us on your housing needs? And that received a response from the City Council, which was simply, we cannot tell you anything, effectively, until we've been to our members. So I appreciate that these things are, in a sense, not ideal in terms of how things unfolded, but they were part of a process where you had two authorities, or a joint authority and another authority, who had a legitimate disagreement about matters. They did engage on those matters to see whether or not they could resolve their disagreements, and we saw that through the process that was dealt with during the summer of 2023. We then ended up in a situation that the parties became locked into a local plan examination, and it was entirely reasonable, where you're in an adjudication process, to allow that to play out before one then takes stock to see where you are. And it's just unfortunate that it took, in terms of the playing out, it took until the end of last year before it became apparent that actually there had been an adjudication. It was adverse to the City Council's position, and it resulted then in the ultimate withdrawal of their plan.
I am aware of the history, and you're jumping ahead slightly again on the agenda, because we will come back to housing. So if maybe try and keep your answers a wee bit shorter, that would be very much appreciated, just given the time that we have. I'm sure Oxford City would like to come back on this. What I would suggest, if it's related to housing, we will be looking at that in more detail. I am conscious that we may only have Cherwell District Council till the close of today, and there are points on the agenda I would like to ask.
I think all our points will come back to either later on the DTC agenda or housing. All I would say is there's been no response on the qualitative issues which the City Council's raised in terms of duty to cooperate, and those are strategic matters, and so we'll come back to those.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move on to look at the structures and processes that were put in place after the Oxfordshire plan was abandoned. I have read all of the statements. I'm very aware of the history, so we don't need to go into detail on all of that. I guess my main issue, and something I'd like to delve in a little bit deeper really, is how useful the various structures, and it's helpful you've set out the roles of the various groups. How useful were each of those groups in actually discussing and potentially resolving issues like unmet need? And what happened if there was a disagreement, for example? How would that be taken forward? Would it move up the hierarchy of groups from the Oxford Planning Officers group to the heads of planning group? Just to give me an idea really of how those groups were effective in potentially addressing those contentious issues where there seems to be, the parties seem to be poles apart on. If you could focus on that, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So we did provide the structures within our matter statements and initial questions. We believe there are a lot of structures in place, especially in light of the need to have something in place after the end of the Oxfordshire Plan. We believe we've used those structures and other mechanisms well in order to get the outcome that we have in the submitted plan. We have the summary of engagement table within our duty to cooperate statement at CSD 09.1. We also have the extensive appendix within LPA 02.1. Within that reflects there's a column in that specifically about the outcomes, and those show you those areas of agreement, areas of disagreement, and how that has influenced the JLP. On unmet need, obviously the issue has fed through the Oxford local plan hearings, which we've spoken about as unfortunate. Other things that we would tend to take those matters back to each council where we need some kind of member endorsement or steer. So obviously we have structures in place within Southern Vale to do that with cabinet members at cabinet member briefing sessions, should there be the need to discuss issues of a duty to cooperate nature. And duty to cooperate is a standard featured item on all of those cabinet member meetings. We discuss it at every meeting. So if anything arises at OPPO that needs discussion, we'll raise it there.
I suppose it's yes, there are good structures in place when you look at the hierarchy. I guess the key question, though, is how effective those structures were in addressing or seeking to resolve areas where there were disagreements. And, obviously unmet need is the obvious one. And, to what extent were those structures more of an information sharing role? What discussions actually took place in terms of trying to resolve those issues, and what level did those discussions take place?
I would take you back to the reference that Mr. Bedford's given you to 058 to 061 of LPA 02. That tells you the level of detail and commentary that we can go into on this matter and have done on unmet need. Obviously, that particular issue wasn't effective through that forums, and the only resultant outcome could have been that local plan examination. So in that regard, those structures didn't help the resolution. It was the local plan examination that did. But the evidence does demonstrate that those forums allow that discussion to take place and take away emails, provide documents in advance in order to collaborate where we need to.
So on the particular issue of unmet need, when it became apparent at the planning officers group that there was an issue, disagreement on that particular issue, how is that taken sort of through the hierarchy, higher up, being specific about it?
I suppose the only instance where it take it out of that process is when we actually do responses to Oxford and form views on their plan at that stage. It's kind of, we will share information but not seek resolutions. The resolutions in that case were our representations. The officers involved would have used the structures in order to get as far as we possibly could before we needed to take that any further to our members.
So from the Oxford Planning Officers group, was it then taken to the heads of planning group? What happened? How did it play out?
If I recall correctly, there was only one unmet need discussion at the heads of planning group after the end of the Oxfordshire plan, and that was very soon after the closure of, I think it was August or September 2022, and the heads of planning then wasn't the forum to discuss that as a strategic matter. It tended to be OPPO that the rest of the discussions were had, and I think I've listed those OPPO discussions within the matter statement that specifically dealt with unmet need.
If the heads of planning group wasn't the correct forum, just looking at the remit of the officers group, did that have any decision-making ability to sort of move things forward at that level, at the Oxford Planning Officers group?
I think it was just a resolution. It was a forum for resolution. I don't think it was decision-making. So when it came to decision-making, we would take issues back to CMB in order to make a decision, and that's usually, how do we progress with our submission to the Oxford local plan.
Okay, I'd like to just open up the discussion, and whilst Cherwell are here, we'll come back to Oxford. Sorry to put you on the spot, but in terms of your experience of the Oxford Planning Officers group and how any disagreements would be, I mean, I appreciate that not every disagreement can be resolved, but how would attempts to resolve those disagreements take place, and how would that play out?
Thank you. It was through discussion at OPPO. If there were matters that couldn't be resolved, they would generally be taken back to the individual authorities, to the heads of planning, not necessarily then going back to the heads of planning meeting, but making sure that the appropriate officers within the council were aware where there were issues or concerns or problems. Appreciate the position, so it's been touched on earlier. Cherwell had commissioned a piece of work with Oxford City, the HENA, that following the Oxford City examination and the outcomes of that Cherwell has decided to withdraw that document as well, and is taking a similar position to South and Vale councils in terms of its approach to housing, and also in relation to unmet housing need from Oxford as well. But I think in addition to the heads of planning, there was also the future Oxfordshire partnership. That was the group that was designed to move on after the Oxfordshire plan as well, where issues would effectively be escalated to. But I think in the case of this, as you've already heard, there were some issues that simply couldn't be resolved through any of those meetings.
Okay, thank you. Oxford City.
Thank you. So I attend every Oxfordshire Planning Policy Officers meeting, They are useful. It's a regular point of contact between all the authorities in Oxfordshire. It's a very helpful forum in which to update each other on where work has got to. We also have visiting speakers on topics that are of benefit to the group, and we talk about some of those collectively. You can see from the minutes that have been submitted, the discussion does tend to be quite high level at those meetings. I took the view for our own local plan that we needed to supplement that group with additional work in between those meetings. Southern Vale referred to a note that I shared and how it came back to that meeting and when it was reviewed and so on. So lots of that extra work alongside the meetings themselves. However, at our examination, it was clear that even with the additional work and the additional bilateral meetings that we held with each of the other districts, this was insufficient engagement for some parties at our examination. On the FOP mechanisms, I would say during the course of the Oxfordshire Plan, there were many meetings and regular meetings at all levels, so junior officers, more senior officers, heads of planning, cabinet members. That was a really strong governance situation that we put in place specially to drive the Oxfordshire Plan. Post-Oxfordshire Plan, a number of those fell away, some were rebadged, so there's a reference, I see it in your agenda, to the Planning Advisory Group and the officer group that supports that. I note in my statement that the last PAG group was held in September 2024, so I'm not sure that the depth of forums are there anymore. And we've been exploring as a group in Oppo what we could, if there was any need to supplement that, and what we could do to do that. Yeah.
Madam, could I just add on the narrative of events that if you go back to what Oppo was discussing, there was an Oppo meeting on the 19th of July 2023, that's in LPA 2.2 document 053, and at that, according to the minutes, Oxford did ask about how to take forward the conversation on its unmet need, and they suggested, well, this could be done via Oppo. And we know that there was then that further work that was done in the summer of 2023 that I've referred to, which culminated in the notes that Ms Williams just referred to at the September 23 meeting. But it's also notable that at that meeting, that the Joint Council said, well, that it would be for Oxford to make a request on unmet need if that's what their position was. But actually that formal request didn't emerge until one got to the December of 2023, and you've got that correspondence. There was a letter from the Oxford Chief Executive which didn't have a quantified figure but did make a request, which then led to the response from the Joint Councils, where they said they were unpersuaded that there was evidence of unmet need, and they also made it clear there, that was the one where they requested that Oxford did not submit its plan because they wanted further engagement with Oxford, as set out in that letter, which was, I think, Appendix E of LPA 02.4. So there was a, as it were, there was a formal process which was suggesting, well, these things need to go through a formal request. That didn't happen at the earlier stages. It did happen eventually. There was a response to that, and there was a suggestion there should be further engagement, but there was not further engagement because Oxford had by then, as it were, committed itself to its plan-making timetable, and it proceeded to submit its plan, as I say, in March of 2024.
Kolkar, do you want to make a point on this?
Thank you, Ma'am. I just want to make two quite discrete points. The first is in respect of the structures, which we've just been discussing, and the second goes back to the strategic matters. If I can direct your attention to the table of engagement, that's reference LPA 02.1, in specific regards to the structures that are put in place or have been put in place to facilitate the discussion of unmet need from Oxford. On pages 22 and 23, there are two entries which are of interest. So the first one is an entry dated the 30th of June 2023, where the fourth column from the left says, processes for conversations on unmet need raised, each district to consider further. The second entry on the 19th of July 2023 says, also discussion on what is the right forum for conversations on unmet needs. So on the council's own evidence, you have, at quite a late stage in the process, confirmation that the essential infrastructure that they need in order to discuss the unmet need situation is not in place, and there's nothing further in the evidence that suggests that it was put in place, and indeed at that point it would have been too late anyway, given that key decisions had already been made. Just going back to the strategic point, what is a strategic matter for the duty to cooperate, what is not a strategic matter for the duty to cooperate, I understand the council's position is that unmet need from Oxford is not a strategic matter engaging the duty to cooperate, but if you look at page 21 of the table for engagement on the 26th of June 2023, again, the fourth column from the left says South and Vale had methodological concerns regarding Oxford City Council's unmet need. And then in the fifth column from the left, there is the statement, this was early DTC engagement post Oxfordshire Plan 2050. So I find that entry to be contradictory with what the council has put to you, Ma'am, that they did not consider unmet need from Oxford a strategic issue that engages the DTC. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, could you just, I can't see your nameplate either.
No, that's fine, Mum. Mike Knott from Stantec, various clients. I'm conscious we're potentially jumping around the agenda, so I'll make my points succinctly, and if you need more at this point, then I'm sure you will invite me to do so. We're spending part of this time talking a lot about Oxford City's local plan examination, and I'm not entirely clear as to why that is. Clearly contextual, but I think we really need to look squarely at the engagement that's been undertaken as part of the preparation of this plan. And to that extent, document LPA 2.2 and document 100 within that is minutes of an OPPO meeting from the 15th of August, and helpfully item 2 on that, it picks it up in the same part of that meeting note, which is at that point in time, and again to contextualise this, 15th of August last year, immediately post general election, new government, very positive position being adopted in terms of housing growth and planning reform. Consultation launched on a very more positive MPPF and proposed changes to standard method housing numbers. And again, in the context of Oxford City, awaiting an update on local plan, and shortly below that in the same note, decision by South and Vale, new LDS, straight out the blocks, published, rushing hell for leather towards a Reg 19 consultation and completely disregarding any further engagement on Oxford's additional unmet need. which plainly, on the evidence available in terms of capacity of Oxford and housing need, which we're going to come on to and I won't deal with now, was an unresolved matter. I think to your very pertinent question about not necessarily the scope of structures for cooperation, but were they effective, I think what you've heard is there was no effort to escalate this issue of unmet need. I'm potentially showing my age a bit here, but in 2014 for Runnymede local plan examination, that was particularly an issue that the inspector cited as a duty to cooperate failure there, which officers, having not been capable of resolving a disagreement, made no attempts to escalate that issue. And I think that is evidently what has happened here in the context of the joint councils having rushed towards Reg 19 and submission as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Young, did you have a point?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, this issue that the unmet housing need from a neighbouring authority isn't a strategic issue. Really? It's the very definition of a strategic issue. It is the most significant strategic issue in the country. How can it not be a strategic issue? Of course it is. A truth that's told with bad intent beats all the lies you can invent. That's William Blake. There's a number of plans progressing at the moment, and it's right, as Ms Davis said, we're seeing lots of plans that are being produced in a rush, and this is one of them. The prize, obviously, is lower housing figures, much lower housing figures. South Oxfordshire, somewhere I've grown accustomed and grown familiar with, is its number doubles. So that's why they're doing it. I mean, let's just deal with the elephant in the room. That's why they're doing it. And the government, perhaps surprisingly, with a 1.5 million target for housing, has allowed transitional arrangements that allow them to go through with lower numbers. So they're allowed to do that. We can't criticise them for doing that. Government has sanctioned that. And it might be thought that that was to allow places like St Albans to finally have a plan and necessarily allow South Oxfordshire to throw the car in reverse. But that is not true for unmet need. There's no transitional arrangements for unmet need. The government hasn't sanctioned the abandonment or failure to address unmet need. And let's think about Matthew Pennycook's letter from July last year, which I suspect you're painfully familiar with. That was in a response from your chief executive to the pragmatism introduced by James Brokenshire, sadly deceased, in 2015, which talked about pragmatism, or as some might say, brush it under the carpet. Pragmatism, we had an era of pragmatism for a decade. And prior to that, Kevin Ward, at the Warwick local plan, made clear that Warwick was not going to have an adopted local plan found sound unless there was an effective dealing with Coventry's unmet needs. We're not talking about big metropolitan areas here like the West Midlands or London. We're talking about one city with some unmet need, Coventry. And what Kevin Ward said was, no, you're not having a plan until you all sort out Coventry's needs. So there's a need to sort out Oxford's needs. And by the way, this plan goes certainly to 2040 and beyond, and there hasn't been a resolution of the unmet need from 2036, whatever's said, and we'll come on to the correspondence in a minute. But that era pragmatism, which was a direct response, I think, to Mr. Ward's letter and the criticisms that we see all too often from councils who don't like their plans being found unsound or failing the duty to cooperate, was met with this pragmatism. And, Welland Hatfield's plan going on for 6 years, etc., etc. Mr. Pennycook's letter concerned about plans going on for more than 6 months. Paul Morrison's letter, your chief executive, welcoming the end of pragmatism. So we've left the era of pragmatism if that was ever the right word, and we're now in the era of effectiveness. So duty to cooperate, as you've indicated, tied inexplicably to the soundness test of effectiveness. Is this plan effective? Now, the Bournemouth local plan, where the inspector's decision was issued in March, found, where Miss Mulliner and I and others were there, found that the duty to cooperate had been failed, even though no local authority had objected. The development industry objected, but no local authorities had objected because, let's face it, in many instances there's something of a conspiracy of silence. If you don't say anything, we won't say anything. And let's not forget that Chris Shepley, the Chief Planning Inspector, described the duty to cooperate as the most dismal of inventions. So we have a situation where you can fail even if a local authority, neighbours don't object. But when a neighbour objects, as here, then surely that is absolutely explicit evidence of the plan not being effective. Now, I was slightly surprised by Mr. Bedford saying there was a letter in December 2023 from the Chief Executive of Oxford City Council, addressed to the Chief Executive of South Oxfordshire, and saying there wasn't a figure. He said a fundamental challenge in this is that the housing need for Oxford far exceeds the capacity of the city. Okay, 2023, well after the local plan for South Oxfordshire was adopted in 2020. This is a long-standing issue and has been discussed for many years within the Oxfordshire local plan authorities through various collective forums and collaborative working initiatives, both at officer and member level. And in the same letter, it identifies unmet need 2020 to 2040 at 16,828. So it was quantified. It's quantified in the letter. The response, and this is the real test of it, 19th of January, back from effectively both authorities. Considering this context and a lack of progress in resolving these matters, neither South Oxfordshire District Council nor Vale of White Horse District Council can currently agree to meet any unmet housing need that exists for the period after 2036. So there you have it. They have not engaged effectively, said it's not, said they can't deal with that period of time, said there's nothing to deal with, and that can't be right. That can't be right in satisfying the duty to cooperate. But that's not the development industry telling you that. That's Oxford City Council telling you that. And Oxford City Council is here with King's Council in the same way that King's Council represented Oxford City Council at the West Oxfordshire Plan, and that was found to have failed the duty to cooperate. The unmet need is undoubtedly a strategic issue. I ask you just I won't take up your time because I'm conscious we're running out of time, but Bournemouth local plan inspector looking at these issues from the Bournemouth perspective, the unmet need, paragraphs 2 to 4, and in particular, just failing the plan on the duty to cooperate.
Madam, could I don't want to take up unnecessary time, but I do need to make a correction to what I said earlier on about the letter. Mr. Young is correct to say it did give a figure, but the figure, in fact, that he should have drawn your attention to is the figure of 2,528, because that's the remaining unmet need to be addressed as set out in the table in that letter. That obviously was premised on the previous work that the City Council had done, which was using their HENA to generate their requirement and using their HELA to generate what they said was their capacity, neither of which points were accepted, of course, by the joint councils for the reasons that they had already rehearsed. But in any event, the figure of 2,528 still sat within the capacity that was already allocated in the existing local plans. So that was the first point. And then secondly, Mr. Young referred to the council, i.e. the Joint Council's reply, that's in Appendix E of LPA 02.4. And of course the critical sentence is in the final paragraph. We would ask you to reflect carefully on your current intentions to submit your Regulation 19 local plan as presently formulated for independent examination, and would ask that instead you engage with us on a more appropriate and productive way forward. Now, in that context, the joint councils couldn't have done more to have asked the City Council to take stock, to pause, and to see whether there was a way in which they could work through their disagreements. However, shortly after that, the City Council, and I say it was their choice to do so, but they submitted their plan for examination. That inevitably meant that there was going to be a formal adjudication process of the disagreement between them through the perfectly legitimate means of the local planning examination process on the Oxford local plan. Now, it cannot be, in my submission, unreasonable for the authorities to take the position, once you're in a plan-making process, that you should respect that plan-making process, and once you're in an examination, you should allow that to be played out, rather than, as it were, abandoning the positions that you've obviously already put forward. And clearly we had set out the reasons why we put that position forward. The City Council had set out their reasons why they put their position forward, and both sides obviously were then awaiting an adjudication from a properly appointed inspector who was obviously entirely competent and qualified to adjudicate on that. I should say inspectors plural, because obviously there were two for the Oxford local plan. In terms of those issues, I say the processes were working. Obviously they were slower in terms of producing an outcome than I suspect that anybody would have desired. But I say the joint councils did try to grapple with the point during the engagement processes during 2023. They also, when a formal request came in, responded to it. They then urged the City Council to take a different course. That didn't happen, and so there was then an adjudication process which produced a result which, as it happened, confirmed that the Joint Council's concerns were justified concerns, and that obviously then led to the conclusion that, yes, there was the unmet need that was already accommodated, and I've already made my points as to why that doesn't give rise to any strategic matters. And so far as any additional unmet need is concerned, that had not been demonstrated. And if I could just make one point on this issue, it was quite clear the councils, i.e. the joint councils, did not accept that this was a circumstance, as certainly has happened in some of the other local plans elsewhere in the country, where everybody agreed that there was an unmet need, even if they didn't agree on the quantification of that. That was not this case. This was a case where the Joint Council's position was that there was no outstanding unmet need from Oxford that it could not meet within its own capacity and within the allocations that had already been made.
I'm conscious we're going into the housing section, but I'm just going to roll with it because that's obviously the key point. Just in terms of the council position, I just want to just confirm. At the point that document was going back and forth with annotations on, the Joint Council's view was that even with the standard method, there would not be unmet need beyond 2036. Is that, just to confirm for the avoidance of doubt, is that the council's position at that point?
Yes, that's what the arithmetic showed during the summer of 2023.
And just to clarify the council's current position, following the examination, is that still the council's current position?
The council's current position as of, as it were, June 2025 is, in a strict sense, probably neither here nor there, because obviously we're examining the duty to cooperate. But the position that we adopted before we submitted the plan was, A, in the light of the inspector's letter of September 24, it was inevitable that the Oxford local plan was going to have to be withdrawn because of the inspector's findings, even though obviously the formal decision didn't follow until the January, but it was obvious to us as we set out that that was going to happen, and we set that out in our letter to Oxford when we asked them for an update on what was going on. Secondly, it was apparent, because obviously then people were aware of the emerging draft NPPF, even though we didn't have the detail, that any new local plan that Oxford had to produce would be under a new regime, and therefore would have to assess matters entirely afresh, and therefore it could not be assumed either that its approach to capacity would be maintainable, or its approach to Greenbelt would be maintainable, or its approach to whatever its housing need was would be maintainable, because obviously everything would be dealt with under the new regime. And although, I say, not directly relevant to the duty to cooperate because of it ending at the point of submission, subsequent to December, there has been engagement between the City Council and the Joint Councils on the emerging next versions of the Oxford local plan, and there has been some discussion about taking that forward as to what their assessment of how they would assess their needs would be, how they will assess their capacity, and so on. But I think that's at fairly early stages. So I think the direct answer to your particular question is, do we accept that Oxford has shown it has unmet need beyond what's already committed for? I'm afraid we don't, as matters stand at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I am conscious we've been focusing on this issue of unmet need. I'm also aware we don't have the room much past 5:30, so we will need to continue this discussion tomorrow. However, just picking up the point made earlier about whether this plan has met the duty to cooperate, I just would like to ask those participants who are not going to be here what their position is as to whether the councils have met the duty to cooperate on this plan. So can I start with Cherwell District Council, please?
Thank you. As we've set out in the bilateral statement to common ground with the two councils, we're happy that the duty to cooperate has been met on an ongoing basis, and we continue to work with the two councils on their plan and on ours as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Just looking at the rest of the agenda, were there any other particular points that you wanted to raise if you're not able to make it tomorrow?
There's nothing additional. I'd only reference particular pieces of work that we've engaged on, but those can be found in our representations and again in the statement of common ground.
And I believe Litchfields aren't necessarily going to be here tomorrow, is that right?
Yeah, just in terms of the comments that we were going to make, it's in relation to employment, which I think can be picked up under matter 4, and we have no comments in terms of the council's duty to cooperate.
Are there any other participants who will not be here tomorrow who wants to have their say before we adjourn for the day and carry on the discussion tomorrow? Yes. That's helpful, thank you. I think we're going to get chucked out very shortly. It's a bit like last orders, but I think we need to adjourn for today. We will continue the discussion tomorrow. We'll have to have a think about, actually it might be useful just to see the council's view, whether it's better to continue with duty to cooperate, move on to housing, or start with housing. There's a lot of overlap between the two. Does the council have a preference for the way forward on that?
I think, well, given that certainly one of our consultants is here tomorrow, particularly to deal with the housing matters, I think we would suggest it's better to deal with the housing matters as per matter 3, and then return to duty to cooperate issues insofar as they remain to be explored. I think that's our preference.
Okay. Are there any comments on that? Dealing with housing first.
Okay. May I just clarify, are we suggesting covering matter 3 first tomorrow, but to be clear, the remainder of matter 2 is also to be covered tomorrow?
Yes, if
Thank
that's okay. I don't envisage the housing requirement taking the whole day. That depends how vocal participants are. But yeah, I think that would be the way forward. Yes, Sapples.
Marm, I'd suggest that if the Joint Council's consultant and team members are here all day tomorrow, then as we're in the flow on the duty to cooperate, it would make more logical sense to continue on DTC first thing tomorrow, get through that, and then move on to matter 3. That would certainly be my preference, and I see a few nods from participants.
Mr. Tucker.
You see a nod and a toe blowing from me to agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Bainbridge. Certainly I've kept my my peace in relation to this matter thus far on the assumption that we were just going to carry straight on first thing tomorrow morning rather than getting to the end of tomorrow when tempers are frayed and concentration is diminished. So I think it would be sensible. Let's nail this point and then move on to the exciting topic of housing.
We do need to allow sufficient time to deal with housing as well. I mean, just in terms of the availability of the council's consultant, are they available the whole day? Sorry, I can't see you very well.
Sorry, yes, no, they are. It's simply they're not available on Thursday. And I was just conscious that given that we have taken a lot more time, I didn't, in a sense, want to run the risk that the housing topic itself got, as it were, potentially deferred into the Thursday. That was my sort of reason. I mean, I can see the logic of what both Mr. Bainbridge, Mr. Tucker has said, and in other circumstances I'd say yes, but I just raised that. But ultimately, it's your decision.
I mean, I think a lot of the DTC issues have been raised in terms of the unmet need. So I think those have been aired to a degree. Haven't necessarily resolved those issues, but you know, I think we'd need to have a definitive time to finish the duty to cooperate issues before moving on to housing, just to allow sufficient time for housing, because I know I have a lot of questions on the housing requirement as well. So we shall have a think about that, and we'll advise you in the morning. I'll ask the Programme Officer to put a note on the website, and in fact the Council as well. Are you able to update the website fairly quickly tonight? Is that okay? Brilliant. Thank you. Well, thank you all for your patience. It's now 5:33 to be precise, and we shall adjourn the hearings until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.